Good morning and welcome, one and all, to Pacific414 Pop Talk. I'm your host, Mike. I hope everyone's doing well this Sunday morning. And before we begin with the news articles I have planned for this morning's show, I do want to make an announcement that because there will not be a Tuesday Night Trek this Tuesday on the Star Wars Guys YouTube channel, I will actually be doing a special Tuesday night edition of Pacific414 Pop Talk. And in place of the normal Wednesday edition of Pop Talk, I am actually going to do a live reaction and review to Chucky episode 3, Hail Mary. So I just thought I would go ahead and get that out of the way here first thing in the morning. And now let's go ahead and let you all know what articles I have planned for this morning's edition if we get to all of them. If we don't, all the links for the articles are down in the description below. The first article I have is from Variety, and it says Netflix confirms ad tier to launch in November. And it's a basic plan, it's a cheaper plan, it's a commercial plan. So if you can handle watching advertisements while you watch Netflix, there's a new plan for you. There is also an article from Superhero Hype where Millennium Media shares first look at Matilda Lutz as Red Sonja. The next article I have lined up is Crackle Parent Company CEO warns against streaming industries focused on content over profit. The only people speaking transparently are Warner Brothers Discovery. We'll get into that. And the other article I have lined up is Kurt Suiter's Outlaw Western series, The Abandons, gets the green light from Netflix. And another story we have, it's related to a show I review on the channel. WWE's Liv Morgan joins Chucky for a Murderous Season 2 guest spot. So we'll be talking about that. And another article I have lined up, again, if we manage to get to all these articles, it's Sydney. Okay, so there's the first error of the morning. But this article from Cosmic Book News says Sydney Sweeney starred in Barbarella movie. So we have that, Red Sonja and Barbarella. And then we have an article from Bounding in the Comics saying Gotham City Year One by Tom King comes with a warning for racially offensive dialogue. And the other story I have is violation to prioritize fixing and improving Saints Row rather than delivering new content. So we have those stories lined up. And I'm going to go ahead and put out the invite link to anyone who would like to join me this morning and discuss these and any of the other articles I have lined up for this morning. And let's just get that in there. Okay. For some reason, it's not letting me do it there. So let's try it again. And good morning to Phil McCracken. I've got to fix a few things because I'm noticing that on the StreamYard side, I can't see anybody's comments. But when I look on the YouTube side, I can see the comments. So let me fix that, and then I will go ahead and get into this first article. All right, now let's see if that works. Hopefully that works. Well, one way to find out. And I'll go ahead and go on the YouTube side and read your comments. So here's the first article I'm going to talk about this morning. And let me go ahead and read the comments like I said. And Dempsey says, I am well. Thanks for asking. And he also says, Hail and well to meet you. Well, all right. And Phil McCracken says, Cash does not like redheads, and we know why. I don't know what to say about Cash. He might still be a little perturbed about his Dodgers losing to the San Diego Padres last night. So we'll have to ask him if he's able to come on this morning, how he's feeling. But I've got a feeling, Phil, that he's a little perturbed about that more than anything else. And you and I both know that he likes redheads. Come on. All right, let's get the first article up here. And here we go. All right, so this article comes from Variety. It says Netflix confirms ad tier to launch in November, reveals pricing for cheaper basic plan. It says ad supported plan will exclude five, excuse me, 5% to 10% of movie and TV titles, depending on country, because of rights restrictions from studios. All right. So this article goes on to say after years of Netflix execs spurning the idea of serving up commercials to viewers, the streaming giant is flipping the switch on its first cheaper ad supported plan next month. Netflix Basic with ads will launch in the US on November 3rd at 9 a.m. Pacific time, priced at $6.99 per month. The company announced the cheaper plan will be available in 12 countries. Those countries are Australia, Brazil, Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, Mexico, South Korea, Spain, and UK, and the US. It will first roll out in Canada and Mexico on November 1st. Goes on to say basic with ads will be $3 cheaper than Netflix basic plan of $9.99 per month in the US currently, which provides the ability to stream on one device at a time. Previously, the basic plan has not supported HD, but with the launch of the ad tier, Netflix will provide video quality up to 720p HD for both basic with ads and the plan with no ads. The ad supported plan will not include Netflix full content catalog, which the company previously had disclosed. A limited number of movies and TV shows won't be available due to licensing restrictions, and we're going to be working on reducing that over time, Netflix chief operating officer Greg Peters told reporters. Depending on country, about 5% to 10% of titles will be unavailable on Netflix Basic with ads. Peters said. In addition, customers on the ad plan will not have the ability to download titles for offline viewing. All right. The about face by Netflix to embrace ads after insisting commercials were anti theatrical to its ad free value proposition comes as the company saw its subscriber base shrink in the first half of 2022 amid fierce competition and market saturation. Netflix Basic with ads is an attempt to reach a new cohort of price sensitive consumers and keep the company competitive with rivals that also offer ad supported options. The new ad tier represents an exciting opportunity for advertisers, the chance to reach a diverse audience, including younger viewers who increasingly don't watch linear TV in a premium environment with a seamless high resolution ads experience, Peter said. Asked about the risk of Netflix members downgrading from higher priced ad free plans, Peter said Netflix expects total revenue from the ad supported tier to be neutral to positive compared with the no ads. Basic plan. From our perspective, we're not trying to steer people to one plan or the other, he said. At launch, ads will appear either 15 or 30 seconds long and 20 seconds in Spain, which will play before and during TV shows and films. The Netflix tier of ads will serve an average of 4 to 5 minutes of ads per hour, roughly in line with the ads loads of Peacock and Disney Plus with ads. New release movies will include only pre roll ads to preserve the cinematic experience. Subscribers to Netflix basic plan with ads will need to provide their date of birth and gender to sign up, as the company eventually plans to target ads based on that demographic data. Netflix had previously shared the November 1st launch of the ad supported plan, with ad buyers indicating it wanted to go ahead of the December debut of Disney Plus's ad tier. The launch was accelerated with the previous early 2023 timeline Netflix had told investors this summer. To head up its advertising business, Netflix in August hired Snap's two top ad executives, Chief Business Officer Jeremy Gorman and Vice President of Sales Peter Naylor. Netflix, which has an exclusive ad sales tech agreement with Microsoft, had floated ad prices of $65 per thousand impressions, a fairly high rate by industry standards, which was seen as a ceiling from which buyers would negotiate downward. Gorman, Netflix president of worldwide advertising, declined to discuss CPM rates in speaking to reporters Thursday. She claimed Netflix had nearly sold out its inventory for initial launch globally, with hundreds of different advertisers in categories including automotive, consumer packaged goods, but she didn't identify which marketers are in the initial mix. Netflix will not accept certain categories of ads, including political and issues ads or advertising for illegal products or tobacco. Netflix had been asking for a 10 million minimum commitment in annual ad spending from agencies, according to industry sources, and was seeking to lock in initial ad buys by September 30th. The streamer had told ad buyers it's expected to have about 4.4 million viewers worldwide on its ad supported plan by the end of 2022. Peters said Netflix will provide a forecast when the company reports third quarter 2022 earnings on Thursday, October 18th, after the market closes. So that'll be this week. Wall Street analysts generally are bullish on long term prospects for Netflix ad supported tier. However, in the near term, while we see the ad supported tier as a total addressable market expander, it's unclear that it will deliver meaningful upside to expectations. Morgan Stanley analyst Ben Swinburne wrote to a research note to clients on Thursday. In terms of targeting advertisers, will be able to make buys against Netflix top 10 TV shows in each region, as well as content genres like action, drama, romance, and sci fi. But for the first phase of the ad tiers rollout, Netflix will not be able to serve ads based on parameters such as geography, except by country, age, gender, viewing habits, or viewing behavior, as it says here in the article, or time of day. Advertisers also will be able to choose their ads to not appear on adult oriented content. That might be inconsistent with their brand, according to Peters. For example, buyers will be able to specify that their ads not appear within programming that contains sex, nudity, or graphic violence. Initially, Netflix ad supported service will not have any third party attribution. According to Peters, the company has partnerships with Double Verify and Integral ad sites to verify the viewability and traffic validity of ads starting in quarter one of 2023. Nielsen's digital ads ratings service in the US will start measuring Netflix Basic with ads sometime in 2023, Peter said, and eventually ad viewing will be reported through Nielsen. Goes on to say Netflix has told ad buyers it would set frequency caps, how often an ad spot may be served to individual viewers of one per hour and three per day per viewer, which is much lower than other ad supported streaming video services. Asked whether Netflix would host an upfront presentation in 2023, a company rep said, "Nothing to share at this time, but we will definitely find ways to speak and share updates with advertisers." Netflix shared pricing for each of the 12 launch markets for the ad tier. Netflix also released an example of what a pre rolled ad will look like in the new plan. Okay. So, what does everybody think about the new ad tier coming to Netflix? Is it something you will go with? Are you done with Netflix no matter what they try to do to lure you back in? Let me know by either typing it into the comments or come on to the panel. And let's see. Bill is saying, go Padres. Well, you know, the Padres are on a roll. That's all I'll say about that. But, for anybody who wants to sign up for Netflix with ads, if that's the plan they want to go with, that's the plan they want to go with. They just need to understand that there are restrictions as far as that plan is concerned. What content you're still able to watch, what content you won't be able to watch. And of course, how many people can handle watching a commercial anymore, especially with streaming services being around for as long as they have without commercials. So, in a way, it's good. In a way, it's bad. But again, I know that there are still some folks out there who are done with Netflix altogether, and that's perfectly fine. All right. So, while I wait for anybody to join, I will go ahead and move on to the next article. And don't forget that the StreamYard link is pinned to the top of the chat, so don't be afraid. In the meantime, I will go ahead and move on to the next article. And Phil, since you like talking about redheads, why don't we go ahead and talk about Red Sonja and our first look at its star as Red Sonja. So there we go. So, as I've said before, this article comes from Superhero Hype. It says Millennium Media shares first look at Matilda Lutz as Red Sonja. And there you see it right there. She is Red Sonja. All right. It goes on to say it's been just 3 years shy of 4 decades since Red Sonja was on the big screen, but the upcoming reboot film is currently in production. And while the trailer doesn't appear to be coming soon, Millennium Media's has released a first look photo at Matilda Lutz as Red Sonja, which you can see above. It doesn't show enough to reveal how comic book accurate her costume will be, but Lutz does have Red Sonja's signature red hair. Sonja is based on a heroine created by Robert E. Howard, who was adapted by Marvel's Roy Thomas and Barry Windsor Smith as a foil for Conan the Barbarian in 1973. The rights to Conan and Red Sonja are currently held by two different companies, but they share the same setting in Earth's distant past. In her original comic book iteration, Sonja was a young woman who swore featly to a goddess in exchange for the warrior skills she needed to avenge herself and kill her family's murderers. She also wore a steel armor bikini, which became her visual signature. Goes on to say Batwoman co-star Wallace Day will portray Sonia's wicked half-sister, Anicia, while Oliver Trevina will play Toral, a warrior who joins Sonia in her fight against the evil emperor. Additionally, Robert Sheehan will play Dragon. The other cast members include Michael Bisping, Martin Ford, Eliza Maddenju, and Manel L. Purity, and Katrina Durden. It's Solomon Kane director. MJ Bassett is directing the reboot from a script by Joey Soloway and Tasha Hugh. For now, Red Sonja doesn't have a release date, but it is currently filming in at Bulgarian New Boyana Studio. Deadline also reports that additional shoots at the Greek New Boyana Studio will take place later this month. What do you think about the first look at Matilda Lutz as Red Sonja? Well, again, let's go ahead and take a look here. I'll go ahead and make it a little bigger. And there you go. Matilda Lutz as Red Sonja. I mean, that's nice publicity still, but I want to see a trailer when that becomes available and actually see if the movie is going to be worth paying money to go see. But, again, it's a waiting game. It's a waiting game that we're all going to have to go through and see if, by the time we get the trailer, if we're even interested. I'm not saying we wouldn't be, but who knows? I mean, that's how I'm going to base it is what's the trailer like? And I do want to welcome Gap After Dark. Good morning, Gap.
Hello, hello. Oh, hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I'm just laying in bed right now. I thought I'd get on. I saw the Netflix article.
Mhm.
I thought that was really interesting. But
Yeah, it's the one that you shared with me via Twitter DM. So I thought, you know what? I'll go ahead and talk about it.
yeah, but I'll just say something real quick, not to interrupt. But um, I just think it's a desperate move on their part.
Mm-hmm.
But all right, so Red Sonja. So this is actually going ahead.
It's actually going ahead. They're filming it right now. And this is our first look at Matilda Lutz as Red Sonja.
Wow.
Not much to really go by yet, but
No, that's kind of a very interesting photograph. But I'll let you keep on going.
well, as I said while talking about this, I want to see a full trailer. And depending on that full trailer, that'll depend on whether or not I'm actually interested in seeing the movie by the time it comes out.
Yeah, I don't know who she is, and I mean, that actress is not high profile. Shouldn't they have a high profile actress?
Uh, in
Well,
some
I mean, I
respects,
guess,
yes, but Arnold wasn't high profile when he was in Conan.
yeah, that's true. But I haven't seen anything she's been in, so I can't really comment on her ability, but apparently somebody thinks she's good enough to do that.
I haven't seen anything that she's been in. As a matter of fact, I'll go ahead and check IMDb to see what she's been in just out of curiosity.
Yeah, because, I mean, I don't know. Wonder
That's,
what studio's doing this?
Millennium Media.
Okay, never heard of them, so maybe they won't
Same here.
screw it up. I thought I'd get on here before Phil did. I'm just kidding.
Phil was in the chat. I don't know why he hasn't popped in yet. Okay, so I'm looking. Of course, it lists Red Sonja, and then we have Riganti. Never heard of that. Helen's Dead.
Never heard of that.
Well, never heard of it. And both those are in post production. There's a movie called Reptile that's in post production. Final Cut. Zone 414. Well, I can't use that in the future. All right. It says a classic horror story. Let's see. They Were 10. It's a TV miniseries. The Divorce Party. Medici. That's a TV series I've never heard of. Megan. That was a short. Revenge. Never heard of it.
Yeah, never heard of.
Reigns.
Yeah, Reigns. Is that a TV show?
Yeah. I don't know if it's a TV show or it might be a movie. It came out in 2017. Summertime. Never heard of it. The Universal. Never heard of it. And Fury Classic. Never heard of it. And a lot of these I've never heard of.
So it
Oh.
sounds like, B string, C string productions,
Mm-hmm.
not even B movie, maybe one or two I heard titles that would consider B movies, but I mean, it looks like she's got some stuff under her belt, but stuff nobody's ever heard of. And they're not, A quality. Doesn't mean she's not a good actress. So if anybody out in YouTube land goes nuts, I just never heard of her or anything she's been in to give a honest opinion about if she'd be good for this role,
Mm-hmm.
And you
Yeah.
think they would have done more promotion for this, at least
You think so,
article-wise.
especially an actress who isn't really known. She's more of an unknown than anything else. You think they would want to say, Matilda Lutz is Red Sonja. She's been in this and this and this, and give a description of everything that she's been in, so people have an idea.
Yeah,
Maybe I'm looking at it too simple.
No, no, I don't think so, because there's a lot of things that I've watched lately that I've never heard the actor or actress, but they were really, really good in it. But they weren't. They were middle of the road productions. They weren't, top quality or poor quality. They were just in the middle of the road. But whatever they were in was really, really, really good. So I would be doing some press, especially for the fanboys and the fangirls that want to be Red Sonja, and for the fanboys that just love her character. I'd be out there gaining some peeps on my side that like this stuff. That's what I would be doing. And it doesn't cost that much to be, have your agent or the studio, start pushing press on her and the production. I mean, that's what I would be doing, like way before this article. I'd be like, as soon as it was announced, even before filming, I'd start. I'd be like out there pushing her, and and stuff like that. And I'd be pushing. I would have pushed her at cons because, they knew about this a while back. So,
Oh yeah.
I would have been dropping her in with some posters, pre-release movie posters or teaser posters or something for her to sign and get to meet the core audience that this is really for. That's what
Yeah, I
I
mean,
would do.
now's a good time. Last weekend was New York City Comic Con, and in
That
the
would have
summertime
been,
we had San Diego Comic Con.
yeah, that would have been really a really good time to drop her. And then there's Dragon Con in Atlanta too. That would have been really good to drop her. I mean, the only reason why I know about this is because you're doing this article.
Mhm.
I wouldn't have, I even on comic book resources or some of those other sites, um, you don't see anything about this, and you know, it fits in the sword and sandals kind of genre
Mhm.
and comic book stuff. I mean, you don't even see anything over there or relating it to hell. If I was the publicist, I would be relating it to, you know, Conan, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and the Red Sonja before, and we've got a new take, and we're really excited about it.
Mhm.
Come meet her at blah 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 blah.
And this is only the second article I've ever discussed about Red Sonja coming back on Pop Talk. So, I mean, that tells you how little of it is actually out there, at least from what I've seen.
No, I agree. And this photograph, I mean, I'd like to see a full body shot of her
Yeah.
regalia. I mean, I really would. I mean, I'm sorry, but that's not a teaser. A full body shot. So,
Yeah.
eh,
What does she look like in the full costume?
yeah, that's what I'd be interested in. And boy, what a way! She's not unattractive at all,
No.
but but boy, I'd be teasing her out with a full body shot in her costume.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And real quick, Gap, we have two folks backstage, and of
Uh,
course, I'm going to go ahead and play a video for one of them, and then I'll play the video for the other one.
oh,
Anonymous. Anonymous. Anonymous.
What the hell are you talking about?
Oh, my guidance counselor says that certain words perpetuate the sexist
Never get
worldview
tired
that
of
can trigger.
that.
Quiet! From now on, you won't listen to your guidance counselor. You're gonna listen to me. Is that understood?
Yes, Sensei.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Anonymous and Cash Money 007, the real one.
Yes, not that imitation. Nope.
At this
My
point, I'm
condolences
just
to
coming
you.
on here to amuse you people.
Yeah, right.
Anonymous. But yeah,
Cash, my condolences.
we can talk about it later. This is pop talk, not sports talk.
So, you know what Cash just told me, everyone? How are you guys doing?
I'm still sick,
I'm doing all right.
but I feel better.
What do you got?
You're
the
still
poop?
sick, but you feel better. Okay.
Well, you're at the back end. You got some stuff, but it's
Is it
not
that?
like
Is it that respiratory crap going around?
apparently, head cold, moved down to my chest, all
Yeah,
that
yeah,
stuff.
yeah. My mom's got that.
Ugh. Well,
That's-
I told you, man. You can't let Phil knock on your door, man. He might
I
blow
know.
some germs on.
He just came and dropped off a truckload of crap.
He starts yelling about redheads and stuff when he coughs in your face.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
That's what you get for your comment about the Padres, Phil. That's right. No, actually, we would do that anyways because Phil's going to start it. He started his nonsense about how I hate redheads.
And he's been going on about it for months and months and months.
He is, man. He can't let it die. No. He'll pop up
No.
again. Just
I mean,
wait.
there's some
It's like
there's some-
Beetlejuice or
Yeah,
Candyman.
right. No,
Yeah,
don't say
Candyman
it.
or Beetlejuice.
No, go. That's twice you said both of those names. Don't do it no more.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I know
Okay,
how to
you're
get.
right,
I
you're
know
right,
how to
Gab.
get him in here. I know how to get him in here. I mean, it seems to work most of the time.
The brick.
Excuse me, I'd just like to ask a question. What does God need with a starship?
3, 2, 1.
He
The
probably
signal's
has
been
all,
said.
He'll sneak in sooner or later. I'd be surprised if he doesn't. If he doesn't, well, he'll be around somewhere.
Oh my
He's
God.
always lurking. He's always watching.
He's like an STD.
But yeah, that whole Netflix thing. Oh wow. Dang, man, that's
Mike,
bad.
you need a clip that says, or something that relates
If
to
you've
the
got an issue, here's a tissue.
That's the closest one I could think of.
But that whole that Netflix thing is shady. It's like, hey, that was on the last article that you were talking about. Hey, pay for Netflix for a cheaper price and watch ads. What? Screw off, Netflix.
Well,
Seriously, screw off.
And another thing too, they are, the article did say that they were doing the 5 minutes of commercial, which is industry, streaming platform standards. That's not true, because I watch a lot of Tubi. I watch a lot of Tubi, and they don't even get to 5 minutes on their thing. Who's having a hard time breathing? Cash?
No, I'm fine.
Oh, it's probably on a mock.
No, not me. I'm like 5 feet away from the microphone.
Cash is steaming. He's ticked off about last night's game.
I know I'm all right. But I might
like,
have been breathing a little bit hard there. I
All I
thought
can-
Phil might come in, Cap, so I was worried. Yeah,
Did you take off your onesie because your team did bad?
yeah, sure.
You threw down your
We gotta
lolly?
make you. We gotta make you laugh, Cash. I've been there. 2007, Cubs get
I
swept by
know.
the Diamondbacks. 2008, they get swept by the
Mm,
Dodgers in the National League
It's all
Division
right.
Series. So I've been there.
Who's
It's
the
all
team? Who's your team, Cash?
Dodgers.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep. So yeah, but this
They
is
got-
Pop Talk. This is not sports talk.
But it is the
can
Pacific
move on.
414 YouTube channel.
Oh,
So
boy, it is.
but
It is
baseball
Look,
is part of pop culture.
Yeah, it is. The reality is that Dave Roberts decided to be an idiot again and make a decision that basically cost us the game. Not the fact that the offense hasn't been that good, which was pathetic in Game 3. Not we were winning in Game 4, 3-0 in the 7th inning, and then Roberts decided, hey, let's pull this pitcher so we can play matchups again. Well, matchups blew in its face, literally.
Well, maybe he should have pulled a Red Sonja.
So you start losing faith in a team that you've supported for so many years when your manager makes these dumb decisions. When you know that it's blew up in his face. It blew up in his face last year with one of the starters. He decided to make him a relief pitcher, and so that's basically the story. So yeah, it's very frustrating. And will it pass? Sure. Sports is sports. My Cowboys are playing today, and they're 4-1. So, and I'm a realistic Cowboys fan. I don't go, oh my gosh, the Cowboys! They're going to do it all every year. No. So, yeah. Well, sports can be a pain in the ass. That's just what it is.
I understand how you feel, Cash, because in 2008, the Cubs had the best record in the National League. They go to the Division Series. Game 1 of the Division Series against the Dodgers, Carlos Zambrano gets lit up. Game 2 didn't go any better with Ted Lilly on the mound. And then Game 3,
It's just funny because in 2020 the Dodgers won the World Series, and even though that was a bubble thing and that year wasn't even supposed to happen in baseball, but it did, and it was only like 60 games or whatever it was, including playoffs. Roberts decided to go with his gut and stay with Urias, and that's the reason that the Dodgers finished off that series and beat the Rays. But now 2021 did not go with his gut. Let's go with matchups again. And then 2022, let's in a game that we need to bring the series back to LA, he decides in the 7th inning, let's go with matchups again, because this pitcher is 0-4 against this other hitter, Cronenworth of the Padres. Well, it didn't work out, and it was a stupid decision. So, yeah.
Yep.
And he's done this before. It's like, when do you learn, dude? So I don't know if Roberts is the guy to bring the Dodgers to the promised land again. I really don't. So we'll see what happens.
I mean, you sound like me questioning moves that David Ross made, not just this year, but in previous years.
Yeah.
Since he's been Cubs manager, it's like, why are you bringing in this pitcher when your starter is still under 100 pitches? He's going well, and you're going to bring in this reliever who absolutely positively sucks?
Yeah, and it's not that Vessier sucks. It's just that Almonte should have stayed in there. Yes, the game was tied 3-3 in the top of the 7th. No, excuse me, bottom of the 7th. But he probably could have finished off that last batter, and they probably could have kept the game tied. And then the momentum, then the Dodgers would have been the hitters would have been feeling better at that point, going into the top of the 8th.
But you know, when they have gas, they make wrong decisions.
Oh, Gap. You get to go. That sounds like something my father would say. You get to sit in the corner for that joke.
I don't know. I got one that's maybe not as close to that, but it kind of works for this video clip. Let me just bring it up. I think you know which one I'm talking about.
All right, youngster, out you go.
Don't come back. Ever.
No bad jokes here.
That's right. Yep.
So,
but yeah,
gentlemen,
Yep.
So, Red Sonja, what do you think? The first look that we have.
I haven't watched the original. Did you guys like the original?
I've seen bits and pieces of it.
The original is not bad for what it was.
For its time, yeah.
For its time, it was.
It was cheesy though,
good.
right? Just like
Yeah.
Okay. It was.
Yeah.
But I like the cheesy. I mean, you didn't like Conan and the Destroyer, but I did, because I know it wasn't as serious, but it had its funny moments also, but they just kind of doubled down on it in the Destroyer. But I loved it back then. I loved Mako. Mako was like one of my favorite actors. I always thought it was fun. It was just a fun, stinking movie. And then Red Sonja was pretty much the same thing.
But we don't know enough about this one. If it's gonna be woke, if Red Sonja is gonna go pick up her Renee O'Connor from like Xena, we don't know.
She's gonna pick up her own Gabrielle.
Yeah, she's gonna pick up her own Gabrielle along the way. We don't know.
That's too funny. We don't know if this is going to be another reboot, like most reboots, that is just not necessary. But we'll see what happens, I guess.
Well, like I said before,
especially for the hardcore fans.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. For the hardcore fans, I'd be doing press right now, way before now.
Yeah,
and I would have a full body shot. I want to see every inch of her in that costume. I want to see what it looks like.
Yeah, I'm curious.
Yeah, she got a pretty good looking face, but she hasn't seen a full body shot yet.
Yeah, we don't know. Yeah, we don't know if she's an A cup or a D cup.
Why does that matter?
Gap is out of like Kit from Napoleon Dynamite.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Red Sonja's got to have something.
Yeah.
She can't be from the itty bitty you-know-what committee.
No, she's going to have to be well endowed.
I mean, she just,
medium endowed.
I mean, that's just how the character has been. So if they do it, it's going to be like, it's toxic, yeah.
You wouldn't make Vampirella flat-chested, would you?
Somebody would. Somebody would. We wouldn't, no.
You wouldn't make Xena flat chested, would you? No.
Hell no.
No. I went to go. I have to admit, I went to a Xena convention in New Jersey.
Okay.
Oh my God!
He admitted it on air, boys. Come on.
Yes, with my police officer friend, she she was a diehard. I mean, she went and bought the chakra. She went and bought the damn swords. I'm like, you going to be down in Atlanta arresting people with your chakra? Are you going to throw your chakra after the criminals?
Just do the call. Do the call.
Yeah.
Wow. That's
And then we went to the nightclub in New York where Lucy Lawless and Renee O'Connor were singing, and oh my God, they can't sing. Oh my God, it was like the Gong Show, you know. It was like.
So you met Lucy Lawless then?
I did meet Lucy Lawless, Renee O'Connor. Yeah, because she was like, no, don't be a cheap bastard and buy the cheap seats, buy the VIP where we get to meet her. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I just like the show, you know. And she's like, no, you're coming with me, we have to touch her. And I'm like, okay.
No, wait, did she really say
wait
we have to touch her?
Yes. And when we got up there with our VIP things and we got autographs and stuff, she's like, you go before me, I'm nervous. So I go before her, and, you know, we're talking with Lucy Lawless and stuff. And I said, here's my police officer friend. She just really wants to touch you. I don't know what else she wants to do to you. And she's like, well, move out of the way. We love our lesbian friends.
Oh, dang.
So she went up there. And of course, she's like, after we left, she's like, I'm going to whoop your ass.
Yeah, she's been doing the Xena call while doing it.
Wow, a Xena convention. Was there a lot of people there?
There was a lot of women there.
Yes.
Yes, there was tons and tons of people.
That's not bad though.
Wait,
were they all gay or lesbians or what?
I think it was. I think it was majority. Well, I think it's majority lesbian, but there, you know, I was probably one of 10 guys and a few thousand people.
Dude, that's wow.
I was the one holding the purses, you know, like when they were going through when her and her friends were going through the lines to buy shit, I'd be the sole dude sitting in the corner with all the purses waiting for them to buy.
Wait, you were the only one? You didn't have another guy there? Or?
No,
You have the ring, and I see your Schwartz is as big as mine. Now let's see how well you handle it.
Like, oh my God, look at my big sword. And I'm like, yeah, it's pretty big.
Oh my gosh.
Did she pay you for this? I mean,
yeah, dude, what is going on here? Was there some extra benefits or something?
Yeah.
Did she say that there was
give me something.
Yeah, man, there's got to be some extra benefits. You go in the back
room.
Well,
she said Carl Urban. She said Carl Urban, and I can't remember the other dude who played Ares, God of War, was supposed to be there, but they ended up not going because, you know, Carl Urban played Cupid in Xena.
Oh my gosh, that's right. Jeez.
Yeah, and so I was like, ooh, Ares, God of War. I said, well, that'd be cool. I like his character. I said, well, I said, I'll go with you and stuff. And I did ask for half of refund on the way back because she said, did you enjoy yourself? I was like, no, I was one of 3 guys holding purses during the whole weekend. Other than that, you know. And then
there was. You go ahead, dude.
I do want to say good morning to old man, and I'm also going to bring in Joker voice.
Oh, good morning, Mr. J. Good morning, everyone. How are we doing?
Joker voice.
Doing good.
Hey, you still haven't called Batman yet, Joker. You got to work on that.
What do I have to worry about Batsy for?
Batsy?
He's taunting you somewhere.
Oh, whatever. He can try all he wants. There's only one me. Thank God for that.
I want you to tell all your friends about me.
What are you?
I'm Batman.
Blah, 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 blah. I hear that every day. Dear God, it gets tiresome.
And what happened to Gap? What did his police officer friend come and get him during the Xena yell?
Well,
I Xena'd myself out. I don't know what.
I'm just saying we've never seen Gap and Batman in the same room at the same time. Just saying.
Well, you know. It's probably true.
But to wrap up your Red Sonja, just to recap, I just would like to see. I'd like to know more about it, not this, coy stuff, because coy press means woke. Like I said earlier, she's probably looking to pick up Gabrielle on the way on her Red Sonja adventures.
I hope not.
I would like it to be, respectful of the source material and pay as close of an homage to the source material that they possibly can.
You ask too much.
So who?
I know.
I know. Wait. So what studio is in charge of this?
Millennium Media is the studio that's making the Red Sonja movie with Matilda Lutz.
Okay, who's distributing it? That's my question.
It doesn't say.
Okay.
Who the distributor is.
Well, because we all know that originally who was going to be cast as Red Sonja, and I'm like, no, skin tone is wrong. Not to sound racist, but skin tone is wrong, and I'm like, okay, with Miss Lutz, I'm like, okay, we're in the ballpark. Cool with a red wig. Okay, I could see it. I have no problem so far. But again, yes, like we said, it's going to all depend on the story. If the story's good, folks will come. If it's not good, this will bomb.
Mm-hmm.
Just like apparently Halloween Ends bombed.
I don't know. I had some friends who actually like that. So
well, don't spoil
Your friends are stupid, Cash.
Don't spoil.
Well, let's.
Maybe they're not.
Don't
I haven't
spoil
seen it yet. I don't know.
Well, there are also folks who said they like She-Hulk and Rings of Power too. So,
well, I actually heard from another friend of mine who doesn't like She-Hulk. Did actually watch episode 9 are they on now? I don't
9.
know. And it's just it looks like Kevin Feige might be starting to find a clue because there's some things in there that started making sense, but I don't know. I haven't.
Okay,
I haven't pushed myself to. These are just things that I'm hearing from some people, and usually these people do not care about Marvel, the direction that's going at all. So
okay, there was a recent article that came out in Variety where they talked to Tatiana Maslany and Jessica Gao, where basically they said that the ending, the final episode and the big fourth wall break at the like the super fourth wall break at the end was a complete fuck you to critics, aka YouTubers.
Well, you know what? I'm tired of the fourth wall. How many freaking damn walls do you got to break?
I mean, the thing is, She-Hulk in the comics always broke the fourth wall. I think she did.
Right, the John Byrne run. Right, the John Byrne run.
Yeah, she was doing it before.
In the animated show, I think she does as well. If I remember, she does where she pops up in the animated show, right? I have to watch more of that again.
From the late,
the 90s, yeah, the 90s cartoon.
80s, 90s. I don't think she did, but what I do remember of that is you rarely saw Jen. She-Hulk liked being She-Hulk. She loved it.
Yes, she did say that. Yeah, and she was never. She was always clear that she slept with men.
Yes, and was not, and it was. I mean, for God's sake, she banged Juggernaut.
Did she?
Yep.
I'm sorry, Juggernaut.
Just saying.
Well, that's that might have taken some work, but
I'm just saying.
It's hilarious. I'm gonna have to read some of those comics. That sounds
Juggernaut.
But no, there's something about some new Hulk after episode 9, and then Feige something about how he messed up. And my friend was telling me about this a few days ago, and I was like, "Oh, that's interesting." But
because at the very end, Bruce shows up as Hulk, and he says, "Oh, I've been on Sakaar for a while. And I need to introduce you to someone. My son, Scar." And I'm like, "Oh, so Planet Hulk just happened off screen. Great."
So that's what they were talking about, that they might be starting to find a brain again. Might be. I see.
Yeah, no, they lost their brain. As long as the Victoria Alonso is steering the ship, then we're fucked.
Yeah.
And I keep saying this, folks. I keep saying this, and I hope I'm wrong. I really hope I'm wrong. But now that She-Hulk is MCU canon, and Kevin Feige has said multiple times that he wants to have more than half of the heroes in the MCU be female, do not be surprised if when it comes to the Fantastic Four, they bypass Ben Grimm and go with the She-Hulk.
I don't think they'll do that, but it wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me a bit if Johnny is Jane Storm or something,
or Johnny's gay. Don't be surprised,
right? But
that gives a whole new meaning to the term "flame on." I'm just saying.
Here's the weird thing about this
flame
whole thing.
on.
It looks like the way the MCU has to go, like they have to reboot the live action X-Men movies, and I'm very worried about that. And then you've got the Fantastic Four, which surprisingly has now been this will be the 4th reboot. I think 4th. Yeah, it should be the 4th.
And Tom Watts has already
and
Tom Watts and Tom Watts has walked away from the entire thing.
Right. So why they could. Here's the thing about the MCU. You don't have to go with the X-Men because X-Men has been done already in the past. You don't have to go with Fantastic Four because that's been done already. So they could go in some other directions. They could go from whatever happens with Deadpool 3, as long as Deadpool 3 ends up being better than 2, even though 2 was pretty good, 2 is still not as good as 1. 1 was the best.
I have no faith in that.
Yeah, and so I just... And then, you've got this Black Panther Wakanda Forever, which I have a bad feeling about. But my brother's like, I want to go see that. And I'm like, well, do I want to go see that with him and torture myself? Or maybe it will be. Maybe it won't be. Maybe it'll be somewhat decent. But then I'm like, would I be banging my head on a wall? Because I never watched the new Thor movie.
Yeah.
And I can already tell you guys about Lightyear and Light Mess. But I don't understand. Like, I am liking Andor, but that's really the only thing right now. Yeah, I am Joker. I like the whole spy espionage, but that's the only new thing of Disney that I've actually been enjoying. So I don't know.
Well, here's a commentary. I mean, based on recent news, I'm like, okay, I am probably willing to part with some cash, go to a theater and see Black Adam.
Okay.
Cavill's
Cavill, he said, was in it, right?
Cavill's back.
But do you guys know how long he's in it for?
You know what?
You want to
Probably
know?
only 5 minutes.
You know what? Hey, you know what?
That's my guess.
It's a step. It's a step in the right direction. And DC right now, with what Zaslav has been doing thus far, I'm not hating the stuff he's doing. This is a step in the right direction. DC right now is kind of in the driver's seat because Marvel's floundering. Every film, I think Doctor Strange because it's being shown on Amazon Prime and whatnot, so they get some cash for that. Might have just now broke even and made a little profit. Everything else is still underwater.
Mm-hmm.
let's see, the TV shows have all been horrid. All been horrid. And Wakanda Forever, if it does not break 550 million globally for its opening the weekend, and that's just a guess.
Mm-hmm.
It has no shot of making $1 billion because these films don't leg out at all.
Mm-hmm. But of course, Warner Brothers is still in a mess with what's coming out with that Flash movie. Of course, that's a whole mess.
Well, supposedly because with Henry back, there have been sites at the studio with Jason and Ben and Henry in his Superman haircut, and I'm like, okay, if they got to retweak a few things, if this is the best thing that they can do with the Flash, and just be like, okay, you know what, get it done, because at this point, because it's so heavy post stuff, to reshoot the entire thing would literally, now you're talking like a 450, almost $500 million production cost. So it's almost, that's a big pill to swallow.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying.
Ezra's already tried to swallow that.
Well, we won't go there.
No.
But they better sign Cavill now, and everybody says he's too old. Well, they could age him into like the Alex Ross kind of Superman.
Cavill's, the oldest one of the three is Ben. Henry's actually the youngest. I think Gal's older than Henry is.
Yeah, Cavill still looks young, but everybody keeps on saying he's too old. I don't think he's too old.
I don't think he's too old at all. And Zaslav, if you're listening, bring it in close here. Come on, David, bring it in close. World's finest. Gal, Ben, Henry equals gold mine. Just saying.
Yeah, I
think it helps. Yeah,
I actually gonna say something that I can imagine the reaction on the panel, but I just watched Wonder Woman 84 and I kind of liked it, except for I was disturbed by the body swap scene because I thought she kind of wrapped him. If you know,
she did. She didn't just kind.
What?
That's right.
There's no kind of that happened.
I was disturbed. I was disturbed by that.
Okay, now the problem is the title. The problem is in the title. Wonder Woman 1984. At the end of Batman v Superman, and they even say it again in Justice League, that Diana hid herself from the world of men for a century. What the fuck is she doing in 1984?
She had to get her shag on.
No, sorry. And for some cataclysmic event for that to happen, don't you think a young Bruce Wayne would have been alive at that time? And I remember something like that happening. It was a complete it was, they tried to make the story unto itself, made no sense, and it was just bad. Bad.
I'm gonna say something else that's gonna make you bleh. I don't really like Ben Affleck.
Best Batman we've had so far.
Why is he the best Batman?
Keaton's still my favorite.
He may be the favorite
of the movie.
Bale's still my favorite.
No. Okay. Because Ben Affleck is also the best Bruce Wayne we've gotten. because of where Zach put Bruce in his time, because of where Zach put Bruce in his timeline. Jason Todd has been killed.
You mean Zach, who bombed the bombed the DC universe with his Rock movie?
The guy who had the highest premiere of anything on HBO Max, the Snyder Cut. Yeah, that guy. So anyway, as I was saying, so Jason Todd has been killed, and at that point, Bruce Wayne is cynical. He's jaded. He is exactly how Bruce. He is exactly how Ben played him. Now, where they screwed up, where Zach screwed up, is making Batman to form the Justice League. No, that is not what Batman would have done. The ones that got it right was Bruce Timm and Paul Dini doing the Justice League cartoon when Batman's like, I'm a part-timer. So give credit where credit is due, and yes, criticize as well. There are some things that Zach did not do well. Zach is a great visual storyteller. Dialogue, not so much.
So, do you see Cavill coming back in his own Superman movie?
Yes. Yep.
And gentlemen, the call went out earlier.
No.
And he has answered the call. we all knew he would because, well, it's his call. And I guess I could play his theme music, or I could play something else, or I could not let him in here. It just all depends on how I feel about it.
What are we speaking of? I'm intrigued now.
Here we go.
That's better. That's 1,000 times better.
Burn.
He won't do anything with you if you are a fan of GoBots. He'll look at you and make you buy your own ice cream when the ice cream truck arrives if you're low on funds and you need to borrow some money. He'll get mad if you don't.
Coupons. Don't forget about the coupons.
The McDonald's coupons. Don't forget about those.
I'll never let you forget it.
If you stop playing Skyrim, he'll just find someone else who'll leave you in the dust.
Okay, but I'm still stuck on GoBots. Really?
GoBots aren't real Transformers.
No, they're not.
Well,
according to Phil
McCracken.
Well, that is true that they're GoBots.
Well, technically true, yes, but they're not worthy of being played with or being associated with.
If you were a kid,
you are a poor piece of garbage if you had a GoBot.
If you were a kid and you were on a budget, a GoBot was awesome. What are you talking about?
GoBots were still well made. I had some GoBots, but I have Transformers too. But yeah,
I had a leader one. It's fine.
Yeah, I'm not upset. I don't care what Phil thinks about GoBots.
Phil, I couldn't afford either one. What do you think of me?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I have no
Use your words carefully.
I don't. I have no comment. If you couldn't afford it, I don't know. What can I say?
I mean,
that's all I know. If it was a get together and we're playing in the yard and we're bringing out the Transformers, and you come walking along with your GoBots, it's not happening. It's not happening.
I can see it now. These little kids, they come with their GoBots.
No, you're not allowed here.
Somebody needs a punch in the mouth. What'd you do? You brought your GoBots?
It's like you're playing with army men, and someone comes rolling up and they're bringing Indians. No, there's no cowboys cowboys for you to play with your Indians. Your Indians have to go somewhere else.
So Phil.
So in other words, Phil, go ahead, Joker.
So What do you feel about mask toys?
Ooh.
About what?
Mask.
Mobile Armored Strike Command.
Yes.
And no.
Of course.
Wow.
How about no?
Clutching my pearls here. Come on now. Mask was awesome.
Mask
well,
was
if
cool, dude.
be careful
Mask was
about
cool,
be,
dude.
be
Yeah.
careful about clutching your pearls, because Phil was one of those kids walking down the street with his easy bake oven and looking for people clutching their pearls to help him bake muffins.
That's adorable.
Are you upset because you couldn't play with the girls? You know, they didn't let you come play with their easy bake oven, and they didn't want to play house with you. Come on, Gap.
Dude, whatever, man. You can just go across the street
Don't
and some
you
girl
start
is
with me.
coloring in a
Don't you
coloring
start
book,
with me.
dude.
We're talking
You go
these
color
days,
with them.
you're falling in love with the red Amber Heard. No, I don't want to hear about it, Cash.
Why would I ever fall in
No, I
love
don't
with
want to
Amber
hear
Heard
about
or
it.
care about
You
Amber
let me
Heard?
down. You know,
Sure.
Amber Heard is all I have to say. Don't matter what color her hair is, it's still Amber Heard.
Why would I care about Amber Heard?
Yes, you love her.
What does Amber Heard
I
have to do
don't.
with anything?
Seriously.
It has exactly everything to do. She's
Is
part
she
of the
living
DC
rent-free in your
universe,
head?
and she's a dyed redhead.
She's living rent-free in your head, Phil. It's okay.
Yeah.
You just brought her up out of nowhere, man.
You
What
love
happened?
her.
Yeah.
You love her.
You're the one who brought her
Wait a
up.
minute. Deny it that you
It's
don't
all
love
on you. It's all on you, Phil.
No.
You brought it up.
Deny Cash that you don't love her.
I don't like Amber Heard.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Your true feelings are not showing.
Oh, come on, Phil. We all know you like girls to take the dump in your bed.
What?
You know, Phil, you say Cash likes Amber Heard. I've got a response for that.
Data. Data, why are you laughing?
We know why he's laughing, because Snoke doesn't have any hair.
What is that, Snoke?
Wow. Well, what does that have to do with anything, Phil?
I
As
still
what
like.
you do when you're a bullheaded Patrick Stewart, you're Snoke.
Okay. Moving on to our
let's
next
move on
article.
to the next article.
Comes from Bounding into Comics, and it says Crackle Parent Company CEO warns against streaming industry's focus on content over profit. The only people speaking transparently are Warner Brothers Discovery. All right, this was posted on Friday. It's by Spencer Bacall. It says, in the opinion of Chicken Soup for the Soul Entertainment CEO, Bill Wabana, the streaming industry is headed for outright disaster unless it readjusts its focus from flooding viewers with content to making a profit. He's not wrong. Look at Disney. All they want to do is flood us with Star Wars and Marvel content.
I like Andor.
You know what? Normally I could accept anyone's opinion, but Gap.
You will be silent.
What the heck?
All right. So it says Rohana, whose company currently holds such relevant services as Crackle and Redbox, and is described by Deadline as the largest player in ad-supported streaming that is not owned by a major tech or media entity, spoke to his thoughts on the streaming industry's health during a recent interview with the aforementioned entertainment trade news outlet. Goes on to say, opening their time together by establishing his authority on the topic of streaming business, the CEO recalled to Deadline that though Redbox's headline number of being 330 million in debt at the time of its acquisition scared the daylights out of Wall Street. It actually was totally understandable, but not really right when you understood the details. So the knee jerk reaction was, "What are you doing?" He recalled. But the more refined and thoughtful reaction was, "Well, wait a minute now. If you are actually right about this, and if in fact, instead of having 13 theatrical releases hit your red boxes in the third quarter, you have 32 or 37 in the fourth quarter, and your revenue is consumerate with that. Oh my goodness, that's a great business. That's a fantastic free cash flowing business that makes a lot of money for you, and we've undervalued your company."
Well, let me let, let me. I misheard that. Are they saying 32 properties hitting the market in their fiscal fourth quarter? Is that what they
It
said?
it's saying as far as 13 theatrical releases hit your red boxes in the third quarter, you have 32 or 37 in the fourth quarter, and your revenue.
Of the same property.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh God, that sounds like someone's taking what Marvel's doing and putting it on steroids.
Which is basically what Disney has been doing.
Right. And it hasn't worked.
Mm-mm. It's an oversaturation of the market.
Mhm.
So the article says Rohana then explained that this success was anchored in fact that we know what people like to rent at the kiosk. We know what people like to buy on TV on demand, fast, and all the other services, AVOD, and goes on to say, if we can knit that together in a way that's value added for our viewers and learn how to serve them a homepage that's filled with stuff that is in the categories they've shown they like, then we might have done something of great value, he said. Offering up a
Wrestlers.
comparison of. Mhm.
Wrestlers. Sorry.
Yep, yep. Offering up a comparison of his business philosophy with that of the overall industry, the 70-year-old CEO turned to his service's most comparable rival, Roku, and asserted, "The Roku guys, I feel like they've missed the point. Instead of putting all of their time and energy into producing original content, Rohana believes Roku really needs to develop the same things we've been building: distribution capabilities globally, the ability to work with other people to get funding, knowing how to get things done in tax credit jurisdictions." It goes on to say, further argued, Rohana, this content versus profit problem is only compounded by the fact that the entertainment industry took what used to be 4 networks and broke it up to 20,000. And it goes on to say, "Where's the audience? It's all over the place," said the CEO. "We broke the industry up into too many pieces, and if you don't approach the creation of original content as an exercise in monetizing content across all different media, you cannot get your money back. I don't care who you are," he firmly declared. "That's not enough audience."
Mm.
Conversely, however, Rohana felt that in terms of this reality, the only people I think who are speaking transparently are the Warner Brothers Discovery people.
Mhm.
They've admitted what everybody knows. You have to exploit programming in every way humanly possible in order to get your money back, he opined to Deadline. And if you don't, you're going to lose money. And you can only do that for so long. In light of this, Rohana concluded that Roku and ostensibly the industry as a whole need to look at this as risk mitigation strategy, not just programming for our network strategy. They won't get their money back, he cautioned. They don't have an economic model that's going to make it valuable for them.
I think there's a happy medium there because it sounds like what this guy is saying is only do what is profitable, and keep it safe, keep it profitable. But then there's no room for a creative to be creative. Now, based on what Disney has been doing with based on what Disney has been doing with their creatives and just kind of let them run amok, that's what not to do with creatives. I think there's a happy medium somewhere in all of this.
Thank you for stopping by, old man.
Well, I'm going to be honest. Warner Brothers hasn't been doing anything right. Again, we haven't seen them with Discovery now. But so far, Warner Brothers hasn't been doing anything right. Look at their CW. Mm-hmm. I know they're out of that. But what was the last thing that you had on CW that you said you was worth watching?
Nothing.
Maybe Supernatural. Supernatural, but between Supernatural and Smallville, you can throw every show that CW had into the dumpster fire.
And they knew it was Arrow. Season 1 through 4 of it, Arrow.
Arrow. I liked the Flash for a while. Flash was okay for
like 3
at
seasons.
least 2 or 3 seasons.
But basically, all that for them the last 10 years. Everything that was on CW was a dumpster fire.
Right. I mean, let's
be honest. Let's be honest. Batwoman shouldn't even made 2 episodes, let alone 2 years.
Right. And
3 years.
So they knew what they had. They knew what they were doing, but they were willing to throw more at you, even though they knew it was a failure. And then they end up losing money,
right?
Which it was a common sense. You're not having no audience,
right? And this is no surprise that the Warner Brothers, I believe the Warner Brothers is like $5 billion in the red. So this is why they brought in a guy like Zaslav.
Warner Brothers sold their product,
right,
for 130. What was it that time we read? Pacific, well, 130,000 minus cost because it was a dumpster fire. Discovery, I feel bad for them. They really have a repair job to do.
Oh yeah.
And sometimes when you buy a house that's a dumpster, sometimes you're going to throw more money into the house than what the house is worth.
Right.
Like I said, we'll see what they're going to do with it. Maybe they can fix it, but Warner Brothers was the main one. We knew Disney was following the same path with Star Wars and MCU. It's not a surprise to me or anybody that in a year, maybe even 2 years, you're going to see Disney in a position, and they're going to have to decide. I'm telling you, I will not be surprised if Disney loses so much money that they have to start getting rid of stuff.
I'm not quite sure Disney's there yet because as far as their entertainment goes, they make a ton off. I mean, the bulk of their revenue comes from ads for ESPN.
Do you know how you bringing up ESPN? Do you know how
much?
Not
only that,
ESPN has lost
even when they raise prices at the theme parks, people still go to the theme parks, and that's where they get the majority of their revenue.
Right, and a majority of that is really not on locals; it's on foreign tourists who spend more per capita than anyone else.
Well, I tell you
ESPN, but ESPN for the last 10 years have lost money. ESPN does not have the ability to pull money in like it used to do 10 years ago. ESPN went beyond Warner Brothers when their wokeness.
Well, I tell you, Indiana Jones better make a big ass splash, because that's gonna put a serious damage in their ship. If Indy 5 doesn't. And I don't think it's going to be a blockbuster if they damn travel and pass it off to a woman. But
the thing with Lucasfilm is really far down as far as leaks in the dam that need to be fixed right away. Because as of right now, Lucasfilm has been confined to Disney Plus, and because they're not doing because they haven't done the ad-based tier yet, it's not bringing anything in. So they're counting on merch. Now, merch sales are down, which is a problem. The bigger problem is Marvel, because Marvel also affects the box office, which affects merch, which does affect theme park traffic. So Marvel needs to be addressed first before Lucasfilm.
Very true.
How many movies has Marvel released this year?
This year, let's see, just Phase 4. So we're Wakanda closes out Phase 4, not counting Spider-Man 6.
Well, Spider-Man, you have to count, but out of 6 movies,
but Spider-Man's majority Sony, so
yeah, but that's Sony. So out of 6 or 7 of you, all right, let's take Spider-Man out.
Okay.
Pretty much every movie they made after that flopped.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
Right.
So the only one
they all have. The
only one that did not flop was the one because it belongs to Sony.
Right.
So what's
Correct.
that tell you? So if you made 6 movies, and let's say you do $250 million out of your pocket, Disney, for each one. That is what 3.
They did it. They invested 1.8, counting print and advertising, $1.83 billion
on all 6 of the movies.
On all 6,
and and they didn't recover none of that. They didn't break even.
They are down. They netted 1.3 billion.
Yeah. If they're at that of a loss, and that's
right.
only officially what they're telling you,
right?
They can't keep it up.
Right.
They can't keep it up. See,
we're agreeing.
Warner Brothers.
We're agreeing, Phil.
They did that for so long because they thought the money tree. What they were hoping was the fans you're going to get tired. You're going to recognize your ideas isn't the ideas of today. So you're going to convert and you'll accept what we're giving you.
Mm-hmm.
That didn't happen. The money tree ran out.
Right.
And then they had to cut the money tree.
Right.
Because it's gone.
Right.
Disney can't do that. Disney can't keep that up. Even with both of their main products, Star Wars and Marvel, losing money, they can't keep that up. It's impossible. I don't care how much they can pull in at the parks. It's not going to make up. Look, Disney, 10 years, since let's just say, what's it been, 10 years or more since the buyout?
2012.
10 years. 10 years.
2012, their product, when it was just owned by George Lucas, merchandise-wise, was making millions.
Right.
Millions.
Right.
As soon as Disney got their hands on it, the merch went down. There's not a lot, I don't care how great The Mandalorian, there's not a lot of merch out there.
Okay.
When you used to go, forget about specifically toy stores, when you used to go into Walmart,
yeah,
you used to see one whole aisle of
exactly
action figures alone.
Yes.
Then another aisle for the other merch for Star Wars.
We're
so
agreeing,
you had at
Phil.
least 2 aisles. Now you have a quarter of an aisle.
We're agreeing. We are in complete agreement. But
I agree.
The one thing that there were things that the Warner Brothers doesn't have that Disney does that can act as a buffer. They have the parks, which bring in a ton of revenue. I mean,
it might bring a ton of revenue, but not enough to make up the difference. It's not happening.
But where does Disney really make most of the money? Where do they really make the most of theme parks and what? Real estate.
Yeah, because they own all that land that Disney World is on.
Mm-hmm.
Well, don't forget what the governor of Florida did to them. All their little benefits and pluses they were getting from the state of Florida. That's gone. Gone.
It's gone. I'm gonna wait to hear what DeValiant says on that. He talked about last week. I haven't gotten to it yet, but they've worked out a deal, which again, Disney has that backstop of the parks that are presently funding all the studios. Now, can they keep that up? No, we are in complete agreement. But what I'm saying is that Disney can afford, in a loose term, afford to let stuff kind of woke itself out and get to the point to where they can now step in and say, okay, now it's time to course correct. The Warner Brothers doesn't have that option. They have to course correct now.
Well, they did correct it. They got out of the business and they started the Discovery.
Right.
They passed the hot potato.
Right. And now
Zaslav's cutting anything that's dead weight.
Right. I mean, the first thing he did, Sarnoff, gone. First thing he did, that was a shot across the bow. They're saying, I am serious. I'm still not completely on board with Alan Horn, but whatever.
Also, Cartoon Network is pretty much gone.
It's now just being absorbed into HBO Max.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the networks had their run. And let's be honest, most of the shows that they had that was any good, they went with the 4-season rule and then chucked it, with the exception of the Big Bang Theory. I mean, they had to look, I think it was ABC.
Law and Order.
Well, that's still going. If they ever cut that, they lose their money, Mr. NBC's. But the one that they had, like Mike and Molly, that was number one. Was still number one. And what did they do? For no reason at all, cut it. Castle for ABC. That was a big show, even though it was a replacement show. What did they do? Cut it. They don't want to have shows go for a long period of time because they don't want to pay the actors reciprocals when it goes in reruns. The longer they have, the more they get paid. That's how that works.
Yeah, but unfortunately, if the show goes into reruns, they will have to pay the actors residuals because it's in their contract.
Yep. But the longer it goes, the more they get. That's how that deal normally works. So they like the 4. For some reason, they're in the head with 4. Sometimes you're lucky you get a show going 5. But any more than that nowadays, they don't. And people who are fans of shows, they don't want to see their show get canceled in their minds too soon.
Okay, so you think Cobra Kai is going to be it after 5?
Is that on a out of the
Netflix.
4?
It's on Netflix.
Networks?
No,
is that a
it's
network?
on no,
Netflix.
but
Netflix.
Okay, that's not going to happen.
All right, I got to scoot, guys, but I want to leave with this. And Phil, I agree with what you're saying as well. But again, there's got to be a happy medium somewhere. Chucking something after 4 if it's going well, is a bad idea. But then again, on the other side of that, you got Supernatural, which should have been done 10 years ago.
Well, I could understand that why some people do say it was too long, but the only reason I can tell you why it was going long, people loved it. And it was really one of the very few shows on TV that you can actually watch and relax watching it. You know.
All right, guys. It was a pleasure.
Thank you for coming on, Joker Voice.
But I'm going to go drink beer and watch football.
All right,
Yeah,
Joker
man.
Voice.
All right, guys.
Batman loves you, man. Batman.
No, he doesn't. I hate him. I hate him. Bye bye now.
And for anybody wondering, Joker Voice's link is in the description below. I just added him into the description now. So we have another story here. It comes from Geek Tyrant. And it says Kurt Suiter's outlaw western series, The Abandons, gets the green light from Netflix. All right, it goes on to say Kurt Suiter, The Shield, Sons of Anarchy, has been developing an outlaw western over the past year titled The Abandons, and it just got the green light from Netflix. Suiter will serve as showrunner and executive producer on the 10-episode Old West action series. As a fan of Suiter's previous work, I've been looking forward to this. This is going to be a down and dirty, gritty western. Something we need. Just my opinion. The story follows a group of diverse outlier families pursuing their manifest destiny in 1850s Oregon when a corrupt force of wealth and power coveting their land tries to force them out. These abandoned souls, the kind of lost souls living on the fringe of society, unite their tribes to form a family and fight back. In this bloody process, justice is stretched beyond the boundaries of the law. The abandons will explore the fine line between survival and law, the consequences of violence, and the corrosive power of secrets as this family fights to keep their land. Suiter previously said that he always wanted to do a Western even before Sons of Anarchy or HBO's Deadwood. I've always wanted to do a Western even before Sons and then Deadwood came out. There's that great lore of Ian Anderson wanting to be a great rock guitarist, and he saw Clapton play and he said, fuck, I'm going to become the best rock flautist that ever lived. And he did just that for Jethro Tull. This is how I felt when I saw Deadwood. I said, let me stick to the crime genre, and then use just about every actor that was on the show. But I love the genre. And over the pandemic, I tried to get a Western IP. He went on to talk about what inspired the series, saying, I've always been fascinated with the origins of La Casa Nostra, how these Sicilian peasant families were being more than marginalized by the land barons and the aristocrats. These families banded together to defend themselves from these abusive land barons, and from that, taking those matters into their own hands. La Casa Nostra was born and became the authority and the law and the order of the land. There are other influence. Over the pandemic, I was watching reruns of Bonanza, and first of all, it completely holds up. I remember watching it as a kid, but I just remember there's an episode where somebody gets killed and Haas just wants revenge, and I mean like dark fucking revenge. Ultimately, it's a Sunday network TV ending, but I just realized that the Cartwrights were a bullet away from being outlaws, right? And I loved it all. All came from that deep sense of loyalty to family, the land, the town. Those were the origins of this. With the working title, the abandons. He goes on to explain that was an actual term of the period where it was this kind of catch-all phrase that described the outliers and the orphans, the prostitutes, the cripples, the bastards, basically the kind of lost souls living on the fringe of society. That is my favorite neighborhood. We are all on the western frontier, somewhere between the Dakotas and California. Small cattle town circa 1850. So it's post gold rush, pre Civil War, and then some natural resources discovered. You have this wealthy family where the Hearst like character comes in and the aristocrats in Italy and they try to buy out the ranchers. Most sell out, then the ones that sort of refused or kind of forced out or tragically go away. But there is this group of families that won't sell. They band together, they stand up to the oppressor, choices are made, some of them violent, and then, like the peasants in Sicily, they take matters into their own hands and create their own destiny. You have these humble, God fearing, hardworking people who are forced to become the line in the sand, and of course, ultimately, the line is drawn in blood. Thematically, it's all shit I love. Family, that fine line between survival and law, the consequences of violence, and my favorite thing that was so prevalent in Sons of It, the corrosive power of secrets. When talking about the first season, he said the whole first season will be about the evolution of them as, the turning into outlaws in a period before all iconic outlaws that we know, like Jesse James, Billy the Kid. All those cats didn't happen until after the Civil War, but the Pinkertons were around, so there were outlaws. So it's sort of like the precursor to the James Gang and other sort of iconic outlaws that we associate with the Wild West. So we might wink at history, say in season 2 or season 3, crossing paths with an 11-year-old Billy the Kid, and yet still be able to play in the fictional world. To me, it's cool. It goes on to say, and it helps me to avoid the gunfights in the street and experience the Western while I get to lean away from some of the expected tropes. The series will explore themes and representations that have relevance 170 or so years later. The thing Netflix was excited about as well is because the West is literally wild in that period. Most were territories, and the typical boundaries of civilized society didn't apply to the frontier. So you get to play with race, gender, morality in a really kind of organic and meaningful way, right? Because there are so many fucking stories to sort of draw from without preaching. There's an organic way to pull those elements into stories that really parallel this ongoing tragedy we're experiencing now. I get to deal with meaningful subject matter in a way that is not shining a light on it and not on the nose, but a snapshot from a different period that definitely reflects back to what we're experiencing today. So that's the bones of it. And of course, the author says, bring it on. And my question to you gentlemen on the panel and those who are in the chat, what do you think? Does it sound like a series that you're going to watch, or does it sound more like a series you're going to avoid?
I'll be interested in watching it because he said they're not going to shine a light on it. They're just going to deal with it, issues and morality and all of that.
Okay. And do you think he'll try to approach it from the viewpoint of the 1850s?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And plus, I've got to go. So thanks for having me, Mike, and good to see everybody on the panel except for Phil. So have a good.
You can get out of here now.
So everybody have a great day, except for Phil.
Break a leg. Literally.
Thank you for coming on, Gab. It's always a pleasure.
All right, go play with your oven. All right, bye.
Bye, Gab. See you.
Take care.
See you, Gab.
Okay, Anonymous Cashville. What do you think?
He lost me when he said all that. What was it? We can mend in their race, gender, what all that. There's the quote right there that you need. All you need to know in the show where he's aiming at. And there's a particular reason he says he's not going. He's picking the 1850s, but there's a reason why he ain't going into the 1860s. Okay, you can already
the Civil War.
So he don't want to go post Civil. He don't want to deal with Jesse James. He doesn't want to deal with Billy the Kid. Probably doesn't even want to touch the what's his name, the Herbs and the Clantons. Because there's reasons why, or the Great Hatfields and McCoys. There's reasons why they don't want to touch that. I can understand why he wants to go 1850s, but most of the 1850 conflict is dealing with cattlemen and people that were wanting to raise other forms of animals, particularly sheep. And here's the problem. When you have sheep, you can normally confine them to an area. Cattlemen at that time didn't want to be confined, particularly in Texas to Oklahoma, because they wanted it free range so they can get to the railroads to get their cattle there. So if you were a sheep herder or whatever you want to be, a sheep farmer, they don't want you in the middle of that range there closing off a certain spot, because then their cattle can't go through. There was big conflict, not just in Texas for that, but in Oregon and in the West. So that's the main conflict. There's nothing else there to point at. Of course, you had the wildness, but it was more wilder after the Civil War than post-Civil War.
Mm-hmm.
After the Civil War, everybody's pretty much trying to move on and go on with their life and try to make a living. Now, what that living was is up to anybody's guess. But, and as far as race, all right, when you talk about the West, pretty much the only races you got is Native American, Hispanic, because most of the land that we took from Mexico after the war, and Europeans that were either here or new immigrants coming from Europe. And don't forget the Chinese, but you really don't want to do anything with that because Chinese experience wasn't a good thing. So, nope. I'm not trying to make it political, but I'm just stating the facts. If he wants to explore there, that's fine. I just, to me, I'm trying to see what type of story he's going to develop, and even if it's fictitious, there was a show that's post Civil War. I think it's AME did it. It was the one where the Confederate guy got in charge of the railroad and was building the railroads. I can't think of Wheels something.
Hell on Wheels.
Huh?
Hell on Wheels.
Hell on Wheels. That was good because it had some real stuff in it. There was a little bit, they played with it, good 20, 25% of it. But it was basically at that time. After the Civil War, people of all different types were working the railroad and the conflict they had to deal with. But they did some that was real and some that wasn't. So I can understand that, and that was fine. I'm wondering where he's going with it. What type of if you look at 1850s and you're trying to find a, let's say, bandit type person, who do you have? All the big
cattle wrestlers.
Yeah, that's it.
Gold thieves, bank robbers. Blah,
right.
blah, blah, blah.
Well, you get more of the named people after the Civil War doing that. I'm trying to think of anybody in the 1850s that can even.
Well, he even
roll
said
it.
in the article it was going to be the aristocrats, the people that had the money at the time that were buying other landowners out,
Not only buying them out, but like maybe forcing them out.
threatening them, killing them.
Yeah, I mean that was going on. That's no doubt. If you want to say you want to have a cat, like I said, cattlemen don't want a sheep farmer, which there was a lot, and there was a conflict, and that didn't stop until like the 1870s. If there was a sheep farmer in the way of the cattle getting to, like I said, if they're going from Texas to Oklahoma to get to the rail station, they didn't want some sheep farmer setting up, a farm there, because then the cattle can't freely roam up there, and they couldn't herd them. So there were conflicts like that. I think if you go into like Western Montana, it was really a war between farmers who wanted to raise sheep and cattle. But if you look at it today, you can tell who won that war because more cattle. We're more cattle people in the United States than we are, not that we don't have sheep, but not to the degree other countries have, but 1850, I guess, gives them a little free reign, even though there's not, like I said, the big name bandit, not that I can think off the top of my head, when you get afterwards, you can name them off the top of your head. Billy the Kid, Jesse James,
The
and you
Ikes,
have
the
other
Clantons.
conflicts, Hatfields, McCoys, the Herbs and the Clantons, I don't know what type of show he's gonna come out with, but the only thing I didn't like to hear was when he bring the race, the gender in there. That they didn't have to. Even if you want that, don't mention it. That's like
There wouldn't be anything about gender in back then, so there should be no mention of any weird genderness going on. That's you were man or woman, and that's the end of it.
There you go.
If it's a Western show, it just should be cool, man. That's make a cool Western show like Hell on Wheels. That was a Western show. That was a quality
And
show.
hello to Jed Sparks. He says, "Hey guys, sorry I'm late. Just kind of letting something sink in that happens with the TV I use to help make content for my channel, and I've been kind of bummed out about and try to figure things out." Well, if you need to talk, Jet, I'm available. I'll listen.
Yep, me too.
I'm out to lunch. Leave me alone. No. I tried to give him some advice on it, but yeah, if he was anywhere close to me, I got a TV he could use, but I'm, what how that is.
Yep. Good morning to the Nerdporial live forum who says, "Sup, friends? Don't go see Halloween Ends unless you want the Corey Cunningham story." All right, so that's another individual who's told me, "Don't go see it; it's not worth it."
I've also heard from other two people that it is worth seeing, so I don't know.
I gave up on Halloween like about maybe 20, 30 years ago. At the point, man, just let Jason die.
It's Michael Myers, Phil.
I'm
Michael
sorry,
Myers,
man.
Phil.
I get them confused.
Halloween is Michael Myers, but no, I've never been a big horror fan, so I've liked some horror, but I don't know. From some of my friends, they said they liked this. I didn't know that. I know some things about this movie. I haven't watched enough Halloween films to be like, oh, I need to go see this. But so I think this is probably going to have mixed feelings for people.
Wasn't the last Halloween supposed to be the end?
Halloween Ends is supposed to be the last one. Halloween Kills
think I'm
was
gonna
the second
see
in
it,
the new
man.
trilogy.
I've never watched a full Halloween movie, so I've watched other horror films, but I haven't watched that one.
I mean, from what I've heard about this new one, Michael Myers is barely in it.
I did see, not all of it, but I lost interest. The last Michael Myers, where the community got together and start beating him up, but he don't die. So what's the point? He don't die.
Well, just like Freddy and Jason, they don't die either. They just
They
keep coming
don't.
back for more. All right, so let's see here. I hope Cash goes and wastes his time and money.
If there was a redhead in the movie, he'd definitely be there.
And I thought he wouldn't be there. I thought he hates redheads.
Depends. He has the definition was, if I remember correctly, natural or dyed. If it's natural, he's okay with. Die, he doesn't like. But he does make an exception for Amber Heard.
Okay.
Cash, do you have a rebuttal for this?
He's not there. He does this. He steps away, so you can say whatever.
All right. We're going to go ahead and move on to this next story. And this next story says WWE's Liv Morgan joins Chucky for Murderous Season 2 guest spot. And yes, I'm talking about this article because I am watching Chucky Season 2. It says WWE superstar and former SmackDown Women's Champion Liv Morgan reveals she wants to be Chucky's latest victim in an upcoming episode. WWE superstar Liv Morgan joins Chucky for a Murderous Season 2 guest spot. The former SmackDown Women's Champion told Sci-Fi that she will make a guest appearance on the Child's Play Legacy series for Episode 4 of Season 2, Death on Denial. All right, I can go ahead and get that thumbnail ready. As a major fan of the killer doll and horror movies in general, it is Morgan's dream to be Chucky's latest victim on screen. I want Chucky to kill me, Morgan said. It's a dream. I don't want a starring role. I don't want to lead. I just want to be brutally murdered by Chucky. Morgan made her WWE debut as a member of the NXT roster in 2014. After 3 years in the development brand, Morgan was called up to the main roster on the Raw brand, to be a member of the Riot Squad with Sarah Logan and current AEW star Ruby Soho. The heel trio was dissolved in 2019 after Morgan was moved from Raw to SmackDown as part of the Superstars shakeup. Morgan's initial singles run saw her feud with Lana and eventually Ruby before they made amends to reunite as a tag team. After the Riot Squad dissolved again, Morgan worked her way up the card until she engaged in a high-profile feud with megastar Becky Lynch and became a serious title contender. She went on to win the women's Money in the Bank briefcase in 2021 and successfully cashed in that same night to beat Ronda Rousey for the SmackDown Women's Championship. And it goes on to talk about Chucky. It says created by Don Mancini and launched in 2021. Chucky serves as a continuation of 1988's Child's Play and its sequels, Child's Play 2, Child's Play 3, Bride of Chucky, Seed of Chucky, Curse of Chucky, and Cult of Chucky. The series sees the killer doll purchased at a yard sale by New Jersey teenager Jake Wheeler, Zachary Arthur, as part of his art project that a string of mysterious murders in town that involve Chucky turns Jake into a prime suspect in the incidents. Chucky Season 2 sees Jake and his friends, Devin, Bjorn, Emerson, and Olivia Alia Lind get sent to the Catholic school of Incarnate Lord, where Chucky's killer alter ego, Charles Lee Ray, grew up. Well, They call it the alter ego. That's who Chucky is. Charles Lee Ray. He transferred his soul into the good guy doll in the first Child's Play movie, in case anyone's never seen it. And if you haven't seen it, you can check out Incorporeal Lifeforms channel, where Wiki and I actually did a discussion about the first Child's Play movie last Sunday. So I'll go ahead and Nerd Portal's link into the chat, and you can go ahead and check it out. And it says new episodes of Chucky air on Wednesdays at 9 p.m. on Sci-Fi and USA Network. And this gives me another opportunity to let you all know that because there's not going to be a Tuesday Night Trek on the Star Wars Guy YouTube channel this coming Tuesday, Pop Talk will be on this channel on Tuesday night, and then I will give a live reaction and review to Chucky episode 3, Hail Mary, when that airs on Wednesday night. And that'll start at 9 p.m. Eastern Wednesday. And of course, Pop Talk will be 8 p.m. Eastern on Tuesday. So I will definitely let you all know what her appearance was about and how long it lasted for. And
well, that's she's a little bit morbid, but oh well. I mean, people like what they like, and the opportunity to be on. I mean, who would all kill for the opportunity to play a bit part on one of your favorite TV shows? She can make that happen. She can be killed by, man, who wouldn't love to be in the next Friday the 13th movie or Nightmare on Elm Street movie and say, hey, I got killed by, Jason Voorhees. Just for a minute, just for, on screen for like a minute. That'd be cool. That's cool. Good for her.
Mm-hmm.
Whether she, pulls it off, well, that's a different story, but, she's always got that. She'll always have that.
Yeah, she can always say, after her wrestling career is over, or if, she decides to stick with wrestling and not go into acting, although it seems like anyone who's been a part of wrestling, regardless of the organization, goes into acting at some point. She can always say, yeah, I was in a guest spot on Chucky.
Yep.
And she can show that episode off to her friends and family.
The general people normally forget who's on these killer shows anyway. I mean, could you tell me who the first 5 females in the first 5 Halloweens, who they were? No. You and I will forget. She would, for her, it would be something to remember by. For us, we pass by.
All right. It's all for her. It's a personal thing.
And I don't think they already said they're going to accept. I think this was her reaching out saying, please put me in, which I would.
Well, I think what it is, because this has happened before, Phil, because WWE programming does air on USA Network, and that's part of NBC Universal. They always tend to do a crossover with a WWE superstar on a current show that's running.
Nothing wrong with that. They did it back in the day. If I remember one of the wrestlers, I forget which one, and it was a WWE one. He was on, what was that, Don Johnson's show that was in the 80s?
Miami Vice?
Yeah, there was one that went on Miami Vice. Some of them went on different shows. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, I mean,
it tried to bring views in.
Even during WCW run, there was an episode of Baywatch where you had Hulk Hogan, Macho Man Randy Savage, you had Ric Flair, I believe, the Big Show was on it, and Big Van Vader was on it, along with Kevin Sullivan.
I love Kevin Sullivan. But yeah, it's not a big deal. If she gets it, congratulations. If not, shouldn't worry her. No big deal. Always want, I guess everybody grew up. I guess her growing up, she wanted to be on a Chucky series. There you go.
Well, it's also to get wrestling fans' eyes on this show, and maybe they'll start watching it because current WWE superstars on it. Just like, when Hulk Hogan would star in different movies back in the 80s going into the 90s. I mean, you think
We're
about
not going to
Suburban
bring
Commando.
up about him dressing up in that little toupee and that little
Tutu?
God bless, no.
Dude, you yes.
No, Cash, no.
What have you done now, Phil? You're dressing up in women's clothing. What's going on?
We're talking about Hulk Hogan in a tutu. And didn't The Rock do something similar as a fairy? If I remember correctly, he dressed up like a fairy and put a tutu on.
In his first Disney movie.
I guess whatever gets you there, gets you there.
Didn't Hulk Hogan get into some trouble a few years ago? He made some comments. Oh no, I don't know.
On Bubba the Love Sponge show, and WWE cut ties with him for a while. Now they're back together again. I mean,
things can be repaired. I mean, Mike Tyson bit off a man's ear, so part of it.
How do you come back from that?
He also did some horrible things. He went to prison, but look at what he's turned into now. So, people can be forgiven, but certain things like, if you're having dogs attack each other, you may not want to ever own a pet again. Just saying.
Mm-hmm.
There's just certain lines that you probably should never cross, but
or vote for certain.
We'll talk about that offline. But this Barbarella thing, I mean, the original movie was, so this is a reboot, so they want to bring this back with the people of Euphoria. Have you guys ever watched Euphoria?
I have not.
It's very disturbing, but it's about drug use of teenagers. But there is, if you've ever decided you're curious, this show gets very gloomy, dark, and the way that they show teenagers, I'm like, yes, I could see some of these situations happening, but I don't know. I would say the best thing about it is what's her name, Zendaya. Zendaya is the best thing about Euphoria, but Euphoria is very disturbing and gloomy and doom and gloom. And there's a lot of weird stuff, and I can see you guys going, what in the hell? I said the same thing.
I can almost guarantee that.
But
I can already see me sending you a message on Twitter or in Discord going, WTF.
But I will say, if it is helping people get off drugs, and Zendaya has received a lot of messages, as she said in the Emmys, because I remember her when she won for the Emmys. If she is receiving a lot of messages that are helping people with their drug problems, and the show is helping them, then the show does have a message about, look, if you are worried suicide or other stuff, like serious things, then call this number. So if it's actually helping people, I'll give it credit. I'll give it credit for that. Yep. So.
Fair enough.
Mm-hmm. But I can tell you, it goes in a lot of weird directions. Yep.
Okay. I'll check it out one of these days. It's not one of the shows that's on the top of my list.
The first episode, I'm going to tell you, you're going to be like, what in the hell? But it all connects with the different characters. So, but these characters are crazy, man. There's the boyfriend runs around with a gun. I just remember certain things. There's a shootout with the DEA or whatever comes in, and these guys have drugs and they won't give up their guns. It's just because they deal with drug dealers in this as well as teenagers and thing. But yeah. So back to this Barbarella thing. I remember the Barbarella movie, and I remember it was all about, you got to see what's her name, Jane Fonda, right?
Yeah.
In pretty much all her glory, I guess. But Jane Fonda is a lunatic.
No.
Lunatic.
The craziness was the movie she did before this. You can almost say that the previous movie
Was
and
it?
this one
Okay.
is
What was that
kind of,
one?
I forget the name, but it's the
Preach.
infamous one where she's with her brother, her real brother, and it's a soft porn movie of them being involved together, where they're actually, yeah,
But this,
her
yeah.
dad was not, his dad was
So
upset about both of them,
so
and then she came out with
yeah.
Barbarella.
So Barbarella is supposed to be based on some sci-fi thing, or was there a comic
Yes,
before?
but
There's
it's got a
something.
touch of soft porn scaled back,
Right.
maybe just a
Right.
little bit, so it can get in the basic theater. Yeah, this, like I said, she did the movie.
How would they
before.
try to replicate that then? Now there's just, especially
Well,
somebody who worked on Euphoria.
She was crazy, but like I said, the
Yeah.
movie before had her and her brother, and I want to say that was her first. Let's just call it erotic, since we can't call it soft porn anymore, and you don't want to call it X. We'll call it erotic.
Why can't
And-
we call it
and-
what it is though?
Yeah,
Well, that's
I know, but what really blew the lid off of it in Hollywood at that time was, like I said, it's okay, you're going to do something like that. Don't get me wrong, a lot of actors did that. She did it with her brother, and I still don't care. You might not show everything doing it, but when your mouth is on your brother's mouth, yeah, I you know.
What movie was this?
This is the movie before this, Barbarella. It's
what is
with
this
her
called?
brother.
I don't think
Let me see if I can get it for you.
she did a movie with her brother. I didn't know.
And it was almost erotic porn. Like I said, mouth to mouth.
Oh,
She
yeah,
was partially
boy.
nude.
Oh boy.
This is
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and start talking
we
about
can
this
go to
article.
the next. We can go to this.
All right, so Sydney Sweeney is starring in Barbarella movie. Sydney Sweeney, known for HBO's Euphoria, is developing the flick at Sony, where she is also starring in Madam Web. Sydney Sweeney, known for HBO's Euphoria, is developing and starring in a Barbarella movie for Sony. Sweeney will star as the titular character and will also executive produce the project. The film does not have a director or writer attached as of yet. Time to save the universe, she posted on Instagram. Sydney Sweeney is also known for White Lotus and is starring in the upcoming Sony Spider-Man spin-off Madam Web, where she is said to be playing Julia Carpenter, who in the Marvel Comics is known as Spider-Woman. Okay, it says Barbarella, created in 1962. The character of Barbarella was created by Jean-Claude Forest in 1962 and first appeared in a French magazine. At the time, the stories were controversial and deemed erotic, as Barbarella would travel from planet to planet, having numerous adventures, often involving sex. The aliens she often meets seduce her, and she also experiments with a machine excessive and orgasm orgasmatron. Sorry, couldn't even say it. Barbarella movie. It says in 1968, a Barbarella movie was released starring Jane Fonda by French filmmaker Roger Adam, with Fonda as a title character, a space traveler and representative of the United Earth government sent to find scientist Duran Duran, who has created a weapon that could destroy humanity. The film is said to have a good opening, but goes downhill from there. It did manage to be pretty popular in the UK, as it was the second best movie at the box office at the time. Robert Rodriguez tried getting a new flick off the ground back in 2007, starring Rose McGowan. The pair teamed up for the Grindhouse movies, Planet Terror, Dead Proof, and filmmaker Robert Lutesic, sorry, also tried to get a new project off the ground in 2009. Okay. Goes on to say Barbarella comic book back. It says Dynamite Entertainment also released a Barbarella comic book back in 2017. The new Red Sonja movie is also based on the Dynamite comics, which is also about cosmic space adventures. back in 2014, we reviewed the series and offered what I found was a classic adventure style comic book with a sexy atmosphere, but not in the way I was expecting. Barbarella might be a character that spends most of her time half naked, but it isn't out of being helpless or incapable. Far from it. If anything, she's someone who could stand toe to toe with James Bond, not as a female lesser version, but as a solid character with just as much know how and sexual charisma. All right. So, what do you guys think? Are you interested? Not interested? Don't really care?
I don't really care, personally.
Is she going to show her boobies?
I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
I mean, I was never interested in the first movie myself. I mean, it wasn't much after I was, or before I was born, this thing was made. So it's one of those things. If you're in the 80s and 70s, grew up in there, then yeah, Barbarella is not so far removed that you would know of it and want to, usually watch that sort of thing. If you're a teenager, at least if you're a teenager, mom ain't gonna let you watch that. But it never did interest me. I was a big sci-fi fan, but this seemed cheap and softcore. I mean, you hear things. So
I never had interest in the original.
Yeah, I don't. These are weird decisions of movies to bring back. So it really is.
Well, they're gonna redo everything.
Well, that's another reason why I bring up these articles is because of these weird decisions.
They can't.
That's why I felt like we should discuss them, because these are weird decisions. These are decisions that you're going, why?
I don't understand. The thing is, Anonymous, I wanted to believe that, but the thing is, they can't touch everything. They can't still touch Citizen Kane. They can't find the right chemistry, the right style. I would be shocked if anybody tried it. I'd be really shocked if somebody tried that one. Now, I never thought Clash of the Titans was going to be touched. That did get touched, and
I mean, you just answered your own question. If they can figure out a way to do it, they will do it.
I don't know. They just can't get the right. I just don't think they can get the right chemistry. And remember, this is about a white man, so that's a problem right there, Anonymous. I'm just saying.
Well,
that
don't stop them from changing that.
They can easily change the.
Oh no, they could change it, but they would fail miserably.
It all fails.
It wouldn't. It's just like the same thing. Would somebody ever attempt the classic North by Northwest? I just don't think you could find the right chemistry. And these movies are definitely not. They always go in a certain direction. So I don't think you could get that.
The only series I know of films that no one can touch, and they've been trying to get them to touch, was the two creators of Back to the Future.
Yeah.
And they seen what's going on, and they literally, both of them, put in their wills, even their family, no one is allowed to touch Back to the Future.
It's in their contract, Phil.
Yeah, and also, no one can wait to like how they waited for Chris Token to die to try to persuade family members. Here's enough money. Can we do a show? They have it in their will. Neither one of them. Nope, can't do it. So we'll never get any more Back to the Future.
Good.
Slim to none.
Go ahead.
Thank God. Leave it alone. Don't touch it.
The only thing that they can do that'll work with Back to the Future is like when they did that game, which was supposed to feel like this is Back to the Future 4, where it connects. That's all or they could do it in comic book form, or they could do it in some kind of graphic novel. But movies, they wouldn't be able to. There's just no reason. It would be like, oh, let's make Back to the Future 4 in a live action. Where would they go? It would be weird. And just try something new.
They're never going to try anything new. It's easier now at this day and age. Grab something that's known and let's try to make something with it.
Oh yeah.
Well, I make no apology for saying this, but there are certain classic movies you don't touch. You leave them alone.
Nope.
Yeah.
I'm with you. Like I said, I wasn't a fan of, even though they changed the name of it, Christian Bale's version of the Ten Commandments.
I didn't watch
and it was a
that.
good movie, but as good as
Sure.
it is, it's never going to be or come close to Charlton Heston's Ten Commandments.
Christian Bale.
Yeah, he did. Oh, yes,
Bale,
he did.
that
He did
do
a
squat.
version of it. Yeah.
The freaking Prince of Egypt was better.
Yeah.
I like Bale as an actor. His politics is something else to be desired sometimes, but he could be 10,000 times worse. But I just, a lot of this stuff that they keep remaking, and of course I had to go off on a bit of a Twitter rant about the whole Naked Gun with Liam Neeson.
We don't need Naked Gun.
We don't need it. We don't need it, and we don't need a reboot, and we don't need this because it's a different time for one thing. It would be like, oh, let's remake Airplane. No, it's just not going to work because there's sight gags, there's stereotypes, there's this, because it's that's how it was written. So you can't emulate this. And once again, I keep bringing this up. Just do something else. Try something different. I mean, they're even bringing back Trigun with CGI. I don't know how that's going to work. It's just it's a weird decision.
I wish they bring Archie Bunker back. I would love to see the shock of the world. To have.
I would love to see
Archie Bunker back.
We can just call it the Archie Bunker Show.
It would be awesome. I mean, if they kept it in line with the original,
They won't, though. That's the problem. And it's also the problem with, look at The Sound of Music. I don't know if you guys have ever watched The Sound of Music, but it is considered a classic, fantastic movie. But then they decided on NBC to do like a musical with it with Carrie Underwood. Not that I hate Carrie Underwood, but what is the point of this? The same with Peter Pan, and now we're going to have a live action Snow White, because Disney has always been, for whatever reason, they've been pushing harder and harder, and now that they have Disney Plus, I think they're pushing harder and harder to bring more live action movies from these animated classics. I'm waiting for the animated film going to live action of Rescuers. Let's see how that turns out.
They did what? They did the Lion King live action. That
yes,
bombed.
they did.
They
I didn't
did.
watch that.
What was it? Aladdin.
They're working on Snow White, where the actress says that Snow White doesn't need a prince to save her.
That's because of people like what was her name? That actress. I can't think of her name now. It'll come to me. But that blonde-haired woman who's married to Dak Shepard.
Christian Bell.
No, Kristen. Yeah,
Kristen Bell.
Kristen Bell. Yes.
They say things like that a girl doesn't need a Prince Charming. That when they get married, when the woman gets married, what color is her dress? White. They're pure. It's a fantasy. Let's live it. Let's pimp it out. And if they get remarried the second time, which they shouldn't wear white, but what are they wearing? White, and it's always a big Garrett. It's more for the woman than it is for a man. I have yet to experience the man that says, I can't wait for the show, for the wedding. It's always, let's get it done and move on. The show is for, look, do you care that you got a 5-layer chocolate cake at your wedding?
I do.
A guy? No.
I do. I like chocolate cake, so maybe I do.
That's the only reason why I like going to weddings. Cake.
Do you go there to pick out one of them glasses with the fountain?
No,
style?
I go there for the cake. I go there for the cake and the food.
I still like this way, looking for the woman with glasses.
You ain't gonna hit the dance floor, one of the brides.
You kidding? If I hit the dance floor, it's gonna start rating. Notice how I call it the dance storm?
Nice.
Yeah, because that's what happens when I dance. I can't.
I will admit that weddings I normally go for the food. I will be honest, but yeah, I'll get me a drink or two if it's on, open bar. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Don't ask me about my own wedding. I don't remember much. You tend, like I said,
You
you
hit the
as a
bar
guy,
before and you hit the bar after.
you tend to forget. Look, the woman's going to pull out the pictures and everything. The guy's going to walk right out past her and go out and to do some yard work. He's not going to sit down. Oh, come, let's look at the wedding pictures. It's one time take and guy's done. Yeah. Women, on the other hand, they want the fantasy. And yes, I don't care what they say. Every little girl dreams about their Prince Charming. I know. I have 3 daughters of my own. So I know what they were thinking. It's natural. Nothing wrong with it.
They're being trained not to think about that now, Phil. Though.
Yeah, because
so
for
they're
some
grow up
reason
to
you
be
can't.
lonely old cat ladies.
You know who's training would train somebody like
ladies.
that will be the old maid that never had that. Never probably had, let me spoil your fun because I can't have no fun.
Yeah. Wait a minute. You come on to Pop Talk every time. You have your fun.
Do you know when I come on here? Did you not hear me get yelled at? It's because I go do my thing. I tend to walk away. This is my thing. You get yelled at, you ignore it. You just keep on doing what you're doing.
You didn't do your honey to-do list.
You got me.
Oh no, the man who preaches about make sure you do your honey-do list isn't doing his honey-do list.
The yard, the grass will be there for me tomorrow to cut if I want to cut the grass, and if I want to rake the leaves, I can rake the leaves tomorrow. Today is not going to hurt anything to let it sit there one day.
You kidding? I let all the leaves fall. Once they're all falling from the trees, that's when I rake it all up.
The honey to-do list sometime is, I say to get you out of the house for some reason because they're sitting there talking, which I don't care. I don't sit there to listen to them talk, but yeah, I see it as an escape. But I tend to do it when I'm ready, not when they're ready.
Yeah, you're telling us. You're telling us this live on stream. Meanwhile, off stream. I need you to do this.
Look,
yes, dear.
She has no thing about YouTube or anything like that, so I have no worries of her rewatching it. No worries.
He thinks he's safe.
I know.
Yeah. You're never safe, Bill. Just know that you're never safe.
I won't get busted for that. I won't get busted.
Right. Mm-hmm. All those who believe it say aye. All those who oppose, nay. Nay.
One day, your sin will find you out.
Can I repent now?
Well,
unfortunately, that's probably a sin you won't be able to repent for.
Oh, Lordy.
Because you'll be reminded over and over and over again.
Look, I came to get away. You guys are dragging me in. I'm trying to get away.
You brought it up.
I'm just saying, girls love their Prince Charmings. They love their elaborate weddings. They all dream about weddings. And there's the third thing, children. I will tell any young guy, don't go there. Don't go there. You gray prematurely. They use and abuse you. And then that's when you only want to do is just rest and maybe have a light little snack. They all come out and judge you. Yes, that's marriage, fatherhood, all combined in one. And being a grandfather, that's when you get revenge. I give my grandkids candy. I pump them up, and then when I send them home, they're bouncing off the walls. Yes, grandfather's revenge.
All right, so our next story comes from Bounding in the Comics. It's by J.B. Augustine, and it says Gotham City Year 1 by Tom King comes with a warning for racially offensive dialogue. It starts off by saying DC's newest Batman spinoff prequel series hit shelves this month, and it comes with Not so surprising content disclaimer that warns about racially sensitive and offensive terminology that shows up in the book. All right. It goes on to say the terms in question are, oh, I'm just going to say it, and YouTube, I'm just saying what this article says.
Don't do it.
What's,
Don't
you know what?
you do
You know
it.
what? You know what? You're right, Anonymous. I'm not going to do it. But it basically uses the slang, the terms, and I'm not going to say it. You want to read it for yourselves. And the disclaimer acknowledges the inclusion of the verbiage is intentional as it reflects the times the comic is set in or stylized after. When descriptors of a certain variety were acceptable as they were enabled by segregation. This comic contains language of a racially offensive nature and may not be suitable for all age groups, the disclaimer states. Its inclusion is an intentional creative choice intended to highlight the fact that language of this type was frequently deployed in past decades and remains in use today, even as contexts evolve. Readers of whom such language is triggering or hurtful should be advised.
Trigger warnings. That's horse crap.
Don't read the
Gosh, I
book.
know-
You're
I-
going to get triggered. Don't do it.
Yeah.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, the words they used are like they are used today. I mean, they didn't even go as far as they would have been saying stuff back then. So I can't believe I'm censoring myself here. God, I just want to choke somebody out. These people are crazy. It makes no sense. There should be no trigger warning on this. They use the same verbiage themselves all the time. The left. I'm not saying what black people do. The left does. It's the same verbiage. Negro is just the technical term for the word black. So we use black. What's the difference? Nobody's being disparaging here. Nobody's being mean or racist or doing it, saying these things for. I mean, the book is on the part. I mean, as far as context goes, I guess, but us having to censor ourselves when talking about it is just asinine and stupid. And it ticks me off so bad.
Well, technically, you said it. Negro means black. I know in Italian or most forms of Latin, that's what it means. Black. And people can get offended, but I'm giving an example. If we all took a trip and we went to Spain, Portugal, France, Italy, Romania, if you show them the color black, they're going to say Negro. That's what it is. Mm-hmm. Now, that awful word is coming from a country or a river in Africa, minus one G. Over here in the New World, they add the second G to mispronunciation that stuck. Now, no one's using that term in this comic. They're saying colored. In my day and age, we didn't call people African Americans. They were colored. They referred to themselves as colored. They didn't have a problem. Well, let me say this. People of that time, regardless of who you were, didn't have that problem. But I'm thinking when they're doing in this, they're trying to do, maybe 30s or something, New York City. That's what Gotham's modeled after. Mm-hmm. Well, everybody had a section of the city. If you're Italian, you're in Little Italy. If you're Irish, you're in this section. They might call it something else. They might call it, I'll use a term that probably will offend some Irishmen. I'm sorry if I do. McTown.
Careful, I'm Irish.
You know, yeah, I have Irish family, and I'm sorry that you burn in the moonlight. I apologize.
I'm not ready.
But there's Chinatown, there's Germantown.
Yeah.
You know, back then, even 50 years ago, in that same city, communities did not get together. You stayed in your own community. If you were German, you stayed in Germantown. If you were Italian, you stayed in Little Italy. You know, they didn't, very rarely did they cross paths with each other. And sometimes when you did, it was a bad thing. You know, we evolved a little bit better, if you want to call it that. But yeah, back then, that's the way it was. So, like I said, didn't make a difference what you were. Polish, you know, they had their little section of town. Everybody had their own section of town. It wasn't being the Italian got a better section, the German town got a better section. You may do with your section of that town. That's just the way it was, you know. And you have to remember these are probably first or second generation.
Well,
you know, they're going to try to stick with people they know, as opposed to look at let's put it to you this way: as an Italian being in Little Italy, you're going to share a lot in common with the Irish section of town, even though they're two different races. The only thing they share in common is religious belief, Catholic. But even that sometimes was not enough. Not enough. It's just the way things were. Today, you know, as people evolve, they get older, you get third, fourth, fifth generation. Yeah, you know.
I can remember, you know, in elementary school, specifically the 6th grade, junior high, and even high school, whenever we were going to read a book that used the terminology of the time, we were given a history lesson before we started reading the book. And we were told, do not be offended by this. This was the terminology used back then. And it's a reflection of that time period. And my teachers felt it was important for us to know that it was a reflection of that time period.
Well,
see, Mike got the first trigger warnings.
Yep.
When we got those books, we didn't get tells. We said, "Hey, read this book. Do a book report.
Read this book. Do a book report on this. Read
the teachers that I had, they wanted to also make it a history lesson,
and then it evolved into a trigger warning.
Yeah, and then it gets into a trigger warning. It's the same thing with the whole thing. It's like people always talk about how uncomfortable they feel. Well, guess what? I went to a middle school and a high school that I was not the majority there. Oh no. But the reason is when it's like if you went into a club and guess what? It's a jazz club or something. Say, there's a lot of black people there. You're really the only white guy. How are you going to feel? So it's really odd. I bring that up because people are always talking about their circles. Like this whole thing now where like, oh, you did a show about all white people. Like you should be ashamed of yourself. Like what? Like Friends, for example. Martha Kaufman is like, oh, I should have done this. No, because there were shows like Martin that were all about black people. It wasn't because they were all about black people or the majority of the cast was. It just was, that's the way the person wanted to write it. That's the way the people wanted to work on it. I don't, so they want, you can't be in your own little bubble. You can't feel a certain way about something because then you're going to be labeled this, 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 and this. And you go, what's the point? And if you grew up like all four of us did, we have thick skin for the most part. Sure, words can hurt, I guess. But you can also just be like, you can't do anything to me because I grew up in a different time. I don't go and be offended. I'm going to tell you the truth. If I feel that this politician or I feel this way about stuff, I'm going to tell you. And this is the facts. If you don't like it, I don't care. I'm not going to go out of my way to make you be a giant douchebag, but you know, I'm going to say what I need to say. But they want to put people always in these categories, and they want to make people feel uncomfortable. Everybody feels uncomfortable in different situations. So I don't like this whole thing like, oh, sit down, kids. Here, I want to tell you this. This might offend you, so don't get offended. And then they throw in these buzzwords, or they throw in this. We've always had disclaimers on stuff. Viewer discretion is advised. That was fine. But then they want to take it to another level because I think it's more about control. Oh, there's some inappropriate stuff in this live action Lady in the Tramp movie, or there's inappropriate stuff, but this was a different time. Like, really, who cares?
What was it? I remember. What was their thing about the Lady in the Tramp? Was it the Siamese cats?
It's the cats, the Siamese cats.
But having the Italian restaurant, having that scene in there, that was okay. We can make
every time you see an Italian guy, they're either
He's got a hat on,
and they're all going, "Hey, I have to do it."
Yeah, that's fine. You know, we got
this spaghetti and the meatballs.
Right.
Okay,
I'm an open-minded individual. You know,
right?
But my people get in the United States one day, Columbus Day.
Yep.
All right. Now, whatever you feel, Columbus wasn't part of the conquistadors. And even then, 200 people did not conquer all South America and Central America by themselves. They had Indians that helped them do it. But my point being, I share my day now with Indigenous Day. Out of 365 days, and I've nothing against Native Americans, my kids and my grandkids are part Native American, but you couldn't give them their own day. You had to throw it up on top of the Italians. You know, yeah. If the current nut job wanted to do it, he could have thrown it on top of St. Patrick's Day. He could share his holiday, but we would see how quick the Irish were getting revolted.
They did it as a rebuttal to Columbus Day.
Well, guess what? We win no matter what. What's the name of the country? America.
The United States of America.
And America is named after what? An Italian, an explorer. So we get that. Your capital is Washington, what? D.C., District of Columbia. Columbus.
Yes.
We still win. We don't have to nitpick people. This is nitpicking. When they start doing, what's the word there? Color girl?
It's
Why?
buzzwords, basically.
It's a buzzword. But here's the thing. 20 years ago, you would have, or even 40 years ago, you would have said color girl. Then they switched the word now more appropriately to African American.
Yeah.
Okay. 20 years from now, it's going to be a different term. You know? And why would you want to? Here's the thing. Why would you want to single it out? I mean, it's okay to identify this is a black woman. Okay. Why do you need to single it out in a comic book by saying color girl? Even 70
because
years
they want to keep people separated, even in comics.
There you go. There you go. They want to trigger other people today by saying, "Oh, look at this." No. I mean, if you're writing a story, are you going to sit there and say, where they did Titanic? Oh, even though it was a bunch of Englishmen owning the ship, that was Irish built, but did they sit there and say, "Oh, this is an Irish woman named Rose"? No, they didn't do that. Do you think someone's sitting there on the city, sitting on a bench, watching? Oh, that's a girl from Germantown. She's German. People didn't care. They really didn't care. The only time they would care about something, if it was a get together, like maybe 4th of July, they would look at somebody and say, "Oh, you're from Germantown. You're down here in Little Italy, huh?" Or vice versa. Or you pronounce it like how this person said, "Hell's Kitchen" up in New York. That's the Irish. Yes, somebody was actually come out and say, "Hey, man, I'm from Hell's Kitchen." That's just the way to identify where I'm at in Delaware, small state. We always did it by what you would call a development, a group, or by road. Like, for example, we had a place called Chelsea. So regardless of what you were, white, black, green, purple, you always identify, "I'm from Chelsea." Somebody from the city, well, I'm from Wilmington. If somebody was out in the country, let's say Newark, we all went to the same high school. but we didn't stick by color or gender or race or anything like that. We stuck by where you grew up. I could be with somebody and was with somebody in my neighborhood. My best friend for 40 years is African American. He didn't identify as that. He always identified, I'm from Newark.
Mm-hmm.
That's how he identified. And he did not get along with somebody from Newcastle. And he didn't care if you were white, black, or green, and vice versa. You always see, you have to remember, like I said, 70 years ago, people in the city, when they came, everybody went to where they were. If you were Italian, you went to Little Italy. If you're Irish, you went here. That's because it was familiar. You're around people you know. After a first or second generation, you notice that's no longer the case in the cities, and not even in your suburbs. Everybody's comfortable being around other people. Your neighbor could be Irish. Your next door neighbor on the other side could be Polish. It doesn't matter. Back then, it was more about, this is what I know and who I know. If I spoke Polish, my next door neighbor who's Polish is going to know, right? And it doesn't make sense if you were German and you were trying to speak to Polish, because it's two different languages. I mean, I noticed for a fact people did not intermarry. And there's, like I said, Irish and Italian are very similar. 70 years ago, they wouldn't intermarry. 20 years, let's put it this way, after the World War II, Italians and Irish intermarried left and right. It changes. You went first by who you knew, who happened to be like you. Then you went outside, but you have similarities. Irish and Italian are Catholic, so it's similar. But then 20 years after that, 70s and the 80s, nobody asked what religion you were. No one asked you what nationality you were. No one even asked what political beliefs you were. You married who you wanted to marry.
Yep. And to continue on with this article, because it's given a reason as to why this is being done, it says the reason the above expressions appear in the latest tale from year one is not random. Gotham City Chronicles, The New Adventures, and cases of the original star of Detective Comics, Slam Bradley, a hard-boiled 30s, 40s PI in the tradition of Sam Spade, Mike Hammer, and Philip Marlowe. Readers familiar with the Golden Age and Bradley understand he and that time period were noted for their casual use of that type of language, as well as their caricatures of ethnic groups, particularly blacks and Asians. And then it goes on to say the words that appear in one panel in which Bradley is reading a paper and smoking a pipe, just as someone tells him from off panel, using the word again, is outside his office, wanted to speak with him. And it says, finally, and that mentions another word, which I'm not going to repeat, refers to a black populated section of Gotham where there is brewing unrest. Bradley hears the locals in that part of town aren't happy that the rich Wayne family is building a factory in their backyard. They hate him, as in Thomas Wayne, presumably, and might grab his kid. The kidnapping of the infant Wayne heir is the heart of the story and does press Bradley into the family's distraught service, but who took the child is a mystery. Although the phrases, and then it mentions the phrases, have to be taken into historical content presented within Gotham City Year One, and the sensitivities to such slang are understandable. It is still up to the readers to make their minds about how acceptable terms like these are. As is it in any case, in any book, comic book, or material that you read, you, the reader, have to determine what you consider acceptable and unacceptable, but also understand that it's not reflecting on you as a person. It's not reflecting on your friends as a person.
No.
It's part of the story.
It's time period accurate.
Yeah,
That's
time
period. That's another thing. To take all this stuff out. The people. This is what normal people, not normal people, regular people would say during this time period. It's not unheard of. But a lot of people back then would use these terms, and not in disparaging ways, but as identifiers. It's just the language of the day, and to whitewash that from any new material, even old material, like they want to cancel some of the classic literary works, is just, it's another jab at destroying history, and people won't be able to learn from it. They won't be able to understand our history, and they'll eventually just repeat the history.
You can't take someone from 100 years ago or even 70 years ago and try to live to their standards to today.
No.
Nor could you or I or anybody, I don't care who you are, can go 500 years in the past and try to say, this is how it's done in the future.
Exactly.
People in the future, 200-300 years from now, are going to look at us in the past and say, how can we own a machine? Be it a car, computer. In their world, a machine probably has the ability to do things that we can't imagine. Maybe making what do they call it? Ascended, where they can think freely and do things freely. So the thought of owning a machine, it will be hideous to them. But for us, my desktop is my computer. Notice the words I said, my computer.
It's my slave.
Yeah. we can't use that term. No.
Referring to my
way,
computer.
YouTube, you slave one. Oh no.
But here's an example even today that's going on.
Boba Fett
we
Starship.
own our pets,
Slave one.
but people say you cannot say that no more because pets have emotions, feelings,
Whatever,
and no, they can't talk.
They do to an extent, but they don't.
You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm trying to say.
Everything. The funny thing is this is what is going on, and like Bush brings this up. Is it Bush? Yeah, it's Bush McFadden. Yes. What he brings up, there's like, oh, there's so much racism around. There's so much. I'm not going to get into some deep political rant on this, but what people are doing is they're actually not bringing people together. They're actually separating people. So with them saying all this, that, and then you find out all this stuff is lies. So when people are like, oh, well, you need to bow down because of a certain race you are. No, I don't. Who are you? I don't have to listen to you. I don't have to listen to mobs. And so when you actually see people, and this is, of course, going on a few years ago, especially, you're seeing people bowing down to other people.
Oh, God, yeah.
You go, what in the fuck is going on?
They want to bow down to Phil McCracken. They can bow down. Just make sure they
bow
worship
down and
me in
kiss
the
my
proper
butt.
way.
That's
But look, I don't like classic.
Anyone bowing down to me or kissing my ass or blowing smoke up my
Neither,
ass.
man. Neither, dude.
But here's the thing: to go and say to somebody, you need to apologize for something you did or your ancestors did. First of all, I'm full-blooded Italian.
Yep.
I'm proud of my race. I'm proud of what the history of. I'm not going to change anything, even if I could. And second of all right, I'll throw it out there. Yes, the Romans tore down the temple in Jerusalem. So am I got to worry that some Jewish person, and I know a lot of Jewish people, are going to turn to me and say, we need reparations? Well, okay. First things first, you're not the one that got the temple torn down upon. Second of all, I wasn't the one who did it. And third of all, oh, hell no, we're not getting nothing from me. I'm sorry. That's history. You're in 2022, not 2022,000 years ago. All right. What was done can't be undone. What happened did happen. It's just the way the world works. Hey, I mean, what's going to happen tomorrow? You were as a kid, you hit somebody because maybe, let's say, some boy spit on you, so you decked him. 30 years from now, he's going to say, you know what? I'm going to sue you because you assaulted me and humiliated me. Well, you spit on me, I'm going to deck you. And I'm probably going to deck you again just for bringing it back up. It doesn't make sense. Do what you can do today. I want every race to be happy. I want every race to be prideful. But if for some reason you feel that your race of origin or your nation of origin is being held down, well, build it up. Because every other race that done their thing, the Chinese, they built it. It wasn't handed it to them. The Romans and the Italians, it wasn't handed to them. The Greeks, it wasn't handed to them. Everybody else, yes, there are some countries out there, nationals. Ireland, I feel sorry for because the plague that did their potatoes made more Irish people leave that they're still in Ireland. But that didn't have anything to do with a human being. And to say, well, okay, well, my race has been destroyed by a potato famine. Are you going to blame everybody else because of it?
I blame the Italians.
It was the Italians. We don't like French fries. It's pizza. Pizza.
You need to apologize for Mussolini right now.
What
and yes, Cap, we're still going. Remember, this is the Sunday edition. This is go with the old format.
This is what I don't understand about this. I think if a lot of people decided to actually build something, then they will feel more rewarding. This will feel more rewarding. It will feel more rewarding in their life. And I think that's what it might help with a lot of these situations. And they may not feel like canceling other people or feeling offended all the time or getting on social media and just going on a crazy tyrant about nonsense. I just think people need to build something. And if you build something, people are like, I don't like this. It's like, it's not your vision, so I don't care.
So, Cash, let me ask you this. Do you want to cancel San Diego Padre fans because of what happened to the Dodgers last night?
No, of course not. I don't care about them, but I don't want to cancel them. They can speak their minds.
He doesn't want to cancel them. They all need to burn in hell, but they, no
I don't
cancellations.
feel, I didn't say that. I'm saying that they can speak their mind fine. But when we want to speak our minds about things, even that are factual, then we deserve to be demonized and get in trouble. That's where I draw the line.
Yeah.
In other words, he hates the Padres and he hates the city of San Diego.
I don't. I've been to San Diego. It's quite nice.
So you're happy and content that your Dodgers lost to the Padres?
No, of course not. I care about the Padres.
That's being negative.
I know it is being negative.
More inclusive.
That doesn't. Oh, right. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to let them speak their minds. So
concede to their victory, Cash. Accept it.
I'm not conceding to anything, man.
He says that he doesn't care about the Padres, but last night we have video of what he was actually saying after the Dodgers lost.
The time has come. Execute Order 66.
That's what they want me to think because I'm a white, straight male. So that right there is all negative signs.
You're straight?
I am.
Oh, and he lives in California, Stan.
Yeah,
that's right.
Out. My gaydar just all whacked out of whack.
Did you? Are you trying to play for both teams now, Anonymous?
When he was a kid, the girls wouldn't play with him and his playhouse. I'm sorry, Gap. I'm sorry.
Dude, what was that, Cash?
But I will say them easy bake ovens.
Shut up, Phil.
They can make
talking to Cash.
Stuff. They can bake some good stuff.
Oh my gosh. Are we back to the easy bake oven again?
Hey, don't you be hating
Phil.
Easy Bake Oven.
Phil, about your easy bake oven.
Go ahead. See, people, these are people that didn't get to play with girls and didn't get to play and have the enjoyment of a brownie.
Oh man. I'm just saying
Okay,
that.
all right.
Anyways, what we just need jokes to come back and stuff. I think it's great that people come on like streams and stuff, and they're like, "Hey, by the way, I know it's another white straight male. I know it's scary, but
It is.
these are the kind of jokes that we need again, and I'm gonna have to bring them back, I guess."
Yes, everybody has gaydar. Gap. I'm sorry.
Dude,
people don't like to talk about it, but
I still can't believe what we found out about Gap earlier. That was very interesting.
Yeah, liking Wonder Woman 1984.
Oh gosh.
Hold up.
I lost some
have to
respect.
admit,
I really
I
did.
do like Wonder Woman 1984.
Oh, that's Phil.
Okay, all right. You know what? Okay, there is a clip that I think is appropriate for Gap and for Phil. You like Wonder Woman 1984 because of this.
All right, youngster, out you go.
Oop, wrong one. Sorry.
I don't want my pain taken away. I need my pain.
It was an okay movie. I liked the first Wonder Woman.
The first one was very good. The second one, just especially since it has some political agenda, because Patty Jenkins is kind of a nutcase, was just, even though Pedro Pascal was probably the best thing about 84, if that's saying much, but
the whole premise and story was terrible, and then execution was a lot of weird stuff in that didn't make any sense.
I think you guys
Cheetah was bad, and I just
were watching Wonder Woman for all the wrong reasons.
What was it?
I was watching because I was thinking it was going to be a good sequel to the 2016 movie, and it ended up sucking.
I was watching it because of that nice Jewish woman that was playing it. Any vision of her, hey, she has a nice figure. That's enough to hypnose my
That's racist and sexist, Phil.
Yeah, that's a racist and sexist statement, Phil.
I'm admit to it. I'm a child of the 70s. There you go.
I was watching it because Gal Gadot is a good-looking woman.
There you go.
A bad-looking woman.
When it comes to good-looking women, I'm a male chauvinist pig and proud of it.
And I was hoping it would be a good follow-up to the first one, and unfortunately, no.
Nope. No. And look, some people like it. Good for them.
That's fine.
I don't. I
Look,
have no desire.
You guys
to
had an image, and we're talking about Barbarella with Jane Fonda. If you're thinking they're going to the movie to see a movie and not see what they were seeing with Jane Fonda, that's all I have to say.
Why can't we have both?
You can enjoy it, even though she was a nut job herself. But
Oh, even Raquel Welch. I mean, nobody went to her movies to get the story. They watched it for Raquel Welch.
Raquel Welch.
But they were tricked in that one that he did with what's that guy's name? The actor? I can't think of his name. Michael Douglas, the English guy, the other Douglas, the guy who played with Christian Bale as the butler. I can't think of his name. Help me out.
Michael Caine.
Michael Caine. Thank you. He did a movie with Raquel Welch, and the very opening scene was very risque.
Oh no!
But it come to find out that wasn't even her. That was a body double.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh no! A body double.
I mean, Brad Pitt, I had found out a number of years ago, had a double for a certain part of his anatomy, and shoot, I can't. That Rome movie, Troy, right? Whatever, Troy, yeah.
Troy.
Ugh,
Didn't that movie flop at the box office?
Troy had horrible editing. I don't care what anybody says. That movie has awful editing. Awful.
I like the other guy who played Hector. That guy, I can't think of his name. The guy who played the Hulk. I can't think of his name.
Is it
Bana, whatever his name.
Gap, isn't it? Yeah, Gap,
he did a good job as an actor.
Eric Bana.
Yep. He also was in Star Trek.
Oh, Phil. Oh, you got that wrong.
Yeah, as Nero.
I was about to say, Gap, I don't want you to be holding any more purses for somebody, dude. That doesn't sound fun.
Gap's hating on me because, I'm upset at him about not being able to play with girls in their easy bake ovens.
Oh my god! All right,
Well,
we should probably
let's go ahead and talk
let's
about
move
this
on.
article
Let's
related
move
to
on
Trigun
before we go on.
Stampede. Because as you all can see, Cash's
Yes.
icon is Vash the Stampede.
Mike was thinking about me for this article.
Badge the Stampede. What?
Vash.
Vash. Or Vash, however you want to say it.
Vash
Vagina.
Stampede. No, not
No, not that. No,
That's
Maz.
the
Jeez,
one.
man.
I don't know.
All right, so it says
before you start, I need to go, guys. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I don't want. I got yelled at, but I don't want to get beat. So I'm going ahead.
It's coming down the wire. Yeah.
So I'm going to
versus a
disappear
girlfriend. Sunday night.
I'm going to disappear now.
Sunday.
If you don't see me
Phil.
for a couple days, don't worry.
Sunday
I'm alive, but
afternoon.
a little beat up. That's all.
Okay, dude.
So,
All right. All right.
Go
have a
spend
good
time with
day.
the girlfriend,
Enjoy
man.
yourselves. Have a
I'll
good
talk to you
Sunday.
later, Phil.
Bye.
Bye, Phil.
Have
Bye,
a good
Phil.
one, Phil. As far as behaving, I can't promise anything.
You read the story. I'll be right back.
All right. This article comes from comicbook.com. And it says Trigun Stampede hints at new trailer with release date. This is by Evan Viciante or Valentine. Don't ask me why. I don't have an excuse. I just fucked up. There's my excuse. I fucked up. Anyways, Bash the Stampede will return with Trigun becoming a fan favorite anime franchise despite its story coming to an end in the late 1990s. Anime fans were shocked when it was announced earlier this year that a new take on the humanoid typhoon would be arriving via the anime series Trigun Stampede. Now, Studio Orange is touting a new trailer that will hit the net later this week, which will arrive with the anime's release date as well. At present, it hasn't been revealed whether Bash's return to the anime world will be a prequel series or a new reimagining of his fast paced world. The previous time that Bash the Stampede was in an anime project was the feature length film Trigun Badlands Rumble, which I have seen, released in 2010. So it's been quite some time since the Trigun franchise released a new project, especially considering the fact that the manga ended decades ago. Needless to say, there is plenty of territory that the new anime series could explore, and long stretches of Vash's early life haven't been focused on in the previous anime or manga. The official Trigun Stampede Twitter account shared the news that anime fans should expect a new trailer on October 15th. So that was yesterday, giving fans new footage following this new version of Bosch the Stampede, while also revealing the long awaited release date for the Gunsling series. Trigun Stampede will be brought to life by Studio Orange, with the production house perhaps best known for its work on Beastars and Godzilla. Singular point, besides giving us a new take on the humanoid typhoon's design, Orange will be using a far different animation style from the first anime series that was released by Madhouse in the late 90s, along with a feature length film that arrived in 2010. Alongside Vash, his nefarious brother Knives has been confirmed to appear in the series, though franchise stalwarts such as Wolfward, Meryl, Millie have yet to be shown. Are you hyped for the new Trigun trailer dropping later this week? Do you think Stampede will be a prequel to the original anime? Well, Cash, I'm going to ask you.
I don't know, man. This is supposed to be, I guess, a reboot. I don't know if this is exactly a prequel, but we'll see how the CGI holds up. I'm not sure about it. But just the original series is so freaking good. It's just, I would probably say it's classic anime. I love Trigun. It is really, really interesting. The whole space meets Western, and after a number of years, and it has been a number of years, they finally want to bring this back, but I don't know how this is going to work out. They're going to put CGI in it, and we'll just see. I'm not sure. I'll watch the trailer though.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and showcase the trailer. I will pause it as many times as I feel I need to, just to avoid any copyright claim and copyright strike.
If it's on IGN, it should be fine. Somewhere else, it should be okay. I don't see a problem with it.
Well, this is coming from Toho, so it might be a little iffy. So,
okay.
You know what? Scratch that. Because it's from Toho, and I've heard how they can be sometimes. I'm not even going to showcase the trailer, but the link is in there. I think you all understand why, especially with these companies. What? You showed 5 seconds of our trailer? Strike or claim or any of that other bullshit. But the link is there in the chat, and I'll go ahead and include it in the description real quick. This way, you all can watch it for yourselves. Just got to be careful. And, it's something I can definitely show when we're not on stream, but...
Sure.
Which I will, Cash. I'll go ahead and keep the window available. This way we can watch it off stream, but... And I'll also go ahead and put it in my Discord. So if you're a part of my Discord, you can watch it there too. I'll just put it in the Motor Mouse section. So give me 1 second to post that. All right. So it is there now. So if you want to watch it, it's in the Discord, and Cash and I will watch it after Pop Talk ends, which will be very shortly. As I only have one more article for this Sunday's program.
All
so
right.
Let me go ahead and highlight this article. It's about a game which you're actually be playing one of the original games in this series.
Oh, yes.
On Phantom Hooligan soon.
Yep.
All right. So we have this article from Bounty in the Comics, and it says, violation to prioritize fixing and improving Saints Row rather than delivering new content. Based on that headline, what's your take?
It's this game's a mess. I mean, I found another article the other day which says there's they're trying to fix 400 bugs or 200 bugs or something. I was like, what the fuck? Just what a mess of a game. And why this is why I got upset on Twitter recently, and I says, what the hell? Why did we ever need this? We didn't. We didn't need this game. We didn't need this reboot. And it's just, it bombed. The game bombed. So as far as, I don't think it ever made a profit, unless I'm missing something, but I'm quite sure it bombed. Everything that was shown of this game, I went, why would I care about buying this? Why would I want to spend $5 even on buying this? It's mediocre. Everything that was shown looked mediocre. It's like, people would say, oh, you got to play it. Do I?
I watched a stream of it, and I was thinking, this is supposed to be interesting to the player. That's supposed to get us motivated. The characters were just moping and uninteresting. The dialogue was horrid.
Yep. The side quests just look boring. The customization could have been way better. I mean, we're in 2022 now. Are you guys kidding me with this kind of stuff? Just it's ridiculous.
So the article says violation has recently stated their first step in improving Saints Row will be to prioritize fixing the game's bugs and making the game more stable instead of focusing on delivering new content. Maybe they should have spent more time developing the game instead of spending a year or two working on the game to make sure that by the time it was released, it would be a game that was worth playing. But no, we got to rush it out. It goes on to say the Saints Row Autumn Update blog post on the game's official website promised there was yet more content to be added. We are so excited that Saints Row is finally out and in your hands. Violation opened. More than 1 million players have taken Saints Telsa by storm and begun to build their criminal empires at the Saints. Okay. It goes on to say the statement continued. While we have been quietly working behind the scenes, everyone at Violation has been following your response to the game, and we want to thank you for your enthusiasm, support, and feedback. Said feedback has been scathing as professional and independent critics loathe the game's dated gameplay, lack of identity, and numerous bugs. We are supporting Saints Row for the long term, and while we have preferred to be talking about roadmaps and expansions, right now we feel the focus must be on telling you how excuse me, how we're going to improve the Saints Row experience for all players in 2022 and beyond. Violation admitted. Starting with bugs and fixes, the developer confessed they know there is still work to do to improve your experience in the game, and we're working hard on fixes to community reported issues and improvements based on your feedback. The statement highlights the developer's recent hot fixes, asking readers to follow the Patch Hub webpage and social media accounts for the most up to date Saints information and a peek at what we're working on. But there's a lot more we want to do, and right now our development priority is delivering improvements over new features. Violation revealed. In keeping with that, we're going to ship our first major update in late November to pack in as many improvements and fixes as we can. Goes on to say this November update will feature over 200 bug fixes and stability upgrades, and it will have a particular focus on challenges, overall stability, and co op. We're especially aware of issues some players have been having with co op, and we're sorry these fixes have taken longer than expected while we apply and test them thoroughly. Violation apologized. Separately, we know that the game doesn't clearly explain how and when co op is possible, so we are working on this too. In the meantime, please make sure to check the co op guide for info on the best way to team up and tear up Saint Theo with a friend. Violation then moved on to quality of life changes and ongoing improvements. They explained that in addition to bug fixes, at the same time, this November update will mark the beginning of a series of quality of life changes and new features for the core game. This update will include many requested improvements, including reducing repetition in some activities, making challenges more rewarding, improving vehicle management, revamp rumble and haptic features, and more. Several of these points were major critiques against the game, but the quality of life improvements in the updates are just the tip of the iceberg. There are wins we feel we can get to you quickly while we work on even bigger and better improvements based on your feedback. Violation promised. We plan to update you more regularly soon on what the changes we're making and when. Then it goes on to say Violation shifted gears to then focus on the cosmetics content for that year, admitting that this particular endeavor is no longer at the top of their list, declaring while delivering new content has become less of a priority for now, we still have a few nice additions for players in 2022. This week, we released the first of a series of cosmetic packs, the front to back pack to all players for free. If you own the game, all you have to do is go to your relevant platform store and download it. As seen below, the pack includes clothes and vehicle, and a vehicle that has two fronts to them. We'll be releasing more free cosmetic packs this year for all players, as well as several additional cosmetic packs that will be given to expansion pass owners at no extra cost. Violation announced the expansion pass will also be made available to purchase later this month. Remember, you already have the expansion pass if you own Gold, Platinum, or Notorious editions of Saints Row. So I'm not going to read the rest of it, but it definitely sounds like it's a game that needed more time in development before it was released because of all the bugs and irregularities in the game. What do you think, Cash?
Yeah, and I just don't think it needed to be made. I think if they were going to do anything, just make a new Saints Row game. But it looks like this is the direction they want, more of a politically correct, personally for me, way too much neon nonsense and just mediocre. How are they going to make the side quest fun again? You know, this game is built on it wasn't politically correct, so it wasn't PC. It had snappy dialogue. There was funny things, and they were willing to take chances. And you can make better looking characters. I'm sorry, but the character stuff is just the character customization that I've seen already is just it's pretty good, fine, but it could be way better. So whatever.
Yeah.
I don't see myself ever buying this game for even $2. I just don't see it.
I was going to say, no matter how much of a discount this game is ever given, I'm not buying it. I have no interest in playing it.
Yep. What's up, Adam?
How's it going, Adam?
I think Gap is kind of bored.
just you need to stop Gap, okay? Stop Gap.
Yeah, I mean, this just goes to show they were in a rush to get a game out, and now they're paying the price.
They're also paying the price because there's still too many reboots and remakes. Certain ones work fine, other ones do not. And when this is the problem that I have, this is the problem that I have with Violation and different other gaming companies that just don't find a clue with this stuff. Either don't make it, and it's just better. Yep. That's the thing, Padawannabe. They don't know how to make it, or they don't care enough how to make it. They used to, but they don't care anymore. They feel like this is the direction they have to go because of a bunch of people on Twitter or something. So it doesn't matter. It's just a mess. All you can do is, the thing is, you can do one or two things. You can make fun of this stuff, or you can just get really upset about it. But the reality is that this remake never should have been made. There's no point to it. There's a lot of remakes that aren't. Certain ones on Zelda, like when they came out originally on Game Boy, then yeah, it makes sense. But other stuff, there's no reason for a lot of these reboots and remakes. There's no reason for Splinter Cell to come back. There just isn't. Not because, especially with the words for a modern audience, that just It's stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
I don't see the need for games to do this at all. I mean, I keep seeing stuff. I'm not a big, gigantic gamer, you know. I got my certain games that I like to play, and I keep seeing all these IPs like, oh, we're coming out reimagining of this game, or I don't know how many times did like the one with the lesbian girl and the that killed her surrogate. What is that called? Abby and.
Are you talking about The Last of Us?
Yeah, The Last of Us. What are they doing with that? That confuses me.
Well, what happened with that?
Not the storyline, but like what they're doing with the games.
I don't know. They decided that it was a good idea to remaster the original Last of Us again, and that's fine as long as it's coming to PC, because I'm not going to buy it again on console. I'm not going to get a PS5 to play The Last of Us. But if it comes to PC, which it is planning to come to PC, then they can mod things. That sounds great. Yeah. Yeah.
That's the whole problem with the current.
It's most people.
But that's the whole problem with the current generation of consoles. It's remaster after remaster after remaster.
That's what I'm getting at. It's like it's constant remastering of the same stuff, and then they change things.
Right. And so
just tick people off, and why bother?
Look at what they're doing with Resident Evil 4. They're remaking it again. Capcom is remaking it again. It's so stupid. It's just really stupid. And people are excited about that. And I go, what? Why? Even some people in this community that we know in the YouTube community, they're excited about another fucking Resident Evil 4. I don't understand it that Capcom's doing. Why instead of that, why don't we get a remake of Code Veronica? But of course, the joke is that Claire's ass would be too big on the screen, that it would just be too much for a lot of people.
Maybe it would.
Maybe it would. Just too much.
You know, it's bad enough remaking movies and TV shows and stuff, but then you gotta mess with games. Make another game. Come on. Just it boggles my mind. You know, sometimes I understand remaking or remastering a one for one of an old game, like an old Nintendo game or an old PC game from Windows 98 or something. You know, one for one. Like there's a game called Flashback. Love that game when it first came out.
Yes.
And it was a very nice mechanics with how they moved, and the storyline was good. And it's a short game, but it was a really good game. And then they remastered it for new PC for now, and they did a really good job with it. It's pretty close to exactly what the first one was, and that's all you need to do. If you want to take an old game and update it a little bit to fit the new operating systems or a new console or something, that's great. That's fine. But you can't just change things all around and you know, wokeify it or take stuff out that's problematic and just tick people off and bring it out and try to make a butt ton of money off of it. It's not the way to do it. Just make a new game.
It's a whole different there's so many aspects to what is going on. It's not just that there's been so much politics injected into certain games, which it's not necessary. It really isn't. It's also the fact that you have the broken games that you're still getting on PC. And it's just a list of things that just continues to go down. Then they're like, but this is $70. This is $60. Is it though? No, because it's broken and you're not getting enough of the game with some of these games that are coming out. Not all of them, but some of them. And you're just like, well, what are they doing? It doesn't make any sense. They take away things. They add stuff to games that don't need it. They tell you that, you know, this is the way it is. They add some small politics to even stuff like a racing game like Forza Horizon 5. And I've talked about this before. There's a number of consumers that just accept this crap, and it's crap because it doesn't have to be this way. And so a lot of this stuff, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And if you're trying to fix it, then, make it actually better and make it better for the consumers. And so they don't. And they just, it goes on and on. Like I would tell people 1,000 times, don't buy the new consoles yet. Not until there's enough new games on there that is worth the money.
Yeah.
Instead, spend money maybe on a mid-range computer. It blows my mind, this stuff. You could play an old arcade game, like say, I don't know, it's like an old Star Wars game or something. And yeah, the graphics are dated in this, but the game is complete and the game can still be fun. So that's the other thing. Can we just have games to be fun again? Just to be games. They don't have to be this way. They don't have to have an agenda. They don't have to have this. They can just be fun.
Yeah. And Padawannabe, they are coming out with a remaster or a remake of GoldenEye that's going to be available through Xbox Game Pass. If you have the Rare Replay, it'll automatically update it and add it to that collection. And it will also be available on Nintendo Switch.
Yeah. That could be a remake that would be worth it, but we'll just have to see.
As long as they one for one it.
Right. So we'll just have to see what they do. But there's Japanese RPG games that are still coming out that I would tell people they're definitely worth it. That's many, many hours of fun. But a lot of this other stuff, certain racing games, certain stuff, there has to be some kind of tiny bullshit in there that you go, why?
Yeah, why is this even here?
Why am I forced to do this at all? Like, I can't skip this at all. Like, I have to be forced to do this. So it's not that everything is doom and gloom. I have a conversation with one of my friends. He's like, dude, so many of these games are just absolute shit. Like, all the time, it's shit. It's this. And I said, you can still find stuff on Nintendo, even Sony, even Microsoft that's worth your money. But there are so many franchises, because my friend was talking about what happened to Conker's Bad for a day. I said, well, according to the Rare people, that they had an article a few years ago, they said, we're just more mature than that, and we can't make something like that. It's a cop-out to me. It just is. You can be immature or mature and still make something that's immature and fun. So I think they just want to make excuses. It's the same thing I tell people about stuff like Rare did Sea of Thieves. It's a good pirate game, but it could be so much more because we've had more in the past with other pirate games, like Sid Meier's Pirates. So I don't really understand these decisions. It's like, it's a good game, but it could be so much better.
No vision.
Yeah, it's just like when I was playing Shadow of the Tomb Raider. I was enjoying my experience.
Those are good games. I would always tell people the new Tomb Raider trilogy, they're good games, especially 2. They're fun, good games. Lara Croft gets just messed up in those games, which would make sense. But yeah, I don't really know why a lot of these decisions. I don't understand why Activision, Blizzard, Ubisoft, and a number of other companies are going in a lot of these directions, or the things that they come out and say, modern audience, or this has to be this way. It just doesn't turn out that great. Like, I would tell people 1,000 times, like, play The Division. The Division's a fun game. It's fun with friends. It's also fun without friends. It's not a bad game, but it only goes so far because it's an always online game. So if the PvP in that game is not good, then there's a problem. I have a friend who told me Valhalla was actually a good game. That was made by the same guy who made Assassin's Creed 2, which I would tell people a lot that it's a great game. It just is. It's like one of the best because it's challenging and it's just fun, and it's cool to hang out with Da Vinci and make designs with him and help him out and stuff like it, because there's always this history with the Assassin's Creed games. But then they get to the point when they're like, let's put in these microtransactions. In a game you're already paying $60 for. It doesn't make any sense. And so they just have to. And so then the consumers go, oh, that's okay. Then it gets worse. That's okay. Then it gets worse. That's all right. Then it just keeps getting worse.
Well, even Adam brings up the fact that these games are online only. I'm tired of that. There are games I just want to be able to put in my PS4 or turn on my PC and click on the icon to have it come up and just start playing. I don't want to have to depend on always online connectivity.
No, it's caused problems
terrible
before.
idea.
It's caused a lot of problems because there's lag. There's people that have been hacked, unfortunately. I remember one of my friends who got hacked on Diablo 3. I don't remember how it happened, but he did. There was just always problems. The same with Call of Duty. Call of Duty should be a game where you have online and you have offline. So if you're playing the campaign, it should be offline. If you're playing online, then it should be online, but it should be balanced enough. That's the other problem. It's the same with like Overwatch. Sure, 25 million players downloaded Overwatch, but how many of them are going to stick with it for the long haul like they did with the original? Because the original was actually a fun game to an extent. But when you have to depend on people, your friends aren't around, you have to depend on randoms who don't care about teamwork, then you've got problems. So,
and I've even heard that with Overwatch 2, you have to put in your telephone number in order to
I
sign
think
into the game.
they're trying to I think they got rid of that problem, I think, if I remember reading, but maybe they didn't, or maybe it's only on PC. It's stupid.
That's a dumb idea.
Yeah, no, you're not getting my information.
No. It's just, this is just, the gaming industry is still in just a cycle where you're going to get some really good games, and then you're going to get a lot of mediocre games. You're going to get some just good games. It's going to be very interesting. Gotham Knights is coming out soon. We'll see how that turns out. Everything that I've seen seems to me that it's a watered down version of the Arkham games. I hope to be wrong. I really do. So
when Gotham Knights comes out, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to look for live streams, whether it be here on YouTube or over on Twitch. And I want to hear the user feedback.
Yep.
Is this game worth playing? If I hear more complaints about the game than I hear positive reviews, then that'll tell me. Now, someone's going to say, why don't you just experience it for yourself? Because part of being a consumer is also listening to consumer feedback, if you want to put it that way.
Yeah. And they take into account the other stuff. They're like, oh, did we get this checkbox? Fine, but is the game more about that than actually being fun? It's a mess, because these decisions shouldn't be that hard to fix. You guys want a lot of money, you do this, you make people happy. And then you have the other side of it, which is the franchises. They go away. Hey, can we get another Rayman? No, we can't. Okay, why not? Because we're just not going to do those games anymore. Why not? Are you afraid of the big-chested woman, whatever, in the game? Is that what the problem is? And so then it's like we're going to bring Splinter Cell back. Or Ubisoft, okay, the name Tom Clancy is only name only, basically. And so, because obviously he passed away more than a few years ago, I think Tom Clancy passed away. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly the number of years it's been, but
I looked at Wildlands. Wildlands has stupid AI. I look at, there's some fun to be had, but where is this game that I want to go back to it? I want to play it again. Something like Fallen Order, that is a game that people can go back and play again. Replayability would be nice too. That's why, however people feel about Nintendo, there's still a number of games that Nintendo gives you that's complete. And then you can buy the DLC if you want to.
I don't mind a DLC as long as it adds more to the game. You know, that's fine. You get like another half a game or something, you know, several levels. That's perfectly fine. But if I have to buy items in the game in order to proceed farther into it, screw you. I don't want that.
I mean, free to play Overwatch. I thought they were going to put in a campaign for Overwatch 2, but I don't know if they will. And then it's like $20 for a skin, and I'm like, well, if you already have most of the skins, you shouldn't even have to spend extra money. And if people are doing that, I just roll my eyes, because they want to tell you that this is a new game. Well, why didn't you just keep updating this one? And as a lot of people have already said, it feels like a DLC. Well, that's not good. If it's called Overwatch 2, it should feel like it should feel like an actual upgrade. And if it's just an upgrade to like a DLC, then why even call it Overwatch 2?
Yeah. Oh, Overwatch 1.2 or 1.3 is.
Yeah. So right, exactly. And so you say, oh, I want to try this. Oh, it's free to play. Sure. I've tried mobile games that were free to play. Sometimes they turn out pretty good, but they also get to the point where you feel you're going to have to spend some money. Sometimes you spend a bit too much money, and you're like, well, this game was fun for a while, and I feel like the money was worth it. If you feel it's worth it, then it's fine. But it's just the greed has also taken over too. You buy a new PS5, you have to, when a launch game comes out, it's $70 plus tax. That's bullshit. I don't care what anybody says. It's bullshit.
Real quick, Cash, we do have somebody who's joining us on the panel.
The following announcement has been paid for by the New World Order.
Thank you.
Welcome,
awesome.
Superman Shaw.
Hey, Adam. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, I cannot but agree with you guys so much. I'm sorry. I was trying to type from the phone. I was doing other stuff, but you have to. This is what made me mad. I got excited when they were re-releasing, I think it was Saints Row 3 or 4 or whatever. I think it was Steam had it, right?
Yeah.
But I'm on an iMac, and Steam hates iMacs. Because unfortunately my PC's down. I got to take it to the shop, and that stuff's not cheap. So that's the problem with that. So half the games I could play, I can't play on Steam. I got in trouble because, well, I was kind of high last night, and so I had the lights on, and I was playing the GameCube, and I'll even share it with you. I mean, I have no problem sharing. But it was just funny because I was recording it from my phone. It's not the greatest footage, but you see the Joker in the background and the lights changing, and then I'm like having fun because, well, I'm stoned and playing Nintendo. So, but that's what I want. Like, I want to be able to play my GameCube and be able to stream it, without it being a pain in the ass. I bought one of those Nintendo. It's a USBs that you just plug in the back, and you've got the controller. It's got like a bunch of the old Nintendo games on it, including ones we didn't get, like weird Marios that were only released in Japan and stuff. I bought that like off Facebook for like $30 or something. And it's great. AA batteries or AAAs, you throw in the controller, 2 of them. That's great, but there's no streaming it. I can't plug it in the iMac and play it because of the way my 2013 iMac is. But I mean, once I get what I need done so I can actually stream games and stuff, I would do it more. I can't play the newer stuff. I can only play for about 15 minutes, 20 minutes, half hour at most, and then I end up with just issues with getting dizzy and whatnot due to only having the one eye and shit. So
I get that, man.
And the newer movement games, like I love you guys when you do take the time to play like the newer DBZ games. Like I love watching it on the big TV, but if I were to try playing that, oh man, forget it. I'd be tapping out in like 20 minutes. But these old school games I can still play. That's not a problem. And I mean, I had fun playing Paperboy in the arcade, like the old school original arcade, back when they were a quarter, or you had to go get, 4 tokens for $1, that kind of good stuff. Yep. I miss those games. And I wish they were easier to play so you could stream the stuff. We were playing Uno for free last night, just testing it out on one of the websites you can go to for a free game, play with your friends. And it is literally the chintziest version. It's not the best because, we've had it for all your game systems and whatnot we've talked about, right? They had it for PlayStations and all that, and Xboxes and whatnot. Okay, cool. And PC, of course. By the way, PC gaming, for the last 5 decades have still been better than any of this home console bullshit. Just saying.
Well, usually it is. You still can find stuff. I'm just saying that you should, especially if you're a gamer, you should have a nice PC.
Dude, you're right. You should. And I mean,
I don't mind having consoles, but I got to have my PC, dude. I'd be
Yeah.
lost without it, man.
Dude, for real though, because that's all an Xbox was a mini computer. Nobody really
Yes.
understood that. I loved it. I was like, oh, this is great, you know, because I still have an unmodded, unraped original Xbox.
Yeah. Well, I'm just waiting for Phil Spencer or whatever, man, to finally come out with excitement for the Xbox. You know, when is this Perfect Dark reboot or whatever? That could be good. You know, when is Sony gonna come out with stuff that I go, oh well, maybe I want to finally buy a PS5. I haven't seen it yet, man, and it's been like 2 years at least.
Yeah. How did you feel? And this is for everybody, but how did you feel with them going to again the digital platform where there's no discs? Like, I'm not a big fan.
I
of that.
can't do that, man.
I prefer to have physical media.
I like to have physical media, man, unless I have like a super duper memory card in there or something. Then okay, but no, I have to. I like disc. I like having the option of buying on digital and having a disc.
Yes, I have. What is it? 2K14, I think it is, which was PS3. But you were able to download from the disc the actual game to the system, so you can play with. Now that was nice, but again, I have the disc. Need for Speed Rivals, I had it digitally dumped down because I had bought it for the 3 and I bought it digitally for the 4. And then when I went to play it on the 4, it has a part where I'm on the very last run, like the movie run was, that because it's from that movie, the game was. And I'm at the end of it, and I'm almost about to beat the damn thing, and then it always freezes. It's like, and that's on the disc, mind you. So my thoughts were, for if you had a downloaded version, what if the downloaded version does that too? So yeah, I'm not comfortable with the not having a physical game, especially if the price is right. I'm sorry, most video games should not be more than $30, especially with all this DLC bullshit. Like, if you're gonna spend $50, all the DLC to me should be included. I don't see why any game out of anything we've looked at recently from the last 2 decades, really, why are games so expensive, especially when they're really not, as you guys have spoke out on many of the newer ones, which I would have no clue on, how they're not really doing anything, right? It's just towing that line, checking those boxes, and the games aren't getting any better.
They just don't feel like they're $60. A lot of them, I would tell a lot of people that. They just don't. Some of them are worth it. Some of them are worth more than that. Getting the ultimate edition, it just depends. But even collector's editions, you look at like, oh, I'm interested in this. Doesn't come with the soundtrack, but you do get art cards. Like, I've gotten art cards before for this game. Why do I want art cards again? Why can't I get a soundtrack? The art book is nice, but why can't I get a soundtrack? So whatever.
Well, online gaming for me, it was really cool because it was the 360 era. And I had a friend that moved to Arizona. So like the first ever little bit of gaming I did online was 360. And back in the day, you didn't really have to have the Xbox Live to play. You could still play without it, like without the paid subscription with your friends. I mean, that's all changed now. That was why PS3 was better than the Xbox 360. You could buy Need for Speed Rivals. You'd log on their net. And I apologize, I can't remember who the hell makes the game. I think it's EA. But you would log on their server, and then all of us that had that game could play against each other. And you could either be the cops or you could be the racers. So to me, that was one of the most epic games ever because you could do anything you wanted with your friend, and you didn't have to pay for it. Where nowadays, of course, you got to have the PlayStation Plus and the Xbox Plus and all that shit just to play online with your friends. Where on a PC, we didn't used to have to do that either. You could just jump on the game, you'd meet in a room and go play. Like, I suck at Fortnite, but I did get to play with Jason Mewes and talk with him, and that was fun. And my friends and I that got to play Fortnite, just us, like, we always die and get shot in the ass. And, if we're crawling around, we're like, yep, you're going to get shot in the ass, and then you're dead. But we had fun. Like, we might have sucked at it. Some 6-year-olds were kicking our asses, but we had fun, and that's the thing. Bring fun back to the games again, man. That's all we're asking for. Give us good stuff. Quit adding your politics and your stupid check boxes, and give us some good games. Because you know what? In the last 3 years, there hasn't been fuck all for good games, and there's no reason for that. Animators should have been animating during the whole pandemic and everything. Why are we now getting crap. We should be getting epic stuff, in my opinion. There's no reason we should be getting really, really good stuff, anime wise, to even video game wise. This is stuff you can do from your home. You don't have to be in an office with a bunch of people to do this. So
yeah, there's barely anything out there. Like, there's still some really good games, but it's really, I think it's very dangerous to be overhyped about any new game coming out. I really feel it's dangerous because you're just going to set yourself up for disappointment. I find myself lately playing a lot of older stuff, even buying some older stuff, and just having fun with that. There's still some games that are interesting, but even like Scorn, and I'm a big first-person shooter fan. I just go, it looks okay. Is it $60 worth? I don't know about that.
If it brings you joy, right? Like if it's on the individual too. If it brings you joy, we're not. And if you love some of the games we're trashing on, like we're not trying to offend anybody. This is just our opinions on it, And I mean, again, we're all gamers here. Like I don't game as much as I used to. I can't, but I wish I could. Hell, I'd love to sit here and make money on Twitch but I would be playing old school stuff, not the newer stuff. So who would really want to watch it? But I had fun.
Well, there are people who will watch the old school stuff.
Yeah.
But you're also going to get those same people who will come into your chat, whether it's here on YouTube or over on Twitch, that'll say, you suck. It's like, okay, well, have you played this game before? No. Then shut up.
Right.
Yeah. Well, it's like, what's worth it to... I would tell people the PS4 is worth it. I tell people the Switch is worth it. But I also tell people that any new consumers or people that are looking to get into gaming, that get a PC. You can still find enough on Steam. I usually even find myself buying older stuff, or even these collections like that. Turtles collection was actually worth it, I would say.
Yeah, the Cowabunga collection.
I just wish there was a controller thing or option. No, it's options or something that it's like for the sound. It's just like these things are so ridiculous to me.
Yeah, you shouldn't have to go into the settings and change the sound in the settings.
No.
On Windows.
Silly.
What I don't understand is like from the Steam versions and whatnot, if you're streaming on Twitch, or I don't know about Twitch, y'all would know better than I, but like YouTube, they bitch at you about and it's like, I bought the effing game, yo. Like I own this sumbitch and I'm playing the game. It's in the game. How can you even hit me with a copyright? Like YouTube's copyright is just completely redonkulous.
Mm-hmm.
I understand what I did last night was not because look, I'm old school, so I've got lights flashing. I've got Ozzy Osbourne playing in the background. Ozzy's Boneyard was playing. I get the fact that they're going to bitch at me for that. But when I've uploaded Arkham Asylum or Arkham Knight or bits out of that, and you're bitching at me about the music from a video game that's in the game that I had to buy. And again, this is not up yet. I've already got hit. This is but this is me playing last night. Like I said, it's no big deal. I know the video's not the greatest because it's from the phone. And I got the lights going just for a little bitty, because that's what I do when I'm having fun. I mean, I do that during the streams, it's all nice and dark, but I have fun with it, right? This is me having fun. But that's just it, dude. Like I enjoyed it and I had fun with it. And this is a Nintendo GameCube. Now, if I could do that on here where it's just the TV and play the games like what you've shared before, Mike, when you were playing games and stuff, that'd be great. But this is the best way I can think to do it. Well, let's face it, I was having a blast. So, and again, I've got it muted so that you won't get in any trouble or anything like that. I'd never, want my, my immaturity and having fun to get any trouble on your channel. So it was muted the whole time. We should be good. But I mean, like,
I appreciate that.
That's what you see as I'm sitting in my game chair right here. When I turn around to the TV, literally I'm sitting here playing the game, happy as a clam and, listening to music in a great mood, just enjoying myself to get yelled at about a copyright. And I'm like, I'm not even monetized. It doesn't matter. So whatever. Right. But no, I had fun doing it, and that's all I'm going to say. Have fun doing whatever you enjoy doing, whether the censors like it or not. I put that in, it's not in private. It's you got to have a link in order to see it. And the sons of bitches hit me with 3 copyrights on it. Luckily it was just warnings, not strikes. But I'm thinking it's not even available for anybody to watch. It's really there for my own entertainment. And yeah, immediately I get hit with that. So as if it's not bad enough with the video games, but what we have to deal with on these online platforms just to share the games, I think is a little ridiculous too. It'd be nice if maybe Congress did something for once, and instead of dancing around questions with the Fouch, maybe put some laws in place that protect those of us that are gamers, where we can share our content without this craziness that goes on. That's all we want to do.
Mm-hmm.
We want to play our games with our friends and have fun and show it.
And I do want to say hello to Rough Girl, who says, "Screw them. The old games rock, and I still play Connect games." And she also says hello to Padawannabe, but she also adds, "Look, if we're having fun, that's what it's all about. Let everyone else be bored and sad." Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, yep. Go ahead.
I've seen people go to different live streams of different YouTubers and Twitch streamers and go in there and bitch and complain because the person's not playing the game that they want them to play. It's not your stream. It's that person who's streaming the game stream. If that's the game they want to play, let them play it.
It's annoying.
If they suck at it like I do in certain parts of Tomb Raider, fine. That's just part of the gameplay.
Mike's just overthinking things. He'll
That's
learn.
part of being a gamer, though, bro.
You're getting better, Mike.
But that's part of being a gamer, though. At the heart of it, right? Like, if you were to be the best at every game you ever bought, there'd be no challenge. That you wouldn't learn nothing.
No, but yeah. What's also happening too is these people. Well, let's just say these media outlets, a number of them, like we read about the Sonic thing, we read about with Amy, they want to say it has to be this way, and yet it can be this. It can be at least a few options, but they're like, no, Dark Souls games needs to have like an easy mode, just an option to. You didn't make the game. FromSoft made the game. FromSoft doesn't want to do that, so go away with your nonsense. There's another thing that I saw also, guys, recently is we need more 3-hour games because we just don't have the time to play longer games, so we need more games of 3 hours. Well, great. Does that mean we're still going to get longer games for other people who want to play longer? Or do we need to be stuck where it's only a lot more games are now only 3 hours? So what is that? 3-hour game that's $40? Like Stray, I think Stray is like 3 hours.
Yeah, here's the thing. Would you feel like you got your money's worth playing a 3-hour game or playing, a game that might take you 10, 15, 18, 20 hours to complete or more?
I've always liked longer games, so just have.
I like an open world kind of a thing where it doesn't matter. It's on the individual on how long it takes you to say beat game, kind of a thing. I mean, even like say something as silly as like Final Fight. Like the longer you play the game, the better you get at it. There you go. It's all on the individual, not that anybody can grab a controller and beat it, say within the 3 hours because it's that lame. I don't know how else to phrase it. But that's how I feel. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I beat the. I like the Lego games, right? Because you guys know I'm a big baby. I'm a big old, almost 50-year-old. But I love the Lego games. Like I find entertainment and joy. I mean, I love Legos. I've got them all over my office. So, it is what it is. But those, it's the same thing. You can beat them. It just depends on how much you put into the game, right? But I don't think there's necessarily a specific, like only 3 hour. I think that is a horrible marketing strategy. Okay, we're going to put 3 hours in the game no matter what. So no matter what, you only get 3 hours out of it. Or maybe someone like me, it might take 6. But then again, if you're paying $60, man, it should be just open until I get done with it. And then that's where DL stuff should come in. So you could download it as needed, to continue said game.
What kind of weirdo games you people play that only take 3 hours? I'm looking through my Steam, and like most of them are like Call of Duty Advanced, where I played 200. Well, I mean that's online, but like Alien Isolation, I played 42 hours.
Nice.
Colonial Marines, 53 hours. What kind of games are
you
only
too,
3
Rough Girl?
hours?
Yeah, well, no, this is now the
Have a good one,
push.
Rough Girl.
Hey,
There
Rough
was an
Girl.
there was an article that came out recently, and that said that we need to push for more 3-hour games because people don't have the time, and so stuff like Stray is perfect. And then there was some other game they mentioned, and I forgot what it was actually, but I was like, well, I mean, that's fine for some people, but other people should have the option. We should always have the options. The options have been, if you want single player games should always be made, and they should. If you want multiplayer games, then those games should be made too. But it shouldn't just be one or the other. There should always be options for people. And so you get these media people now who are just like, they write these articles and you just roll your eyes because you go, why does it have to just be one way? Why does there have to be an easy mode in Dark Souls when there doesn't have to be? Maybe that game's just not for you because you don't like that type of game. That's fine. But why do you have to punish other people? And that's what it always seems to be. Why does other people have to be punished? Because it's that entitlement. Again, I always feel it's the entitlement, the way they write, the way they talk down to consumers, talk down to gamers. And I think, is it that, as like people have said, that a lot of people in the gaming industry in general now, the media who piles on, do they just hate gamers? Is that why they're always attacking them all the time? Do they just hate them? Sure,
Well, they want to blame gamers and the games for what's currently happening in society. Why not look at the parents in most cases?
Right.
Well, they view gamers as the most toxic people on the planet, I bet. I mean, we're people who get into these online games and and play with other people in freaking Fortnite or Overwatch or
yeah,
I guarantee they think that Call of Duty, that we're all the most toxic people on the planet, and people use some pretty salty language and say a lot of very weird things. So I don't know if they're looking for a new audience. They're trying to drive out those kind of people and looking for the snowflake audience to build their new games on. I don't know where they're going with this, because it's going to be the same thing with when they make movies for SJWs. Nobody comes out and watches it.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's just like saying, male gamers are misogynist, phobes, and Yahtzees who won't play a game where there's a female protagonist as the main character.
Not even 10.
I think I just proved them wrong recently with Shadow of the Tomb Raider.
Yeah, I got where was that? Yeah, what was that? 42 hours worth of Alien Isolation. Screw 'em.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Ripley's daughter is a badass in that. She's just
a good game.
It was badass. It's a very good game, man.
And it didn't have to be aliens. I didn't have to run around with a pulse rifle, which I loved. I would love to have like a Call of Duty quality game with me running around with a pulse rifle and stuff. I know Fireteam Elite, I got that, but it's not the same type of game. I don't know. The Horde genre is it's not my favorite. So, but yeah, it was a very fun game to play, knowing what you had to do in that, and it wasn't the same thing as like a Call of Duty or Alien Colonial Marines and stuff like that. So, and yeah, I was fine playing as a girl. It was great. It was fun. It wasn't woke. It was just good. It was fun. I played 46 hours.
You play these games because they were fun. In the arcade, you played them because they were fun. That's why they come back. That's why there's the Capcom Station 2 and though I think some of that stuff's a bit overpriced personally, but you have emulators, you have this, you have that. You can play a lot of these old games and they're hard, but I just don't I don't really understand. Yes, I probably over the years I've played more games that had a male protagonist. Oh no, how terrible. But there were games I also found that had female protagonists, and they were just as fun.
Yeah,
Especially I
Metroid.
still enjoy Metroid. But I want you guys to know this. Please stay away from Other M. Samus talks so fucking much in that game, you probably will jump out the window. I'm not kidding you. She just talks way too fucking much.
Toxic male. Women talk too much.
She does, man. It goes for any character. Imagine having either a male or a female character sitting there and basically telling you all their thoughts pretty much in their head. How would you not go crazy?
Yeah, TMI.
So a lot of it's not that interesting. Yeah.
You had moments, and plenty of them probably, where you're going, I don't care. I just want to get this part of the game done so we can move on to the next part.
Yeah, it was like B or X. Keep just move past it.
Yes, and that game actually traumatized my friend to hate Metroid forever because of that game. Yeah, because he played through it.
Love a Pete.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm gonna have to go. I gotta go do some stuff.
All right. Well,
I know.
Thank you for coming on, Anonymous.
It's
all right, Anonymous.
You got to go be a real human.
You gotta go be a real human for a while. I know.
I understand. Yeah, I understand, mate. Yeah.
All right. Y'all be good, and go check out my new videos if y'all want to, and
all right, I will.
Give us you ain't watched nothing on my channel, Cat.
I've watched everything on your channel, Anonymous. No, I gotta get on that. No,
except for your videos.
I watched
except for my videos. He's on my splash page. Woohoo!
I've watched.
I watched your video where you were talking about ISOM.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Pacific did. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Funny, Gav. Are you turning into Phil Jr.?
Cubans.
All right, yeah.
Oh man.
I will see you guys later. Hopefully, maybe Tuesday, and we'll see. And
all
maybe
right.
I'll feel a little better by then.
You
I
should,
won't sound
man. Feel better. Yeah.
Maybe I don't sound like I don't sound like a super fan here.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Have a
Love
good
you,
day,
big
brother.
All right, Anonymous. Yep.
Always fun.
Yep.
It always is. I mean,
yeah.
Part of what
I
Pop
mean,
Talk's
I've just
about.
been listening. You know, my son is messing with the dogs and changing stuff around and laundry. I've just been listening, and then on occasion I try to jump in the chat, but mainly listening until I had the time to sit down and type on the phone to the point where it's like I'm going to jump in just because you got great stuff to talk about, you know, about the games and stuff. So yeah, man, that's you know, again, always appreciate the open invite, but man, I appreciate the shows. It's always fun here with all you guys.
I appreciate that.
We have fun, and hopefully our community will grow more and more as the years go on. So.
Oh yeah. I don't see why not. I feel you're doing everything the proper way of the newer version of YouTube that we should be having. We deserve a better version. So, you know.
Yes, we do, man.
Like I said, I'm just a small little channel.
There's nothing wrong with the current version. How dare you spread fake news? There's nothing wrong with this current version that likes to take away subs, and you're looking at your backstage area where you're seeing views, and they like to take away views, take away likes. No, there's nothing wrong.
Dude, without people on this platform, YouTube would be nothing. Literally nothing.
Well, that's the problem.
It's all these content creators that made this place anything. So,
but they're still the big boys. That's the thing. All these smaller ones come around, but none of them can do what YouTube has done because they are the top dog. I'm sorry, I hate to say it, and it's kind of like Disney. A lot of people don't understand. Disney's still making money. Look, whether or not you like the current product, which most of us don't, there is a small majority that do and are buying stuff. They are making money. They're not making the kind of money that they would if they didn't piss on the fans.
Right.
But they are still making money because they've got their hands in everything. So, I mean, again, it's unfair, really, when people are like, well, I'm anti-Disney. Do you realize how much anti you would have to be? Their hands are in everything. They own parts of Walmart. So if you're anti-Disney, you're not shopping at Walmart anymore. Just saying, if you're going to do it right, you know, go big or go home is all I'm saying. But yeah, and unfortunately YouTube's like that, right? They're the big platform. All these smaller ones are trying.
Right.
And the reason that people say don't send super chats is, as a creator, they're already taking over 33% of that super chat, right? Okay, I get that. But nobody usually likes to do the StreamYard or the stream whatever, that lab, I think it was, because it's not as cool as the when you send a super chat and it pops up and then the guys read it and make a big deal out of it. Even though they will try with the other ones, it's just not the cool, easy way to go for those that send the super chats.
Right. And the super chats, I don't know if these channels that even have like, I don't know, 300K subs or something are actually making enough money to live off of. I'm not sure about that. Maybe they are, but
like for an example,
maybe they are, side merchandise that they're selling on different websites. And
yeah, but for the most part, even under like when I was ripping on Fat Steven, like, did you hit 10K yet? Because I've known him for quite a while. He's a good dude, no problem. But it was, it was a rib. It was, and Mike laughed. So I was like, all right, fuck it. He's getting comedy out of what I'm doing to him because we all know him. So, and he didn't go home and cry. He took the ribbing real good and just kept keeping on, right? Like, no hard feelings. That's how it should
because
be. Like, we all come on here for fun and conversations and all that. If there's no hatred here,
but you're also gonna meet people on this platform where if you're gonna bust their balls, they're gonna do it right back.
Oh yeah,
That's right. Exactly.
Don't be, I can only give it and not take it. No, man. This is if you're gonna give it, you better be able to take it and receive it. So yeah, and exactly, like, I hadn't streamed with him in a long time, and I like, again, I've never had an issue with him, but it was really good to see him on here again, and hear that he's still doing his thing and everything's going well. That's what I like to see. It's more, whether or not I agree with a lot of the topics or some of your subjects, that it doesn't matter. Like, to watch the guys come on here and talk, it doesn't matter what channel. That's what I'm about. The conversations that you can have, right? Because for so long we've been silenced. We weren't even allowed to talk, it seems,
Right.
That's just really, you had to watch everything you said on here. Again, I got an actual strike for sharing a tweet from Tim Pool about the beer bug and what you can and now cannot say. It was like, oh, you can say whatever. All we did was show his article and I got a strike. I'm like, wait a minute, time out. So yeah, I mean, it's sad that we are that stricken. And yeah, if a Rumble or somebody could actually get their stuff together, Odyssey's like the Wild West. You can basically put anything on Odyssey. They don't care. So yeah, but it does. It kind of stinks when you can't just come on here and be like, well, this is the reason I don't like this game. I played it. They changed it. It's woke. It's garbage. It's not any better than 3 games ago. But then you'll get, hit with a community guideline strike for hate speech, which it's not. It's just, I'm not happy with the game, and these are the reasons why I'm not happy with it. Oh, no, we can't have facts. It's not allowed.
And real quick, I do want to say hello to Kathy Skywalker, and the Pat I Wannabe is saying you shop at Walmart if you want anti-quality, but I also want to say hello to Angelus Graven. I hope I'm saying
Angelus Graven. Yeah, he's one of the guys I do a lot of stuff. He's a good guy. He's a Twitcher, actually. He plays on Twitch. That's the only reason I know a little bit. Like, I've seen you, and then of course he's been on there. So I'm newer to the Twitch. I have one, but I don't have anything on it.
Welcome
he's one of the fellows that's with us on the Clown World Review every Tuesday when we do the Monday Night Retrospective, and he's our AEW guy. Not to mention he's on with E-Temple Cooling, Place to Be Reviews, sometimes on Mondays and Wednesdays when he's not working or being a vampire. But yeah, good fella. I've met him in actual life at a Horror Hound with a bunch of guys. Nick Glenn from Echo Base Network and Justin Proper from Justin Proper. So we all met up there with World Class Bullshitters at the Horror Hound last year. I wasn't able to make it this year, but yeah, another good guy. Yeah, man, that's what it is. It's about sharing out with everybody, man. Like some of the other shows that I'm on and whatnot. Like, of course, I bring you up in the conversations because I do. I come on here, I have fun. Whether I'm in the chat or on the panel, man, it doesn't matter. Like, I'm appreciative of the streams you do because there's so much fun and so many different people bringing different aspects of stuff that I myself might not even have thought of. So yeah, again, I always have a good time here. So thank you, Mike.
And I don't know if anybody ever reads the descriptions I put for Pop Talk, but one of the things I always try to make sure that I add at the end is sit back, relax, and join the conversation. That's the tagline for Pop Talk.
Right. It is. Yep.
And that's also a reason why I have the open panels, because I want you to sit back. I want you to relax, but I also want you to be a part of the conversation. I don't want to just hear my own thoughts. I know how I feel, think, and will react to something, but I want to hear someone else's perspective.
Oh yeah. Well, again, but just the fact that you're doing it is cool because so many people won't even do that. You know, that's what I'd noticed, and I started getting tired of it. Like, you know, Draven himself had even said, you know, a lot of us had just kind of bailed on a lot of stuff when all you care about are super chats and, you know, constantly beating us down, you know, about the products or if it's something you like, how you're told instantly you're wrong. Well, it's an opinion, man. Like, you know, it's kind of like a beehole. Everybody's got one. So, you know, you know, at the end of the day, hey, you know, we can agree to disagree on stuff, but it doesn't mean we can't be friends. Like nerd culture never was that one is right and one is wrong. It was always, you know, about your point of view, and you should be able to be friends whether it's, you know, you love it or hate it. If it's a topic that you can have a great discussion on, you don't have to change my mind on anything, and vice versa. I shouldn't be trying to change yours. I could just give you my point, you know, my points of this is how I feel about this. You know, I'm ecstatic that I bought, you know, use the Midway arcade games again for that, you know, for the GameCube. Like, you know, I have them for the PlayStation 2, but I've got the GameCube down here and I don't really have a lot of games for it anymore. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to start building the games back up for it. And I've had so much fun playing it. And then I'm like, I really should start streaming this. So again, like I did with the phone, just to kind of test it out. So yeah, up until I can get whatever I need to play a GameCube on an iMac to record it, that's how I'm going to do it if I ever decide to record it. But again, I had fun with the Nintendo. Give me that on my PS4, and I would spend $60 to buy all the, you know, arcade games if they don't mess with them though. Back to what you were talking, like I don't want you to take Paperboy and then because it's Paperboy, you're gonna, you know, make it Paper Trans Boy, you know, or Paper Trans or whatever the 2020, you know, craziness would do with it. It was a simple game that was fun, you know, and I loved it. Rampage, come on, man, who doesn't love tearing up buildings, especially when you're in Chicago? That's going to be happening at the beginning of the year anyway. So
You kidding? I love playing Rampage. Here's the parts I loved about playing Rampage. Not only destroying the buildings, but eating the people.
Yes. Kicking the tanks and punching I've got the World Tour version. I've got the original and the World Tour, which the original is fun, but that World Tour is okay. There's an upgrade that we deserved and that made the game better, and it's just as much fun. It's got a little bit better graphics. You can do more. You know, there's more things in there. Like that was an upgrade that was well deserved for gamers because it's just like the original, only you can do more. You know, you can kick the building instead of just punching it, you know, and all kinds of. So yeah, that was a whole lot. And again, it was a $15 game. I think I got it on eBay for $15 used. You know, they have it. Yeah. So it has a sticker on it for GameStop for $12.99, and I bought the first and the second one for basically like $30 with shipping, you know, with the 30. So I don't feel ripped off for these two, but that's me though. That's like what I like. I like these older versions of games, you know, the original Spy Hunter, Joust is on here, Gauntlet's on here, you know, again, even the old Defender game, you know, I remember putting quarters in that, guys. So it's a blast from the past. I played Mortal Kombat 2 and made it to the second level and got my ass kicked. I used to put quarters in that machine and be good at it, man. 20 years later, I'm getting my ass handed to me. So, but loving it, like loving every minute of it, you know, just like, oh my goodness, I really suck now.
Yeah, that was
especially
like
with a GameCube controller. Like I'm like, man, I'm used to Nintendo and Xbox or a real controller, joystick, and buttons for the quarter machine. So, but again, I loved every minute of it, you know, and that's why I did it. It's the things we do even behind the scenes that you can't share. When you do, you get in trouble for it. But again, that was my fault. But yeah, again, that's just me, man. That's where I'm at with the gaming. I'm going to play what I like. I'm not going to give you any money till I see, like, you know how big of a fan I am of Batman and the Joker and stuff. So I really want the game to be good. I want it to be worth the $60 or however much they're going to make it. But if it's going to be just a rinse and repeat of any of the Arkhams and stuff, dude, I'm done. You know, it's what's the point of spending another 60, 80, $100 on a game when I've got the older version that is basically the same thing. So we'll see. But that is one that I would possibly get for the PS4. I'm not buying a new system. I'm done. I stopped at 4. I've got 2 4s and I'm not getting a 5.
I like what Angela Straven's saying here too. Is I would rather talk about things I like rather than shit on stuff that time and time again we know is going to be bad.
Yep.
And he's saying that he has Gauntlet Legends for PS1 still. Yeah. I still have a lot of my old PS1 games, a lot of my old PS2 games. I'm not getting rid of them. I still have a lot of old NES games.
That's the one thing I hated about the PS4, where it didn't have the capability. Like 3 can play 2 or 1, but that, 3, 2, and 1, but that's it. Like after the PS3, and that was where I thought they dropped the platform for PlayStation. Like was the only reason I bought a PS4 is they came out with the Batman edition. Like legitimately, that is the only reason I own a PS4. And then a friend of mine needed some quick cash and had an extra one. So, it was a pretty good deal. So I went ahead and scooped that one up, but for a backup. But I've played everything on my Batman PS4. I put a 1 or 2 terabyte hard drive in it, back before they were doing it. It was pretty simple to do. So I was able to do that. And I've had fun with it. The PS3 was better, in my opinion, because you had more of the classic games on the store, where the PS4, not so much. It's all about the newer games. It's not about the older ones.
Yeah, you talk about upgrading the hard drive on the PS4. That was very easy.
Yeah, and I was a non-PC guy. Like I just watched a couple videos and learned how to do it. The 3 was easier because I did the PS3 with no problems. The PS4 took me a minute because you kind of had to do some more steps. But again, all I did was watch some guy on YouTube explain how to do it, and then I was able to do it. Like, and again, that was the early days of YouTube for me, were research or learning how to do stuff I didn't know how to do, versus now where I'm on YouTube and on different streams and having fun with everybody, and just grateful to find good people like you, and we'll even give Cash a little bit of credit there because he's a good fellow too. But no, I mean, seriously, like you guys, finding you guys on a Sunday, that was just, a miracle for me. It just kind of, all of a sudden, oh, I'll be streaming at 11. Oh, well, I'll check out what this fellow's got to say. And then again, I haven't left in the last month. I think it's been at least a month. So,
yeah, it's been over a month now.
Yeah, it's just a chance meeting, a chance me actually reading something on Twitter that was shared in the group, and then like, hey, this is kind of cool. And again, I'm enjoying it each week, whether I'm in the chat, whether I'm on the panel. Great group of guys here. I can't say anything else other than I always have fun here, and I appreciate the fact that you're willing to do shows like this and bring people on and let them talk and have fun, man. And that's what we really need to all be doing. At the end of the day, we need to be having fun, because if not, man, it's too rough out there, and it's just going to keep beating you down, and you got to have that time to get away and enjoy yourself, especially with friends.
Yeah, I mean, when I saw that I was added to that group, I'll admit, and to any group members that are listening, I'll admit, the first time I noticed I was added to the group, I was thinking, why am I here? What is it about me that made you guys want to add me? That was my first thought, because I don't think I'm anything special. I just come on here and
we're all special in our own ways, but we don't have those big heads where it's all about you two. Like, we come on here to have fun. Like, yeah, you've been going 4 hours, like, not as if you couldn't be doing something else, But look at how much fun you're having. Look at all the people you're bringing together and the conversations we're able to have because of it. And like, I respect the hell out of somebody that does that. Unfortunately for me with the dogs, it's a lot harder because once they start going, like, I got to be quiet for quite a bit. So a lot of times, thank God for the guys I have that are on panel, that understand. Like, there's times I got to mute. I'm not going to come back for like 3-4 minutes. They're always able to carry on. But again, it's kind of a lot like this as well. It's just a bunch of friends, bunch of people get together, kind of have a lot to talk about. Wednesdays we talk Andor and a bunch of other shit. And then Fridays, it's the same. We just kind of get together, meet up, and talk. It's literally like the world's pub. Hey, it's 5 o'clock, or the water cooler if you're not an alcoholic like most people. If for those that are anti-alcohol. We even have for the vampire, Angela Straven. We've got some True Blood on tap for him. Sometimes maybe we have some ladies of the night there for him that he could feast on if he wants to. It's a joke, people. Don't
take it
take it out
seriously.
on Mike. It's just a joke. Goodness gracious. But yeah, that kind of a thing, man. We're here to entertain, but mainly we're entertaining ourselves. That's the best part. If nobody other than the few people in the chat and the few people that show up every week, that's it. Like, I don't care because I'd be doing it anyway, because that's just what we do. We're all silly and goofy and immature and, talk about the things that we liked as kids and as young adults and so on. And, building up whatever you're building up for a collection on, whatever. Like, I've got comics, I've got figures, I've got cars, Legos, old game systems I love. I mean, I went nuts over a $8 Lego set, dude. Like, I went nuts over this. Like, I haven't built it yet, but like, this was $8 on Amazon, dude. And it's
Here, let me
it's
maximize that.
And he's got a mech suit. I'm like, $8? $8. I don't care, dude. $8 for a mech suit and the Wolverine figure. I'm like, sold. Thank you, Amazon. $8. That made me happy the day I got that and it came in the mail. And then again, coming on here and hanging out with people, getting to have the conversations of video games, or depending on wherever it goes, man. It's what's needed in 2022. Not the constant getting beaten down and yelled at. You're this, you're that. Man, I'm over all of that. Let's have some fun. Let's get together with our friends and play games. Like I said, we were playing Uno, where we can have a panel of people get on, and depending on how many people can play even, just have people in the chat come on if they want to and play. To me, that's just nothing that you really see much. So that's like what I'm doing myself, on Wednesdays on Digital Distraction. Come to Double D, check us out. And, some point, we'll be playing some games and I'll open it up where people from the chat can jump in and play. Just be like Uno, or they had Yahtzee, dude. They have Yahtzee online, like for free. You can create a room and play for free.
Yahtzee.
Something as simple as that. It's like, how do you play with your friend that's in Britain, and then your friend in Ireland, and your friend that's in, Australia? We all going to go get a board and make sure that nobody's cheating. No, you play online. The way that gaming did with the Xbox and PlayStations when they started going online, PS2s and the Xbox 360s and all that. That's where I really got into the gaming, where I had other friends though that were PC gamers that were playing all kinds of stuff long before Xbox 360 and whatnot. So your World of Warcrafts and all the games pre that, even so D&D styles. It built it up to the platform we have today. But if it weren't for those guys that were doing it, I don't think we'd be where we are now. So I'm more scared of what's beyond, though. What are we going to get coming up in the next 10 years? And if it's the same that we've been getting, I just don't see home consoles doing that good. It's going to be more of the retro gaming that everybody's buying and doing.
Might be.
Because we miss the good and the fun.
We'll just have to see.
I mean, one classic series I can play over and over again is the Mega Man series.
Yeah.
Playing those classic NES games, or even the Super Nintendo Mega Man X games, I can play them. I'm not very good at the Super Nintendo versions, but I'm pretty decent when it comes to the NES versions.
Heck yeah. That's the fun of being older and going back and playing the older systems too, is as you age, your reaction time's way different. So it is funny to go back and play something you haven't played. Ghost and Goblins, for a prime example. Like, I remember playing the shit out of that on the NES, dude. Like, I remember getting that game and playing it and playing it and playing it, you know, and then getting it now and playing. I feel the same way I did then. It's like, well, I suck as bad now as I did then. But again, you build yourself up. You put time in it. You learn the game more and where stuff is. So it's just like the old Mario Brother games and stuff, like the original Super Mario Brothers and whatnot, you know? Like, actually start off at level 1 and go all the way through all the levels without skipping levels and see how well you do, 20 years from the time I played it last, for an example. Okay, let's see how good I can do here. And I don't know. At least I find it entertaining to kind of see how it is. Has it gotten easier as I've gotten older, or is it just as hard as it was the last time I played it, 10 years ago or however long it's been? Kind of a thing. And again, still having fun doing it. I mean, here's one. Yeah. I mean, you remember Cubert? I mean, could you imagine an updated version of Cubert where it's like St. Rose, but it's Cubert? He gets to run around and just kill people. I would play that on hours. Plus, you still got to hop on the damn boxes to, get extra points or something. I don't know. Yeah, make something like that if you're going to make something new, instead of watering down the versions that we have had. Did you guys, were you big on the Red Dead Redemption game?
Yeah.
I actually haven't finished that game yet.
I played the, what was it, be the second one, I guess, because there was one before.
The zombie version for the Xbox. 360.
Yeah, I have
the one I had, that was fun.
I got the PS3 one, and that was that was a lot of fun. I still need to finish that. I played a lot of it, but still need to finish it.
Yeah, that's one of them games that you can commit to and play. Seth from the men's room plays that quite a bit on occasion. I've seen some like me. I'm like, there's no way in hell I could sit there and do this, but I get it. Like if you're an introvert and that's your life and you're video gaming with your friends, hey man, it's all good. I myself, I'll play for a little bit, but then I break it up. Then I'll forget what the hell I'm doing. Like, there's so many games I came close to beating, and then it's like when I go back, I'm like, man, I don't even remember how to play this. Son of a gun. But yeah, always, again, still having fun with it, right? That's the whole point of video games. Because we used to go to the arcades. I was having this conversation last night, and I remember having my headphones on, but you'd have one ear open so you could hear what was going on in the arcade, plus you could still kind of hear the game. But I remember putting headphones on and playing video games. Obviously the old school cabinets had plenty of sound and whatnot with them, but after you'd been playing it for so long, you could just jam out to whatever your music tastes are. Me again, like it was, I was listening to Ozzy Osbourne last night, Ozzy's Boneyard, so it's more classic metal, if you will. But that's what I would do with the arcades, man. I'd throw on my headphones and just start playing.
That's what I would do at times too. Just, put in a CD of mine and start playing the game. And sometimes, believe it or not, having the music I was listening to actually helped me out. Got me in the mood.
Oh yeah.
The mood to kick ass and chew bubble gum because I was all out of bubble gum.
Damn right. Afterburner. That's all I'm gonna say. Afterburner, especially when you had the jet one you could sit in, dude. There was nothing like playing your music. It literally felt like the Iron Eagle movie, yo. You just get in there, you throw on your headset, be listening to some music while you're blowing shit up. Like, that is a memory from the past that just invaded my brain. So yeah, that was a lot of fun doing that. Those kind of games too. But yeah, I don't know, man. I think we're kind of spoiled because we got to kind of see those of us that started off with Atari, ColecoVision, all that kind of stuff, to the video games of today. Like, we've got to see it all. The Mario were the big ones, right? Watching the Mario games change from 1 to 2 to, and then all of a sudden 3 went off the walls. It was like, oh my goodness, that was so much fun to play.
And then playing Super Mario World on Super Nintendo and seeing that for the first time, and
Smash Brothers, Mario Kart, bro. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Heck yeah. Moving all the way on up. And I mean, that's just it though, right? To the games of today that we're playing with the DBZ games, from Bust the Limits all the way up to the newer stuff, right? Where it was like each game got a little bit better and better and different. You had to learn something new. And Yeah, I've got most of them it was all PS2 and PS3 and whatnot. But yeah, I've got pretty much almost every single DBZ game you could think of from back in that era, and loved it. I'd love to get my hands on like all the old school wrestling games, even the non WWF ones that were like the generic ones back in the day, where it's just wrestling.
Yeah, pro wrestling.
Yeah, that would be fun.
And the Padawannabe says, I played Red Dead Redemption, did not finish the zombie expansion, and played about 30 hours on 2. I played the game, the evolved into Redemption. It was called Red Dead Revolver. It was great, but so different by far.
Yeah, Red Dead Revolver is the first one or second one or whatever. Like Red Dead Redemption is the third one, and then their Red Dead Redemption 2 is a prequel of Red Dead Redemption. So it's crazy.
Well, I played Mafia 2. I didn't have Mafia 1. I didn't play Mafia 3. I've got it for the
Mafia 2 is a fun game.
Yeah, it was a blast. Oh yeah, PS3. It's for the PS3. I remember getting that one. It was a present. And I hadn't seen the first one, but I mean, come on, who doesn't like, some mob movies and stuff? So they thought, oh, he might like it. Oh my goodness, that game was so much fun. And then they did the third one, which just didn't, I mean, it was okay, but again, it just didn't seem to, it wasn't that different. It was different, but not different enough from the second game. I had so much fun in the second one that I wanted to buy the first one. But like something like that, if the PlayStation Network came out with where you could literally buy it and get a disc, or I'd be fine for it. But again, my problem is it's like you go on there and everything's digital, and I don't know, man. I'm just anti-digital. I can respect the idea of it, right? So you don't have all these damn games and all these discs and all this and that and shit that's just sitting around. I get
Yeah, but you
that,
still need hard drive space.
Yeah. You still, what happens when you have to, and I mean, that was the one thing I was okay with the PlayStation that I learned network was everything I buy on the 3, it's still there. So if I had to delete it, I could re-upload it real simple, right? For the PS3. The 4, I think, is pretty much the same way, but I haven't really bought much on the 4. Other than like, the last Batman game, you could pick up extra, like you could pick up the 66 car and do a DLC that they had for that, and actually play the car throughout the game, even though it wouldn't be a tumbler. So you'd kind of be messed up if you needed the tumbler version of the car. You'd have to save and start all over again. But you could play with the 66 Batmobile or the 89 Batmobile. Like that was awesome. That was worth they were only like $2 or $3 too. Like that's the other thing. If you're gonna have a DLC thing, it shouldn't be more than like $2. I'm sorry, especially when you're downloading a bunch of like characters to the wrestling game, then it's like, it's $20 if you want all the NWO. Well, damn, the game was already $60. That's $80, or you buy the complete package with NWO, say for $100. And I'm like, again, you guys are kind of ripping us off. Like, this should be in the game anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how about especially sports, right? Because you love talking baseball. I used to play NFL and whatnot. Why can't we just have where your newer roster is a DLC, but it's a free DLC? So like if you're playing Madden 90 whatever, but you could update to the versions of today, but it's still the same game with maybe new gameplay, but you don't have to buy a disc because you log on to the NFL Network, server to play, and it's all there. You could, if you like Favre, you can pick Favre. If you like Brett Starr from way back in the day, or back in the first, Super Bowls and stuff, like all those games way back in the day for players of us that remember Techno Bowl. Like I remember Techno Bowl being like the bee's knees back in the day.
Yeah,
that was one of the coolest football games ever. And then the Maddens came out, which just blew Tecmo Bowl out the water, dude. Like, just in sports, like have an MLB roster, a WWE roster where you can add and remove people that you don't want necessarily, but you don't have to buy a whole new game and disc a year later, kind of a thing. Like, I don't understand why they haven't figured out why. I mean, I know why, because the people will go out and buy the discs, but why consumers haven't said, hey, we're tired of this disc a year shit. Let's make a good platform that we can all use, get on and play, and not have to spend $100 a year on a new game. especially when they don't change much. I will say the
Because
new 2K22, I do believe, has changed quite a bit, and a lot of people are liking it from feedback I've heard from some of the guys that have it. But we're looking, Draven, myself, Tony Tonedeaf, we're kind of looking forward to that AEW game. Jeff Hicks from WCBS as well. Like, and I'm hoping that's going to be a multi-platform where I can play it on a PS4, but anybody with an Xbox can play it, but we can all still play together. That's what I'm really hoping for, more of these. I guess it's called a cross-platform playing. Like I think should be a must with everything going on these days. You shouldn't have to only be able to play with PlayStation 4 people because, it's just a PS4 game. I like this open platform idea.
I like it too, but you have companies like Sony who don't want to play nice with Microsoft. You got Microsoft who doesn't want to play nice with Nintendo. And
it only hurts the gamers.
I would much prefer to be able to, play a cross-platform game where, say, Adam, you're playing on Switch, I'm playing on PC.
Yeah.
Yet we can still play together.
Exactly. Because we're already paying for this product, right? We're already paying for the systems and the games. I don't think that we should have to. It should be simple enough to do in 2022. I'm sorry. That's it. There's no reason, no good reason, other than, as you said, corporations not wanting to do, something that would make everybody happy. And I think we need to get out of that. Come on, corporations, work together. You make us work together, so why can't you have to be forced to work together? So, yeah. Make it fair for everyone. Cross platforms. Because then for all those people that were only PC gamers, like I used to be back in the day, then they don't have to run out and buy a new system. They could just buy the game or get it on Steam and go that way, I think, well, then again, they don't want people united, right? Because that would be one more way of uniting people, just to be in a good mood and have better health and having fun, because they don't want that. So sadly. Me, I'd want to make a shit ton of money. I'd want to come out with a game where you could, kind of like The Sims, for example, right? Like you can pretty much do anything, or a Lego game where you can take a picture of yourself and make your own Lego character that's more along the lines of you, versus the pre-made stuff. But, again, I'm an older school gamer. I don't play all this crazy new stuff. I've tried that Spider-Man game, one of the recent Spider-Man one for the PS4, and it was fun. But again, I can only play so long. And then, it's game over for me. Game over, man.
I mean, I have the Spider-Man game that came out for PS4. I haven't completed it myself.
I get the motion sickness with the one eye. That's the only problem I have is like I got to sit down for a little bit and then I can play again. But Saints Row, one of the last Saints Row games is where I learned that. It was like, oh man, I'd start playing. There's just too much going into one eye, giggity. But seriously, there's just too much information, and then that would happen. That's not fun, by the way. But yeah, dude. I learned that I can play longer because I played for about 3 hours the way I did last night. And again, it was a multitude of both the Midway Arcade Classic Treasures and then the second one they came out with. And I don't know, I had a blast. I was talking with a friend of mine on Discord while I was playing too. So that was fun shortly after. And then we played the Uno, man. And, Draven, you'd fit in anytime Mike's got an open panel, dude. You'd fit in here with a lot of the stuff you talk about and do, especially gaming, dude. Yeah, you would have some insight on a lot of stuff. Definitely. Like I said, good dude. Dude drove my car. Like that's how much I trust this dude. He is a close personal friend. Like for his birthday, Mike, this is the kind of guy I am, right? So like he likes Sour Patch Kids, and he just so happened to mention that watermelon was one of his favorites. So I sent him a 5-pound bag for his birthday via the good old Amazon. So yeah.
Wow,
so he's
a 5-pound bag. But hey, if that's what they like,
watermelon gummies, and you think he killed it in a week. But again, dude works. He comes and he plays with us hard, and he talks wrestling and does the AEW streams, and we do them on his channel, the AEW pay-per-views. We watch them and talk about them as they're live. So it's literally a live commentary. And then he plays the games on Twitch and stuff. So I try to catch him when I can. And I subscribe to him on Twitch because I'd forgotten with Prime, you get that subscription. So I was like, oh, here. So like I was able to subscribe to him. And yeah, because I used to be subscribed to Mr. Muse there for a while. I was doing him with the free Amazon thing and backing him that way. And then, yeah, I started up with Draven, and eventually I'll hit you up, Mike, so that you can, I think it gives you guys a little bit more capability to do shit. I don't know what the hell it does, but I'll throw a subscription at you too. That way you'll get an extra subscription, however that works on the Twitch.
The thing about Twitch the thing about Twitch right now is I have everything but 3 concurrent viewers if I choose to become a partner. You get monetized.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Affiliated, right?
Yeah. You know what I mean, Cash. You're the Twitch guy. You know what I'm talking about.
Yes, I do. I started on Twitch. So.
Oh yeah.
But if I can ever get 3 concurrent viewers, I might do it. I might not do it. I don't know. Right now, it's gone from 2.9 to 1.6 to 1.4 to 2.9 again. So it's like, all right, getting close, but not close enough.
Yeah.
But we'll see. The whole point of me streaming, whether it's here on YouTube or over on Twitch, is just to have fun.
Yeah. Well, again, I don't know how many times you'd be doing the video games, especially if I'm in the gym. It's an easier one to put on when working out, because I'll try to watch other stuff, and it's really hard when you're trying to have a serious workout, but then you start laughing your ass off and you can't really get through the workout because you're laughing. So, I mean, like when you're doing the gaming stuff, it's a little bit easier because I'm not really focused as much on the TV as much as I am as I'm lifting. But with the gaming stuff, it's a little bit easier. Like, all of a sudden you'll die and then you'll say something kind of funny, and, I'll be able to stop and kind of have a giggle here and there. But with some of the stuff where I'm watching, the guys will be making jokes and I'll bust up laughing right in the middle of a workout. It's like, okay, yep, we're going to go back to the treadmill, or we're going to get on the elliptical because that's a little bit easier to do when these guys are being silly. But yeah, it's stuff like that. I do more of the gaming watching stuff when I'm in the gym than I do actual YouTube, because that way it's for me anyway. It works better for me that way. But yeah, again, it's always fun. It's just, I don't know. You always have a good crew here, and there's always nothing but fun. And you're dropping some knowledge on people, whether they want to take it or not. It's up to them. But again, I just want to thank you for that, man, because there's not enough channels that do this. I know I'm one of them that's trying to, and there's a lot of other ones that are as well. But and then we get kind of banned and lost in the network. But I share it out on the Facebook, I share it out on the Twitter, and whatever little bit of help that I am doing, if it helps grow, great. That's all I hope is for your channel to grow, us all to get up to 1K, and then to 1K and beyond, right? That's right. It. Doing stuff the same way though, not changing. Just right. Being us, coming on, having fun, and with friends and meeting new people. And I think that's the stronger side of YouTube, if you allow it to be, instead of the negativity and the echo chambers and the bitching and yelling and screaming.
Well, the whole reason I will share out of the stream and tag the person who's streaming is because I want people to experience the fun that everybody else, including me, is having watching the stream. It's like, hey, come watch Super Fan Adam Shawhan. He's having a stream right now, and it's going great. And maybe there will be times where I show up to a stream and maybe I'll just say one thing in the chat, and then the rest of the time I'm just watching.
Oh yeah. Well, that's like when I send you out the link, which you get it. Like, hey, if you can make it, great. You're welcome to. If you're busy, no problems. It's just easier for me if I do it pre-show than right in the middle of a show, be like, oh shit, I forgot to send one to Mike, or I forgot to send one to Draven, or And a lot of times everybody's busy during the time frames that we're going. But it's kind of like your platform here, though, man. It's the same. It's it's an open platform. If you can make it, great. If not, no problem. Like I send you the link just out of if you can. And then a lot of times I'll just throw it in the chat. It's like, okay, if I don't send it out a lot, like I've got the main group that's going to be on, my panel, and then it's basically out of 4 or 5 of us, there's at least 2 or 3 of us always on the panel out of the 5 to 6 that are basically the base of the show, to bring on other people so that we can have said conversations, basically the same as you do. Come on, have talks, have fun, sit up for a while, have a cup of coffee, drink a beer, whatever, and then if you got to go. And then if you come back and we're still on, great. And if not, hey, I hope you had fun while you were with us. I think that is the best thing to do in the world of today, especially on YouTube, where everybody can get online, bitch, moan, and complain, to do it the way that we're doing it. And I appreciate it. And again, I'm going to always thank you, because I think it's the proper thing that people forgot about manners. It's creators sometimes go out there, and that's a lot to put your product out there, especially in the world of today. And I'm thankful for the creators that do and are making these great books. As I mentioned earlier about Vinny, the whole reason I mentioned him was we were, about the pirates. He did a pirate book, man, Shadow of the Kraken, and it's a great book. It's a world that he's starting, though. This is the first book of a world that the man is building. So, yeah, it's like, if you like pirates, hey, check my friend out. Maybe you'll like his work. If it's not for you, that's fine. He's got lots of other books too. But that's the other problem is, I'm a huge Batman fan, and they re-released like some of the old school Batman books right after they decided to make Batman gay. I'm sorry, you can say threesome, whatever, bisexual, he's gay. They just made him gay, and it pissed me off. I'm like, I'm so tired of the sexualization of comic book characters. It was, oh, he reads comics. Oh, we used to get our asses made fun of because we read the funny pages, right? Because we read comics. And then now they're pushing their bullshit in our comics. It pisses me off to no end. So it's like, Disney, fuck you. Marvel, fuck you. DC, hey, fuck you too. Because all the stuff you're doing, I'm not buying any current product. Instead, I'm buying stuff from independent people that are making stuff, or art from those same independent people that can draw a beautiful picture of something I might want, versus a reprint of a book from the 60s that you've reprinted 100,000 fucking times and ain't worth shit. I'm not going to give you that coinage. As nice as it would look in my collection, no. Because again, that's how I boycott as well, as with my dollars. And it's gotten hard to buy anything because everything's made in China. Everything's made by these corporations that don't care about us. So it really sucks. I mean, I did break down for the Count Dooku lightsaber Black Series, right? Like, I was like, okay, I don't care, I'm buying that. I'd wanted that one for years, and they came out with Black Series, and I bought it because I love Star Wars. I still love Star Wars, just not the newer Star Wars.
I mean, heck, I was at Target a few years ago, and they had a Luke Skywalker lightsaber Black Series that was on clearance. I bought it because they were getting the new Disney-fied ones.
Yeah.
Like, fine, I'll buy this one.
Heck yeah. I mean, I'm still a big Star Wars junkie. I love the original series. I mean, that's the best. I'm okay with the prequels, and I'm okay with Andor. I mean, again, I wasn't a huge fan of Boba Fett or Mando. They were meh to me, but I've got guys on the panel that really liked it. And again, why can't they come out and say what they want to say without being told, no, they're wrong? How can a thought be wrong? It's a thought, right? So it's like, no, I kind of like the way the story's been built and the way it feels like old school Star Wars. Because again, Rogue One was promised us before the prequels, but a lot of younger guys don't know that. They don't understand that we've been told for decades we were going to get Rogue One after, Jedi. And then we got the prequels, and then we got Rogue. And I'm not saying that the Rogue One we got was the original version, but I feel it's still the best thing that's came out of Disney Star Wars since they've acquired it, both movie and story, show wise. The Andor series that I didn't want or didn't feel I needed has actually been a lot better. It does tell more of a story about him. And again, that's just me, man. That's how I feel about it. I enjoy it. If it's just not for you, then I respect that too. That's fine. I'm enjoying the storytelling. A lot of people hate that Ring of Power. I've watched it. It hasn't been very good, but they did have some swerves in this last episode that nobody saw coming. And it was kind of funny to see them actually do what they did. But yeah, again, if it's not something that you're into, then that's kind of a pointless subject on a panel with a bunch of other people. But like on my channel, I can take a 5-minute segment, you know, and kind of do it, kind of a thing. Or, you know, like here, it's an open forum where, you know, I'm not going to like go more into detail from what I said, but it's at least I can say that here without getting beaten down and, you know, oh, you're a piece of shit for watching it. How could you dare fucking pay for Disney Plus when they do this, this, and this? Like I said, well, do you shop at Walmart?
Wait.
Do you shop at Target? Yeah, they support Disney Plus. So you really got to watch what you say when you're like, I'm anti-everything, because you're either anti-everything or you're anti-nothing. You know, it's kind of how the world's turning into. And me, I'd just rather like what I like, tell you what I like about it. If you don't like it, that's fine. That's fine. I'm not trying to force you to watch it, but maybe if you hear what I'm saying, maybe you want to check it out. I don't know. It's, you know, I don't really, at the end of the day, I don't give a shit what you do. Your life is yours. You go be you, Cupcake. I'll be me over here, but I'm going to be over here having fun with Mike and Cash and, you know, anybody that jumps on here and have open topics about everything without being told I'm an instaphobe and a POS, you know, or a white supremacist or whatever the new word of the day is. Let's face it, they always have a new one.
But Adam, you watch Andor, you go to Walmart, you've watched Rings of Power, man.
All right, youngster, out you go.
Don't come back. Ever.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yep. Exactly, brother. And exactly my point, though. Look at how funny that. I mean, again, we're having fun, right? We're having conversations. We're just being nerds, man. You know, having fun with our friends. What's so bad about that? You know, I don't get it, bro. I don't. I'm sorry. I'm still confused by the amount of hatred we can get. You know, just for having friends together, having fun, right? Like, wait a minute. Shouldn't that be some kind of hate speech because they're hating on us for having fun?
We used to be able to, you know, go to a friend's party or even just go over to a friend's house, shoot the shit, and have fun and not take anything personal. And nowadays it's like, what? You're calling yourself super fan Adam Shawhan? You're calling yourself Cash Money? Well, I can't associate with you. I don't like those names.
Right.
You know, it's gotten to those ridiculous levels.
Yeah. What makes you a super fan? I don't know. Go ask Jeff Hicks. He's the one that deemed me super fan, and it's stuck in the chat. So there you go. I mean, I could tell you why. You know, it wasn't because of the books I bought. It was because of the fact I supported his channel. The dog, Frank, found the channel. I supported the channel by being there every Good Morning Pop Culture, every, you know. And I mean, if I couldn't be there, you know, that was fine too. But that was why, because of who I am. Those that get to know me get it. And like, you want the super fan in your corner, because I do. I bring everybody to the party. I'm everywhere on YouTube. I'm like that Pokemon hunter. Got to catch them all, right? That's me, dude. I'm out here just looking for fun and trying to promote and share the right people that I feel. That's why I put people in the chat. You know, I noticed some, and you know, you got to pay attention to the chat when you're a streamer, you know, and that's part of your conversation. That's the people that are also watching you. So yes, you do got to keep an eye on the chat, you know. That's what brought me in on a lot of the shows that I used to watch was, you know, they paid attention to the chat. You didn't have to send a super chat. You could just comment, you know, and they would comment back. And some people that used to do that now only read super chat. So I don't really have much to do with any of those channels. I don't bad talk any of them. I just don't talk about them. You know, it's just like, yeah, if the people that I talk about are the people that I'm passionate about because they're doing what I feel is the correct thing to do and that we need done on YouTube, right? And again, that's just my opinion. If you don't like some of the people that I'm promoting, that's fine. It's all about you and what you want to watch and what you like. If you want to bitch, moan, complain, nitpick, and then nothing that we're going to show you is going to make it any better. I'm sorry, misery loves company. And there's enough of those channels on here that you can go with your mundane mats and other people like that. You go do you, Cupcake, and we'll be over here having fun talking nerd talk like we always have for the last 5 decades. That's how I feel when it comes to YouTubing. It's about the people that you surround yourself with, that you talk to on a daily basis, or we've got the messagings, we've got the Discords, we've got all that stuff. So I have plenty of ways to get a hold of most of the people that are on this panel, and or you might at Twitter. Like, that's how I use the stuff. A, it's to promote, but B, it's to stay in contact with as well. It's like, oh, hey, I'm going to be in said state. Hey, Mike, I'm going to be in your state. I'm not doxing, don't worry. So, hey, maybe we can get together and go do lunch, or, hang out for a day or so, or go, whatever. That's the kind of person I am. When I lost my friend, my best friend, Brandon Moyes, who I never got to meet, it was an eye opener for me. Yeah, I know we all lose people, and I know it happens, but at my age, and getting ready to do a lot of work with the fella, and what we were doing for Moist Visions Inc. and what we had in the pipeline to do. And then, he sadly passed from an undiagnosed heart condition pre this COVID-19 bullshit. Affected me way more than I thought it would. And I mean, I'm still depressed over it. I mean, I'm doing the best I can. I'm dealing with the grief, and I know it's been 2 years, but I miss my friend. But coming on here, it hurts less, if that makes sense. Like, it's not, it dulls that pain. Coming on here with guys like you, Cash, Mike, anybody that comes on, giggity. But yeah, literally it does. That's how it dulls the pain and the loss of a friend that I miss every day. If not, I'd be sitting here probably bawling my eyes out, and it's because you're here and there's other people, and the dogs and stuff. I mean, I'm busy, but this is what YouTube should be, in my opinion.
And people can go ahead and laugh, make fun of me all they want, but there's a video on here of me breaking down and crying last year during opening day. And you want to know why? Because I lost my mother last year. And on opening day of the 2021 season, that was my birthday. It was my first birthday, and my mother wasn't there. And as I'm talking, I was trying to be as strong as I could. I broke down. I started crying because all those memories kept flooding back, and just thinking about her, and I couldn't help it. Even though I was trying not to, I just started crying. So the video's on here. I'm never going to remove it because I'm not ashamed of it. I'm not ashamed of the memories I have with my mother and with my father, because they're no longer here, and that's what keeps them alive, is those memories.
Oh yeah, well, dude, that's the thing. Like, I've been on a couple other streams where I cracked a little, but the guys all knew. Like, they knew I was dealing with it, and they knew I was hurting, but they let me deal with the grief. Right? They didn't make fun of me because I was cracking here and there, and when I talk about it. And that's the kind of people you need around you, though, whether it's online or not. Like, if you have more of the positivity, people that are positive around you without that negativity, dude, I'm telling you, it makes everything a little bit better. Like I said, it's every day I wake up thinking about Brandon. It's, I miss him. It's somebody I talked to. He was a lifeline, man. We were brothers, and he's gone. And not that I don't have that with a lot of other people now as well. And it's not that they're a replacement. But again, it makes it easier. But then in that same aspect, it gets worse because you make all these other friends. And then when they start going to, so it's kind of that edge 22. But like you said, Mike, those memories, us sharing, I don't find anything wrong with that, whether you crack or not. It doesn't matter. I mean, I recently was having a talk with Mr. Hicks, and I broke down, literally crying. And I don't do that normally at all. And he's like, no, dude, it's okay. I know how close you guys were. And I was like, dude, I'm sorry. I'm not. He goes, dude, I'm not going to make fun of you. I understand your feeling. He's like, no, it's all right. Let it out. And, then from that point on, I had the one friend, another friend that I needed that just was there, and he's just like, it's okay. It's okay. I understand. And that's all I needed. At that point, it's really what I needed. I just needed somebody that understood what I was going through, even though a lot of people did. It was Jeff that did it for me, where I was able to finally get all that grief out of me, and then commit to Friday Fun with Friends, and commit to doing all the stuff that I was doing. DJD show was part of. All you guys that have dealt with me in the last month have been a real big part of me burying the grief, but remembering my friend and able to talk about him without losing my shit. And again, I appreciate every moment that with every single person that has been kind enough to allow me to work through this with them. Because there's not, they want you to think the world's full of nothing but evil, dark people, but it's really not. There are good people still out there if you know where to look. And like I said, I was blessed in that aspect. And Mike, you were part of that too, though. Again, there was no one individual. It was just running into the right people at the right time, and how everything just went positive, and just you don't feel the negativity, you feel the hope, and you're like, okay, this is okay. And it doesn't matter what situation you're dealing with, you're really not alone. But if you don't let people in, then you will be. And luckily for me, you, pretty much everybody on here, we can come have great talks. You get your mind off of whatever you may need to get your mind off of. Because sometimes that's all you need is that distraction. That's digital distraction. We're here to distract you digitally. Giggity. It's that simple, man. That's how immature I am, honestly.
And I do want to say hello to Spock's Friday Nights. And you know what? I mentioned that video from last season, the box score. I'm going to go ahead and show it because I'm not ashamed of it. And if someone has a problem with it, well, it's on them. That's all I got to say.
Dude. Yo, Spock.
So let me just bring it up here. And this is the season 3 premiere of the box score from last season. I'm not going to copyright claim or strike myself. That would just be stupid.
Although it would be kind of funny if you did. I'm not going to lie. It'd be funny in the ha-ha. But yeah, right? Like you're going to copy claim yourself.
But here we go. And you'll see the moment where I break down. So let me get through this. And that's my mother. And I also lost a good friend. That's a good friend's uncle who passed away too. Day after my mom passed away.
Well, see, I like her already. She's a Sox fan.
My mom was a Cubs fan.
Wasn't that a
because
Sox
of me?
that was just on her head?
No, that was my friend's uncle, dude.
Oh, okay. Okay, I was gonna say I caught the corner of the. I was like, wait a minute, was that your mom on that? Okay, all right, your friend's uncle. Gotcha. Mom was a Cubs fan, like you. Oh, well, I still like you anyway.
Unfortunately for Cub fans everywhere like myself, the 2020 season is officially over. Why? Because our offense couldn't do jack squat. Our offense once again showed their lack of ability to score runs with only one out, and the Cubs had 2 golden opportunities, one in the 5th, one in the 4th, and neither opportunity could be cashed in on. A wasted outing by you, Darvish. You think I'm mad? Of course I'm mad, because unlike the San Diego Padres, who kept battling back last night and beat the Cardinals by a final score of 11-9, the Cubs were a no-show in this 2-game series. Oh yeah, Wednesday we had a solo shot by Ian Happ to left field in the 5th inning, and the Cubs were up briefly 1-0. But guess what happened today? Just like in Wednesday's game, in the 7th inning, the Marlins took a lead that they would never relinquish. And honestly, what do I think needs to be done with this Cub team? It needs to be imploded. Don't worry, it'll wake up. I took a while before I actually went on camera.
That's all right, man. It's sometimes it's good.
The 2021 season is officially upon us. Changes have occurred on the north side. Are they good changes or are they bad changes? That remains to be seen. The 2021 season is starting off all right. But one of the changes from 2020 to 2021 is that we return to 162 games originally, but 161 games after today. We return to the regular season schedule. Regular season schedule. And all I've got to say is welcome, one and all, to episode number 153 of the Box Score. I'm your host, Mike. Welcome.
And yes, I was having a hard time getting through this.
Oh, dude, you could already tell just by looking at the opening and your reaction and stuff. Yeah, you can already tell.
Welcome to the third season.
I'm going to go ahead. Have you got to go to one of the games in Chicago at all?
I haven't been to a game at Wrigley since 2008.
All right, well, maybe we'll change that coming up. We'll have to try to make a kidnap Mike day and take him to the ball game, and because I'm not that far and tickets aren't that much. So yeah, maybe maybe if
put your shield up, Mike. He's coming for you.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, dude. I mean, we're not going to get a Cubs versus the Sox anytime soon, but doesn't mean we couldn't go see a ball game if it's something that eventually could work out. So maybe that's behind the scenes we can work on.
Next year, every team is playing everybody, so probably, dude. There probably will. Cubs and Sox will play each other at some point because everybody's playing everybody.
I kind of was bringing it up, but yeah, dude, like seriously, like we should. If it's something that you might be able to do or not, man, that's something that could be fun.
Yep. And I do want to say hello to Low Specs Linux Laptop and also say hello to Killy Chow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Keely Chow. The Phantom Menace Ultron right there, man. There are no strings on him. He's everywhere, baby. Like the super fan, you want Keely Chow on your side. Trust me.
Mm-hmm. I'm not going to play this whole thing, but I'll get to the part where
in the bottom of the first, thanks to a sacrifice fly in the bottom of the first by COVID-19, and this game reminded me a lot of that final 4-game series where the Cubs only won that first game, that 4-game series, and then after that, the Pittsburgh Pirates looked better than the Cubs. And I'm not saying that to be funny. I'm saying that to be matter of fact, because in those 3 games, Pirates got better pitching, better hitting, and the Cubs were sloppy. And the Cubs were sloppy on the offense of the 2017 season. The Cubs were below 500 at the All-Star break. They finally try to Twitter or any other social media outlet that I have. You saw that I said have a refreshing drink next to you. And I can't promise I can get through this. I'm going to let you all know this right now. Because, excuse me. And no, I know what day this is. This is not a joke. This is not a joke. I would never joke about anything like this. Never in my life would I ever joke about something like this. And I know it's April Fool's Day, and we've all seen a lot of jokes going around, but I would never. Never joke about anything like this. And you'll have to excuse me if I have to stop. But over this winter, back in January, one of those people that you saw before this stream began was my mother. She passed away on the 25th of January of this year. She had had a heart attack back in July of last year. Had only 65% of her heart functions after the heart attack. She was doing well. She had gone through medical rehab, and you know, like I said, she seemed to be doing well. Now, with only 65% of her heart functions, yes, she would tire very easily. But myself, along with my sister, were doing whatever we could to help her out in any way, shape, or form. Unfortunately, her heart just wasn't strong enough. And on the 25th of January, she joined my father up at the pearly gates. My mother and father meant very much to me because, and this is no joke either, 43 years ago, today, they welcomed me into this world. And they never gave up on me when so many others did because I was born a month and a half premature. And the medical staff didn't give me a chance to live because of the shape I was in, being born premature. But both my mom and my dad had faith. They had hope that I would pull through. And by their prayers and so many other people's prayers, I did. Everything. One moment. I knew this would be hard. Um, oh boy, I knew this would be hard. But I'm doing it. Everything they did for me, I am eternally grateful. Everything they ever did, whether it be growing up or even when dad passed away 17 years ago, and it was just mom. She still did things for me because, as she would say, even when I said you didn't have to do this for me, she says, I'm your mother, you're my son, and I love you. And she was so appreciative. Excuse me. She was so appreciative of everything I did for her, just like I was appreciative of everything that she did for me. My mom was a registered nurse for 30 years. She worked in the ICU in the beginning of her career, and then later in her career, worked on pediatrics. She was a very loving and caring person, always giving, whether it was family or friends. She had a heart of gold. And some people would even say, because of the poems she would write, she danced with words. And she would write some of the most beautiful poetry, and she would ask me, how I thought it would sound, because at one point in my life I wanted to be a writer. I wanted to write for Star Trek, so I would write my own fan fiction.
All right, that's all I'm gonna play for right now. But
Yeah,
it was hard,
definitely.
Mm-hmm.
and I'm not ashamed that this video's on the channel because it's part of who I am.
Well, nor should you be. Exactly. It's just
Yeah.
you were working through it, brother. And again, it's nice when you've got those people that that support that you need. And sometimes when you don't, you've got to go and just get it out though. That's the thing. Don't hold that shit in, man. You got to get it out. It's one, like I said, if 2023, if we're able to make it happen where we can meet up and go to a game and then shoot afterward. I mean, even if we can't meet up and do a game, doesn't mean we can't do a watch party together.
Heck, there's
Like if
there's
we can't, yeah, exactly. Like
there's
this is
plenty of bars in the Chicago area where you can walk in, you can watch the game, and be around Cub fans and Sox
Yep.
fans, and
Oh yeah. By all means, go for it. And I mean, it's like one of those things that for some reason we can't act, but that to me would be something, because it's like, man, when they talked about it last year, or this year, it's like, okay. And then, yeah, to actually, because those are the games that used to be the games for those of us that live by Chicago, man. It's, north side, south side. So, but, again, it was always fun times. And then to find, like us finding each other was such a weird, a weird way, thanks to a bunch of guinea pigs and Tommy, of course, their handler. But if it weren't for Tommy, I would never have met you. So thanks to him adding us all in that
Mhm.
same group and whatnot, again. And then the fact you're a Cubby fan, that's fine. And like my stepdad used to be a Chicago Cub, he's a Sox fan. I was a Sox fan before my stepdad, so it was just, I don't know, it was just the team I ended up picking. I just ended up being a White Sox fan for no other reason than that's who I chose. But yeah, man, it's just it's the fun of the game. It would be. I haven't been to. It's been years since I've been to one. It's probably been about a decade for myself since I've been to a game too. So, yeah, that would be fun though. But finding somebody like you that enjoys baseball and does the breakdowns and stuff, if we can make that happen, that'd be a whole lot of fun for all of us. So, for
Well,
anybody, because that could be an open thing for anybody that's near the area that would want to go see a game. Because let's face it, it's still better than football. I'm sorry, baseball's still way better than football.
yeah, I mean, I used to have a football team known as the San Diego Chargers. Once they said they were moving to LA, I said, nope. I've always said I'd never root for a team from LA. And even though they were originally from LA and moved to San Diego, and then now they're back in LA, I said, nope, not going to do it. Dean Spanos and the city of San Diego had plenty of time to work out a new stadium deal, and they both dropped the ball.
And it's a shame when that happens, because it's the fans that are really, and then they get hurt by it. It's kind of like when they started getting all worried about the Redskins being the Redskins and all that shit. It's like, come on, man, can't we just? But again, we've been attacked for so long. They don't want us to enjoy anything. So that's why I say we need to over enjoy. We need to, if we can band together and go see a ball game, because why the hell not? Why shouldn't we be able to do that, right? Like, if it's something that we can
Right.
legitimately do, let's get people together that enjoy this stuff, and let's get together and not just be, because let's face it, we've been to live games. There are those drunk assholes that are just drunk assholes. They go there to get drunk and pass out and be assholes. But for those of us that
Mhm.
enjoy the game and enjoy, you do the breakdown when you're sitting there talking about it, dude. It's because you love it, dude. You do, and I see it. And I through you, it's made me miss going to ball games, because I haven't thought about ball games in years. And this is no joke. I recently reached out to my brother, because I was like, you should get a hold of your dad. We should all get together and do something. We have the local park here that we would go to, but as kids, my younger brother's dad would take us out to the games, the local games, and we get to go see that stuff. And like, I'd been sharing memories of stuff, because I'm the oldest, so with my younger two brothers, and just kind of reminiscing with them about the stuff that I remember. It's like, well, you're not going to remember this because you were a kid, but this is what happened, and that's what happened. And I mean, we do a little bit of that on here as well with our own personal stories and whatnot when we're talking with friends and getting to know each other and so on and so, as like what you just shared with us now as a prime example. So I mean, I think that's just a part of getting older. But like I said, once I lost Brandon, man, everything changed because he's the same age as my daughter, so it had that effect on it too. And the fact that
Mm-hmm.
we streamed together and just became great friends on air, and then that's gone. And then I've just been here, right? Just kind of here, not okay, just kind of here, just dealing with it as best as I could. And, again, it wasn't really until however you want to word it, everything kind of happened, and I ran into you, and we started, I came on here a couple times and just getting to know everybody better, and then so on and so forth myself, where I'm happier now though, right, than I was a month ago. Even though there were things that brought me joy, I feel true happiness with having met you guys and having these conversations and being to open up and just freely say, hey, I wasn't okay. I'm okay now. I'm doing better now. But it was with the help of all of you. So, and I
Mm-hmm.
think that's an important message that needs to be out there because so many people are stuck in the same spots that I was in, not able to articulate it or even maybe understand it myself why I was so down all the time. Because I had been. When I look back, I realized what I was doing. But I didn't face it. And then when I did, I was lucky enough to have met you and Cash and again the strong amount of people I talk to on a daily basis. Etep Cooley, Place to Be Reviews, Tony Tone Deaf, Clown World Review, Angelus Draven. I mean, those three guys have been a mammoth lifeline to me, along with the guys on my panel, Mr. Peabody. Brent Lutini, just another nerd when StreamYards allows him to come on from Ireland. The people that we talk to behind the scenes that are our, that you can pull strength from, you can open up to and not be judged. There's sadly enough to say there are a lot of people out there that don't have that or don't know how to get to where we are, where we're able to, have a conversation on this kind of a level. And it is sad. So that's why I say, hey man, we're all here. Like you're not alone. I know you might feel alone, but at the end of the day, nobody's really truly alone. You really aren't. And you have to get yourself right so you can open up like Mike just did, myself on here. It's one of those, and that's another thing, man. It's a beautiful thing once you're able to do that and be there for someone and help them through that dark spot to get them rolling. And again, that you were that for me along with all the other people I've been listing. Vinny Tartamello was a big one, and it just all worked out so well the way, I love it when a plan comes together that wasn't a plan. It just, I feel better every day. I feel better, getting up, watching the stream, and then jumping on. I had no intention of jumping on today. I was just going to listen and chat. And again, such a great talk about games, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Right when I thought I was out, you brought me back in. But, it's just so much fun, to where we are now. And it's just I do feel that with society and everything going on, this is really needed for a lot of mental health for people, because doesn't mean that you're necessarily massively depressed or anything like that. It's just being down is how I've kind of worded it. But it was depression. It was just a different version of it. But again, through all the friends on here, the people I've gotten to know, the stuff I've got to do has helped me get over the grief and the depression that I've been carrying for over 2 years. Like honestly carrying. And, this isn't something that normally people want to talk about. And thank you for letting me, air it out on your stream. But again, it's people like you, Mike. And
It's real life, Adam.
And yeah, it's the fact that you care though enough because you don't see this enough in the world. And I think that's what's wrong is all we see is negativity and getting beaten down constantly, where something like this, where I can say, hey, it was great getting to meet you and getting to know you guys, as it is every day as we move forward from here, and seeing the insides and just the great conversations and stuff. And this is what I want to do, not the latter. I'd rather do this with people and get to know them come on and talk about filling his coupons and, or, whatever Cash Money wants to go off about this time. It literally is fun to be able to come on, be a part of it with a group of people. Everybody in the chat can say whatever they need to say as well. And if we can be that group of people that's helping you get through whatever it is you're trying to get through, then we've done our part as just human beings, not YouTube, just as real humans, is how I see it.
I think Mike enjoys listening to my pain on certain topics. I really do.
Yeah, a little bit.
Well, I wouldn't say that, Cash. We all need to vent somewhere, and we all need someone who will just listen, not interject and not try to say, "Well, you should do this, this, and this." Just sit there and listen, because last year after my mom passed away, it was people like Doomcock who helped me get through it. People like Nerdtorial Lifeform who helped me get through it. There's people like Spock's Friday Nights who helped me get through it. Meeting other YouTubers on streams or just watching their content is what helped me get through it. Wasn't so much taking my mind off it. It was just how they approached it and how they would just listen. Doomcock actually, kept in communication with me. I haven't sent him a DM in quite some time, but Doomcock was very supportive and very encouraging, and I really do appreciate that. And no, I'm not trying to blow smoke up his ass or anyone else's ass. I'm speaking the truth right here. Doomcock is the kind of person, if you take the time to get to know him and watch enough of his streams, you find out who the real person is. And Doomcock is someone who will be there for his friends, his community, whatever you want to call it.
And you don't have to be a Patreon member either, Mike, because I used to be a Patreon member. I don't have any problems with Doomcock. Jeff Hicks doesn't have any problems with Doom. I was double checking with him because I'm like, did I miss something? He's like, no, I love the dude. I'm like, okay, cool. There was a whole thing that happened with the higher up channels, and they don't play well together anymore, and that's okay. It happens. I've never had any issues with Mr. Doomcock. I've had, many conversations with him back in the day with being a Patreon. He'd do Patreon only streams where you got the floor for 5-10 minutes. I've been in numerous, those, for years I was in there. And then, it did change in the aspect. Things happened. I wasn't able to do the Patreon anymore. And then with that, I lost the ability. But you know what? When I send him pictures of the dogs, or if I were to ever message him anything, because I DM him as well on occasion, I'll send him new puppy pictures and stuff. And when he gets time, he always gets back to me. He's always been a nice guy, though. Whether you like his stick on YouTube or not, doesn't matter. Because that's all it is. It's a stick, man. He's just giving you, he's doing a show, and he's pulling on the Doomcock. But when you get to meet the man behind the mask, he's a beautiful individual, and he cares about the people. Whether you agree with what he says or not, he doesn't care. Like, he cares about humanity. He doesn't, he goes off on his tangents, as we all can do. But the person behind the mask, that's a good dude. And I agree with you 110%, dude. I've never had anything but great talks and conversations. And, I'd even read something, because, in a text, you can read it wrong. It's like, oh, well, if I'm upsetting you, I apologize. And, if I'm reading this wrong, I also apologize. But he's like, no, I just can't, he's like, as much as I'd like to do something, I'm just stuck where I'm at right now. It wasn't anything you wrote. He's like, you're good. I'm like, oh, okay. Because, you can misinterpret a text. So,
absolutely. I've done that
that's
before.
all it was a slight misunderstanding. It's like, oh, well, if I'm messing up because you're busy. No, it's not that. I'd love to just get the hell out of here, but right now I'm busy doing something I don't want to do. I was like, oh, okay, gotcha, mate, gotcha, okay. But again, he was a real good dude. So I'm with you on that, dude. I will back that 110%. It's not about all the the super chats and whatnot are nice and all that kind of stuff, sure, but he cares about the individuals. And it's not like, oh, because I'm not Patreoning or super chatting, that now he doesn't respond to me on the DMs. He still responds to the DMs because he cares. When COVID was happening, and he knows my health and whatnot. He and I share an anniversary. he started his channel on the same time frame that my wife and I got married, and we got married 10/10/10. He also started his channel 10/10 of 12, I think it was. I could be wrong. You know, it might even have been 11. Whenever he started, though, it was this. So it was kind of funny to have that with him, and he's the one that brought it up, and I was just like, okay, of course, he's the one that said he's pop to the Wiener Dog Clan, referring to Frank. And that did help build subs when I wasn't really doing anything with the channel other than every now and again throwing up dog videos and stuff. But that's how I was known. It was Doomcock, World Class Bullshitters, Geeks and Gamers. I'd be in the chats here and there. But I didn't really do an overabundance on my own. But I was building to what I do now, you know, not even knowing it. But again, he was a very, very big part of that. And it's really cool to hear it happened for you as well. You know, so for me, that's awesome, dude, to hear that you got stuff out of it like I did too. So that's pretty cool, man. Because I always usually hear it's usually either they hate him or they love him. There's never like where we can say, look, he's a good person. Like literally, I don't have any issues with anything the man has ever said or done. When it comes to the videos and stuff, you know, that's just the man in the mask, but the man behind the mask is who I was interested in. And yeah, man, it's nice to hear that it's not just me that gets that and sees that. Because I did actually kind of feel alone there for a while, you know. So it's nice to hear it from somebody else.
Well, you know, he's a showman, you know, when he puts on the videos. But if you actually take the time to get to talk to him, which I have done because I used to, you know, pay for, you know, the highest tier of his membership and actually go on the member streams and actually talk with him. And you know what's funny is if you don't say anything when you first pop on, and after somebody's done talking, he will say, "Okay, Mike, do you have anything to say?"
Yep.
Or even if you were on there, you know, he'd say, "Adam, do you have anything you'd like to add or anything you'd like to talk about?" He'll make sure that you get your time to talk. And he understands that there are people who might just come on the panel for the member stream just so they can hear other people's thoughts. They may not have anything to add. I've been one of them. But sometimes you're just there to hear other people's thoughts on what's going on. And this way, you know, okay, so I'm not the only one that's thinking this.
Yeah. It was always fun there, dude. I mean, I thought that if you're going to give someone money, right? Because like I did it and Frank did it. Because, you know, you can't not do what I do with the Wiener Dog Clan and then not have them be part of it, right? Like it's just there's no logical way of doing what I do. So, you know, when Frank got it, and I mean, I've got the certificates, I've got the little golden cards, I've got one, Frank's got one. You know, it's like I told him, I'm like, well, you know, if you ever want a wiener dog, all you gotta do is holler at me. Like you'll get the family discount. Like for real, bro. Like it's like no problem. And again, this was back before he was a huge channel and like doing the stuff with Gary and all these other like I'm talking back. I mean, yeah, he had good subs, but I'm talking years ago. Yeah, back when he was on the High Council years ago. That is the time frame I am discussing. And he's still a great guy.
So you're talking about what, 4 years ago?
Yeah.
So I think that's when he also started his channel.
Yeah, 4 years ago. So I mean, from he was a smaller channel. He was already at over 1K by the time I found him, but it was the dog that found it. It wasn't me. It literally was Frank. There was the video that played from Jeff and I listened to it and I was like, all right, I put music on. And then the next thing I know, I didn't know the voices I was hearing, but it was Ethan Van Sciver. It was Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers, Mr. Hicks, Jeff Hicks from World Class Bullshitters, and Doomcock. I gave up fighting with the damn dog because he wouldn't just let me listen to music when I was doing whatever the hell I was doing. I was either cooking or cleaning or it doesn't matter. I was doing something. And he just kept changing the channel. First he did it with the tablet, then he did it with his controller. So I just took that as a sign to not touch the damn TV anymore because he wasn't going to let me do it anyway. But then years later, this is a gentleman that we're talking about now that, yeah, exactly. I've had a relationship with him and had talked with him one-on-one and messaged with him, and he responds, and then you hear all these evil things. It's like, no, the dude's really not. The best part was that whole She-Hulk thing, right? Like, I was kind of laughing because I myself didn't know, but another YouTuber kind of pointed out on the She-Hulk thing, and I was laughing about it. I was like, okay. And then, of course, I pop on with Vinny Tartamello having fun as we do on his streams because he's got Hans Cock, and he does Hans Cock videos and whatnot, which is hilarious because it looks like Harrison Ford and whatnot. But I jumped on with him, and we were discussing that whole ordeal, and all I could do was come on. It's all about me. It's all about the Frank Cock. It's not about Doomcock. It's not about Doom Tep. It's about me, the Frank Cock. And then he jumped on with it's about me, Hans. And again, right, like none of this was scripted. It was just on the fly humor. That's all we're doing, right? And again,
right,
I had someone who knew nothing about me who was like, you should send that to Doomcock. And I'm like, he okayed it like years ago before I even ran with it. Like I sent him the photos. I've got pictures of Frank with stealing Solo, saying go back stealing Solo like we did. Kind of a thing. Like, and I wasn't very good with doing this kind of stuff. It was, how hard it was to shrink a wiener dog mask down to his head, Frank's big old head, and still have his ears come over it so it looked funny. Like, it took me a minute to get this just right. And again, I was doing it from a tablet too. I don't have any technology. I haven't been taught how to do this. It's self-taught. And the memer and like guys like, for example, Draven that can do it, and Parrot Head, and a lot of the other guys that can meme really good. But me, I was just relying on my little bit of humorous, what I thought was funny, and just giggling to myself, dying, going, Frank in a Doomcock helmet, Frank Cock, Doom Wiener. That's where I was going with it. That was it. And like, he died laughing. He thought it was great. And then he called himself, Pop to the Wiener Dog Clan. And he's always been very nice. Like, when he would catch me on a show, if I type in, jump in, because like he hit 285K. I remember when he was at 85K. I remember when he had 185, K. So it was really cool to sit back there and kind of type in the chat, and everybody was doing stuff. And I watched a little bit, and I went to bed. And if he caught me, great. If he didn't, it's no big deal because there was a lot of people on there. But again, I have nothing negative to say about the man. He was always polite and there to lend an ear. And if he could actually help, was one of those guys that is like, hey man, if I can help, he meant it. It didn't feel like the brushing you off. Well, if there's anything I can do for you, fuck off. Give me another, super chat and keep paying my subscription fees. And, we'll get to you next month on your time, and hopefully you'll be better. Fuck off. Next. Never felt like that.
No,
it always felt sincere.
He wasn't like that with me, and he's not like that with anyone else who's gone through the same thing.
I mean, Tom Mead used to be on there with me. Mecha Random used to be on there with me before they were doing stuff with those guys. I mean, like I said, I'm old school, man. I've been there a long time, and I've built great relationships, met a lot of great people. Some not so much, but I've met, for the most part, it has been a very positive thing. And like I saw earlier, I think Boosh McFadden was in here. I know Boosh from Jesse Miller at the Crow's Nest, because I started out with Jess. Again, a lot of us all started out around the same time frame with having channels, not really doing much, kind of learning what to do. We were on, I think her name was Dark Angel, Bonnie. That's where a lot of us met. We would go, she would kind of do late night streams, and we'd all kind of come on, plug our channels, talk about Star Wars, whatever the subjects were. Kind of like what you do and what I do too. It's just more of an open platform, because I never know what the wieners are going to be up to, but just know they're always getting into trouble.
Oh, isn't that the whole point? To have fun, to get into some good, clean trouble?
Exactly. Except for Cash. He's just always in trouble anyway.
Sometimes.
Just sometimes.
Depends what kind of trouble I want to get into, but I'm just listening to you guys talk.
Oh, yeah. But, and again, man, it's just one of those things. It's really nice to hear somebody else that also, because you hear a lot of people that just dislike it, and that's fine. If he's not your cup of, do you know how many YouTubers I don't like because they're not my cup of tea, and it actually caused real fucking issues. Like that legitimately happened, and it's upsetting because it shouldn't be. Just because I don't like something doesn't mean that you shouldn't talk to me. You know, it's like, wow. And it is childish, but it does happen on here. And, you know, just because I wasn't a big fan of something, you know, that a lot of people still love, that's fine. You know, I was not a Friday Night Tights fan at all. I knew Odin's movie blog. You know, back before he was anything. And again, you know, there was that drama with, what happened at that con. And to me, everybody should have just been celebrating being together, man. I'm sorry. After the whole 2020 and just not being allowed to do stuff. Again, I never had been a Gary Neurotic fan. I thought he was a fucking idiot. To be honest with you, you know, no offense to anybody that listens to his shit, but you want to complain about Doomcock, but you're going to listen to this guy who is an inspirational story. I mean, anybody that can go from being a junkie into, you know, turning their life around, that is a positive message. I'm not going to say it's not. But when he would talk about certain things and people would be like, oh, yeah, Gary's, I'm like, I said the same thing. Like, I read comics. I might not have ran a comic book store, but for decades, I'd been buying comics. And, you know, yeah, I could say the same thing. But if I say it, you don't listen. But when Gary does, you drop to your knees. Hey, man, whatever. That's just not my kind of thing. And if you don't keep attention to the chat, like, and you're constantly putting stuff in and then you're purposely being skipped over, yeah, you kind of are like, I'm not going to waste my time on that. But again, that's just me. I wasn't a big, I don't have anything against the fella. Like, I know there was the whole Doomcock thing and the Ryan Kemmel and all that shit. Like, I don't get into that. Like, to me, Twitter and all that kind of craziness, like, I use that stuff for promoting everybody. That's it. If I post something on there and offend you, I think you're the problem. That's how I feel about stuff, because I'm putting stuff up that I think's funny. If you're offended by a funny post, then don't follow me. I don't, you know, I guess, you know, because we're not going to see eye to eye, you know, but not everything, you know, obviously not everything I'm going to post that I find funny, you're going to find funny, but you shouldn't take offense in it. I'm old Mel Brooks style.
How many of us?
Yeah,
how many of us here on YouTube, whether we're a content creator or not, have seen the video and we're just not feeling it, and instead of disliking it or leaving a comment, we just move on and do something else?
Yeah,
I've done it.
Yeah. I mean, I'd be crucified if you actually went through my playlist. They haven't found it yet, but when this whole incident in 2020 happened, the beer bug incident, I probably should specify, I hashtag named a video something. I quoted it because of facts. Now, YouTube hasn't nailed me on it, funnily enough, just the title alone, but they haven't figured it out. But I had one on there that was hashtag air AIDS. Because a friend of mine, which had HIV, also saw what they released when they actually released what the virus was. And he's like, that has HIV in it. And we quoted it air AIDS before this happened, prior to the news getting a hold of some of the informations and some of the other stuff. So I kind of did it as a joke. And I like left that sumbitch up there for a long time. I went into a Walmart and went shopping after President Trump came on air saying how great Walmart was doing. The fucking store shelves were bare, man. I'm like, yeah, they ain't doing so great here, pal. Hate to break it to you, President Trump, but Walmart fucking sucks. So anyway, I kind of went on that. We kind of walked around because I'd never seen lunch meat aisles completely wiped out. I did then. They had plenty of aluminum foil, though, for all those tinfoil hat wearing fools. But anyway, I digress. But yeah, I was amazed that video has never got nailed just because of the title. But I did. I was one of the first people to bring it up because when you actually saw what was in that virus, you're like, this is man-made. There's no way it's not, because that is also man-made. So there you go, right? Like, facts. And I'm amazed that video has not gotten blasted. You know, and again, maybe it's because I'm a smaller channel. It's way back there now from, you know, back then. But again, it was just one of those, how I felt at the time. I'm like, we took logic and gave it to you. We're like, logically speaking, this is, look, here's proof of this. Here's proof of this. This is what we're calling it. And so some people, they got it, and other people's not so much, but at least it's there, right? It's not been censored. And that's the problem. Censorship. Yeah. And I don't care what side you're on. Even the people that are spewing the shit that they hate this and they're watching it for you so you don't have to, blah, 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 super chat. Hey, if that works for them, then that's great, man. Like at the end of the day, I don't care. Like I don't wish that you're not getting super chats and whatnot. I just wish you'd come up with a little bit better content. Like an original thought once in a while would be nice, versus all the constant, well, echo chamber and bullshit. Yeah, we know these shows aren't made for us. That's why we're not watching it. Find something else
Yeah,
to
it's
talk
good to
about,
say
like we're doing.
She-Hulk.
You know,
I
Yeah.
barely even talk about that show on this channel because I had no interest in it. I have no interest in Marvel anymore.
Yeah, I'm pretty much. I mean, I still like the Doctor Stranges. Again, that's me. I didn't read the comics a little bit, but I enjoyed Doctor Strange 1 and the second Doctor Strange movie. And again, that's just me. I hated the last Spider-Man movie. There were bits of it that were good, but again, I was just like, no, this is shit. It's the same. You take the Spider-Man movie and you take the Doctor Strange movie, and they're the same fucking movies, even though they're different franchises and everything. Basically the same shit. There's a spot where you could have ended the entire movie and it would have been a 15-minute movie. That's in both of them. And that's kind of where Hollywood is gone with these movies. It's the same rinse and repeat, just add different people and maybe a different joke here and there, and maybe a little bit of a threat here and there that's different. But it's such lazy writing. I mean, the Thor one was bad enough. Like I even watched that and was like, I only watched that, mind you, because of the name. We'd been ripping on the name since back when Lethal Lightning had 500 subs, man. Like this was one of the ones that came up. I'd known him for a long time, and we were worried about the title. Like, are they going to make Jane the new Thor now? And we're no longer going to have to. That was what we thought. Mind you, they did stick with the comics, and the cancer killed her. Okay, that's okay. We had female Thor for a little bit, but only a little bit. That was respectful. But then some of the stuff they did was just shitty graphics, bad storytelling, and again, even normies are going, the hell is this shit? Why am I watching this? So even the normies are getting tired of it. Even when the normies are realizing all you're doing is the exact same from movie to movie, barely changing everything, and they're going, wait a minute. Hollywood is about to be losing a big percentage of the people that have been following them because even the normies are getting sick of this crap. So it's not just us hardcore fans anymore. And I am kind of enjoying watching them struggle to figure out why, when I just explained the reason why. It's that clear. It really is. Stop being so predictable.
Well, No Way Home is like my favorite Marvel film that I've seen in a while. So I can't agree with you, Adam.
That's okay though, man. Like I said,
I know, but I couldn't stand the plot of Doctor Strange and the Wandaverse of Wandy Wand. I couldn't stand that whole thing about how obsessed she was about having kids because it ties into the whole WandaVision thing. That was so boring to me.
Oh, dude,
like,
it was bad writing.
This is a movie about Doctor Strange. The first Doctor Strange, though, the first movie was very good. I liked the first movie a lot, but this one was just like, ugh. I was like, oh, I'm supposed to care about America Chavez, and nope, thanks. I have to care about her having kids. Nope, don't care. Just burn the bitch. But I thought in terms of like Elizabeth Olsen actually turning into Scarlet Witch, I thought there was some really cool special effects, but I thought the rest of the movie had a lot of problems. Where with Spider-Man, I liked a lot of it, but I'm a huge Spider-Man fan. So.
Oh, dude, I've got McFarlane Spider-Man signed. Trust me, it's like one of the almost gave a left nut to have.
I was happy to
Spider-Man
finally
fan here myself.
I was happy to finally see Tom Holland show more emotion. You actually saw blood on his face. I really liked that.
I think it was the best version of Holland for sure, though he's not my favorite Spider-Man by far.
No, he's not my
tired of the
favorite
kid
either.
shit.
But yeah,
But again, I did enjoy the movie, but not to the heights that other people did. And that's how I feel about both of them. To me, both these movies, they're decent enough. They could have done more. I did not want a live action Spider-Verse, but what we got for a live action Spider-Verse, I was okay with. I really want to see this guy. I want to see this Spider-Man should be the Spider-Man that sacrifices his life in the Spider-Verse, though, is the Tom Hardy, is how I feel.
Tom Holland,
Holland,
yeah,
yes,
I
thank you.
agree.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because that's kind of how they set. In my opinion, that's how they kind of set it up.
Yes, and I was fine with Mary Jane, not Mary Jane, but I was fine with his mother,
Aunt May.
Aunt May, yes,
Yeah.
Aunt May, yes. I was fine with her dying in this. Like it made him very upset, and I like seeing that raw emotion, which I didn't. Even though I liked the other Spider-Man films with Holland, this one I liked his performance the best because I felt the raw emotion that I felt was missing in the other films.
Yeah. I will say I did enjoy when they were all together, but I don't want to see either of the other old Spider-Man get another movie.
No, they don't need to. I agree.
They
don't need
I
to.
will.
But I like the way they did it in this movie, in No Way Home. But
I concur.
they don't need to. Yeah.
Because I didn't think I was gonna like it, bro. Because I watched the Spider-Verse. I'm like, okay, this isn't bad, but they'll do it live action and they'll mess it up. I felt it was pretty decent. And again, the bits of the lazy writing for me was basically he has the opportunity to get rid of it and send them all back. Then he has to send them all back at the very end of the movie after 3 hours. Like, okay, no, we could have shrunk this down a little bit and done a little different. But again, overall, compared to I hated Infinity War. Oh, that was shit. And Endgame was shit. I was like, if this is the end of the MCU from the beginning of Iron Man to this, then I'm glad it's over because we haven't really gotten anything really strong anyhow. I was just okay with Doctor Strange 2 because it was very Raimi and it felt, it felt what it is, what Doctor Strange is with the multiverse of madness because you're going to different multiverses. And even though American Chavez was there, she wasn't the bestest of everything and she wasn't the main focal point. She was there, but she
was
wasn't
there,
that
but
important.
she didn't really add anything.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
just throw her in the trash.
It wasn't as woke as I thought it was gonna be. Now it did have some shit moments. You're not wrong. That whole tying in that stupid TV series, which I was okay with the series. I watched it. I was like, okay, whatever. It's a C-, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Even without watching it, you were okay. And the fact that we got the Scarlet Witch, that's the thing I like.
Yep.
The hell with the baby crap. We actually got a version of the Scarlet Witch that we had not yet seen since she was tied up with her brother when they showed the after scene part.
Right, where Quicksilver died.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Where he's running and she's holding up blocks and makes him crush and shit before the second Avengers movie, right? Like that little clip we got. That was to me Scarlet Witch. And then we finally got her again in this movie. So that was kind of cool because her whole build has been kind of weird throughout all these movies, right? And now she's devastated because they killed who the hell did they kill? I can't think of his fucking name.
Vision.
And then they brought him back in the series and he was gray. I'm like, wait a minute, which Vision? They kill Vision, but then Gray Vision is Vision. And then like the whole show thing is like it didn't happen anywhere in the movie. Like she should be going after Gray Vision, right? But no. If they ended like Scarlet Witch was badass. Again, we could have had better stuff in there, I feel, that would have worked. But for what we got, like let's say that this is the turning point, and maybe the next Doctor Strange movie will be way better than what this one was, or where the third one's like, hey man, they're actually getting their shit together and they're putting stuff from the comics in and they're getting away from the wokeness and the political bullshit. Like I'd be okay if that movie was, and the Spider-Man movie is the turning point where maybe we start getting better products with actual stories, less CGI, more story base, kind of a thing. Will that happen? I don't know. We'll have to see. But I am like Mike. I am very done with a lot. Like I'm not buying. Again, I did buy the Lego set with Wolverine. Okay, yeah, fine. But again, we haven't had a Lego set with Wolverine in probably 4 or 5 years, to my knowledge. So yeah, I was excited. I geeked out a little. But again, when it comes to like all the Hot Wheels I used to buy all the time, and like I haven't bought that stuff. And it doesn't matter if it's DC or Marvel. I just haven't put any money into it. I've been supporting the indie guys as much as I possibly can because the products that I really care about that are being made, that I do care about, that's what I want to focus on. And that's,
Right.
I want other people to say, hey, man, like, I like this. Maybe this is something you might like. Check it out. And if it's not, that's fine. But at least the option is there for you to find, different anime, different art styles, different actual stories that aren't, PG 2022, if you will, style. But yeah, that's all I want. I want a real, what I really want is the X-Men movie Dark, with the Dark Apocalypse saga. Like, I would not want the current people that have the rights to it making it, but that was always the X-Men movie that I wanted, was the Dark Apocalypse saga, which is where Cyclops and Magneto's the good guy, Cyclops is a bad guy, Wolverine took out one of his eyes but only has one hand because the blast blew his hand off, but the spike still came. Like something like that. A movie.
It would
like
be
that
nice to see something that awesome, man. But right
Yeah.
now, there's just Marvel is so goofy and stupid that I don't know if
I
they're gonna
watched the New Mutants
be
and didn't
great
know
though.
what I watched, bro. Like, I'm like, what in the hell is this? This is just horrible. That was not the New Mutants comic book I remember.
Yeah,
Just
I'm
saying.
sure.
Yeah. So, but yeah, it is simple to get tired of it, and that's where I'm at. Like the Star Wars stuff, man. There's so much stuff that I used to would have bought just because it was, not just because it was Star Wars, because it was something really cool that I wanted.
Yep.
Where now it's like, man, unless it's really like they do have Boba Fett's starship for like under $40, which I will open and build because it's not the 40th anniversary when it was still Slave One.
It's Slave One, dude.
Oh yeah, it's still
I will
Slave
not
One to me, but on the box it just says
fire
Boba
spray. I
Fett's
don't care
starship.
what it says. Can
Yeah,
burn.
and I'm like, I'll buy that one and build it. But if I had the 40th anniversary one that says Slave One on it, like that bitch is staying in the box. That's never getting open because that was before Disney neutered it.
Yeah.
New Mutants
Yep.
is awful.
And
Alright.
gentlemen, I think now's a good time to end today's stream because I'll admit I'm getting a little hungry.
Yeah, me too.
Hours, bro. Yeah, it's 5 p.m.
Yeah, for you guys it is. Yeah.
Yeah, that it is. Where the hell did time go? I swear it was only like 11. No, it was a little after. Yeah, it was like 2 something when I looked last. Them 3 hours flew.
Mhm. I do want to thank everybody for being here today. I want to thank Phil McCracken for being on the panel. Adam, thank you for being on the panel. Cash, thank you for being on the panel. Gap, Anonymous, thank you for being on the panel. And to everyone who was in chat, I want to thank Spock's Friday Nights. Thank you, Spock. And of course, the aforementioned Gap After Dark. Thank you very much for being here today. I also want to say thank you to Kelly Chow, Roll Tide, Low Specs Linux Laptop. Thank you for being here today. Of course, the previously mentioned Phil McCracken, who will still say that Cash doesn't like redheads, and I'm how Cash begs to differ.
Phil's a nut. It's all right.
Send him all your
And-
McDonald's coupons. You want your coupons?
I want to thank the Padawannabe for being here. And gotta keep scrolling up because I don't want to miss anybody. I also want to thank Angelo Draven. Thank you. And keep scrolling up here because again, I don't want to miss anybody. Of course,
You had a pop in chat, bro.
Yeah. We had you, Adam, in the chat before you joined the channel. So
That's it, man.
thank
I'm
you.
lurking. I'm lurking and working, baby. And then when I get that opportunity to pop on, I always will, man. But yeah, again, I was listening more so than when I started chatting. But you guys, killer stream, man. And again, thank you for doing it. Always an honor to be here with such great gentlemen.
Well, thank you for coming on.
Yeah, man.
Also want to thank Rough Girl for stopping by. Thank you, Rough Girl. It's always good to see you. And if you ever want to hop on the panel, don't be a stranger. And let's see, you got to keep scrolling up. Scrolling. Keep that mouse button scrolling, rawhide. Okay, I know that was bad, but hey, it's what I
Nah,
got.
you're fine, dude.
Of course,
That was
we
fine.
had Bush McFadden. Thank you, Bush. We also had Pop Culture Mechanic. Thank you, Pop. And let's see. We also had Jet Sparks stop by. Thank you, Jet. Sorry about your TV, man. Hopefully, you're able to get a new one soon. And we also had the Admiral, the Nerdpoil life form. Great to see you, brother. And let's see. Keep on going. We also had Old Man. Thank you for stopping by, Old Man. Say hello to Baron for me. And we also had Mr. J himself, Joker voice. He was also on the panel. And of course, we had Anonymous. Anonymous. And we also had Dempsey. Thank you for stopping by. Really appreciate it, everybody. Hope you enjoyed this entire stream or part of the stream or some of the stream or some might even say none of the stream. But thank you all for stopping by. Please be sure to subscribe to the panelists' channels. Those that have channels, I have already put their links in the description below. So I do want to thank you all for stopping by. And Resolute Germ, good to see you, brother. Yeah. You know, this is the long form. We tend to go long on Sundays. And he says, hi to Gap. Make sure you guys subscribe to Resolute Germ. And I do want to remind everybody that this Tuesday, since there is no Tuesday Night Trek on the Star Wars Guys YouTube channel, there will be a special Tuesday edition of Pop Talk. And then Wednesday at 9 p.m. Eastern on the channel, I will be doing a live reaction and review of Chucky Episode 3, Hail Mary, in place of Pop Talk.
Nice.
So Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern will be the Tuesday edition of Pop Talk. And then Wednesday, I'll be reacting live to the third episode of this season for Chucky. So if you want to stop by for one or both, thanks. If you don't, that's okay. And like I said, in the meantime, subscribe to all the panelists who have channels, and thank you all for being here. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you for doing it, man. This has been a blast.
Yeah, it's always fun.
Yeah, it is. I like doing this. I'm not going to lie. So, thank you all so very much. Have a good rest of your Sunday, and see you Tuesday. Take care, all.